Assembly went at tax increment finance districts. They made an assault on tax increment finance districts, and they decided that we are going to end these tax increment finance districts, and we're going to gut them. We're going to make them so that they can't succeed anymore. And they put all sorts of rules and restrictions and everything else on these tax increment finance districts, except for when they wanted one with the state of Indiana, and they created the largest, most powerful, most exclusive tax increment finance district ever known to man. And it is solely to benefit this LEAP district. Why? Because tax increment finance works if you want to develop projects. Tax increment finance is a way to facilitate development. And they made it something that exists right there and really doesn't exist anywhere else in the state of Indiana, because Eric Holcomb said that thing is going to succeed. So what we're learning now is that the state of Indiana, the taxpayers of Indiana, poor and middle class people, you, me, truck drivers, librarians, and everybody, all points in between, hearing our voice, is having our tax money taken from us. It's going to facilitate this development, and that money now is being used, fronted. We're fronting the money to pump this water into the city of Lebanon.
But I thought this was going to be at no cost to the taxpayers.
At no cost to him, Casey, because he struck a sweetheart deal because his daddy is one of the most connected Republicans in the entire state.
At no cost to them.
But my point on all of this is this guy had the audacity, and you've read this thread, Casey. I mean, this is horrendous. The nonsensical insanity this guy is pumping out there, and he's doing it, mouthy Matt Gentry, the mayor of Lebanon, with no regard for this is ridiculous. I'm going to embarrass myself. It's the idea that there's a water ferry, that the only place in the entire state that's getting free water is the city of Lebanon. No, we're paying for it. Other people are paying for Lebanon to have nice stuff. Other people across the entire state are paying for Lebanon to have all of this stuff come into their city. Why? Because the governor wanted it. If the governor didn't want it, none of this would be happening. And for him to act like people aren't paying for it, it's gross and offensive.
Yes, and they just magically pick that city for some random reason. I wonder what it is.
So anyway, that was how I spent my weekend and or my Monday, I guess. I didn't anticipate getting all the, I mean, the guy is ridiculous. But the problem is these politicians don't fear anything. They say these things and they don't fear anything. And he'll just put ridiculous comments like that out into the ether. We're paying for it. This is not a free thing. It's not a free service. You know, what was it? Citizens, out of the goodness of their heart, is just not like, here's millions of gallons of water a day. Why? Because Matt Gentry has an endearing personality. No, we're paying for it. And the other side of this is, and this is not the fault of Matt Gentry, he's the beneficiary of it, but it is the hypocrisy of the Indiana General Assembly, who guts every other city, every other town's ability to do these infrastructure projects with tax increment finance dollars because, well, it's bad and people complain and it harms school districts and blah, blah. Most of that is crap. But if you take them at their word, but when they want it, they carve out special rules and special regulations, and they allow it to happen. You don't get it in your community, but Lebanon's going to get it. Why? Because the governor wanted it. These people are hypocrites. They're gross. They're disgusting people.
You were listening to Kendall and Casey. It's 93 WIBC.
Indianapolis.
Everything's looking up Indianapolis.
Baltimore.
A sparkling day at Baltimore's Memorial Stadium.
Intertwined through sports history.
The Colts had to sneak out of town at night.
As the Colts prepare for their season opener against Houston, we look back at the journey that brought the Colts west on I-70 in 1984.
Colts are on their way to Indianapolis.
A tale of two cities joined forever by one team. Friday night at 8 on 93 WIBC.
Close your eyes and picture it. The warm sun on your face. The sound of waves lapping against the shore. What if I told you that feeling of summer relaxation could be yours all year round? At Howard Bailey Financial, we specialize in retirement planning that lets you embrace that summer state of mind every day. Imagine knowing that your future is secure. With our expert advisors, we'll craft a personalized retirement plan tailored to your dreams. Whether it's traveling the world or pursuing your passions, we'll ensure that your retirement is as carefree and fulfilling as a relaxing summer afternoon. Embrace a summer state of mind and text SUMMER to 888-494-5004 to download our complimentary retirement toolkit and experience your retirement planning with confidence.
This endorsement was not provided by a client of Howard Bailey. This individual was compensated for this endorsement. For more information, visit howardbailey.com/TSY.
You got several different cable news outlets and their sources reporting that home prices are actually expected to decline into 2025. And so right now you want to maximize your home sales price before this downturn with the only agent proven to sell for top dollar. That's Mark Deedle. Mitch from Martinsville's house is getting a little too big for him. He wanted to downsize. Heard about Mark on our radio show. He was able to get multiple offers within 48 hours and closed in 30 days.
And what separates Mark Deedle from the competition is the guarantee. Mark Deedle guarantees your home sold at a mutually agreed upon price and deadline, or he will buy it. You pick the move date, no long-term contracts. You can cancel at any time. That's what makes Mark Deedle the best. Call him today, 317-755-4232. That's 755-4232, or go to markdeedle.com. That's Mark, D-I-E-T-E-L, markdeedle.com. Tell him Hammer and Nigel sent you.
Guy Relford here. Time again for the Indy 1500 Gun and Knife Show this coming weekend at the State Fairgrounds, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. There's never been a more important time to exercise our rights as true Americans. It's the Indy 1500 Gun and Knife Show. See the best in sporting, hunting, and personal protection gear, plus great displays of Americana. Come see us this weekend at the Indy 1500 Gun and Knife Show, Friday 2 to 7, Saturday 9 to 6, and Sunday 9 to 4. It's the Indy 1500 Gun and Knife Show. See you there.
Warning, the following ZipRecruiter radio spot you are about to hear is going to be filled with F words.
When you're hiring, we at ZipRecruiter know you can feel frustrated. And you can spend a fortune trying to find fabulous people, only to get flooded with candidates who are just fine.
Not fun.
Fortunately, ZipRecruiter figured out how to fix all of that. We find the right people for your roles fast, which is our absolute favorite F word. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Go where the pros go. Drexel Interiors. For 1951 cabinetry, visit Drexel's Kitchen and Bath Design Centers at 146th and River Road, North Shadeland, or DrexelIN.com.
It's not too late to get the backyard of your dreams this year. Expand your living space with an Indy Decorative Concrete patio. Indy Decorative Concrete, the patio experts. Big enough to service, small enough to care.
It's broke again, Casey.
I know. I can't even believe it. This is an ongoing saga with the bathroom. What is the problem now?
So I go during the break to get my little cup of water, and the lovely lady who cleans the facilities up here, she's so nice and friendly. She looks at me and goes, "Are you going to the bathroom?" And I said, "No, I'm going to get a cup of water." And she said, "Okay, the bathroom's closed."
Men's bathroom?
And I initially thought because she goes in there and cleans and mops and whatever, and I thought, okay, you don't want people walking or whatever. And I said, well, wait a second, you mean like it's closed because it's not working? And she said, yes, it's flooding. The toilet's flooding again.
Again with this? Okay, this is a new level of ridiculous.
Right.
Like, I thought maybe you were joking, but it is for real closed because of flooding.
This is a hate crime is taking place at this point, Casey. Some sort of heinous crime against
Something
humanity.
happened over the weekend, apparently. We need to get the weekend schedule.
I am amazed.
Narrow down the culprit.
Why can't the men's toilet on the 4th floor at the MS Communications building or MS building or whatever it is now? Why? Like, why can't it work? Are there no plumbers in the phone book anymore? I mean, we have several that are sponsors of this radio station who I'm sure would love to have Are
the proper authorities aware of what's going on?
And I get that our radio station doesn't make the call on how the facilities are managed anymore since Mr. Smolian doesn't own the radio stations, but come on. I mean, he knows there's all these great WIBC advertisers that are plumbers. Can't we just call one of them?
Yes, this needs to be fixed because it's going on for far too long.
You know, I mean, we could sing the jingle, cartersmyplumber.com, or whatever, many of the fine sponsors.
Right.
And have one of them come in and fix it.
Well, Carl had mentioned last week, Tony Katz's producer, Carl, that it was acting up again. But now we're flooding. We're back to the flooding phase. It's off limits. Let's just put some police tape on the door and shut it down permanently. Because clearly there is somebody who cannot be responsible for themselves in that bathroom.
Yeah.
Either that or it just needs a whole overhaul.
Right.
I don't know which it is.
Okay, so from the toilet to Kamala.
Oh, you want to talk about her and her new...
Seemed like a good transition.
Her new accent. Did you hear that?
I did.
It was so bad. She was talking in Detroit, and she picked up an accent which sounds a lot like Foghorn Leghorn. Check this out.
You better thank a union member for the 5-day work week. You better thank a union member for sick leave. You better thank a union member for paid leave. You better thank a union member for vacation time.
Okay, first of all, the ridiculousness of what she's saying. I should thank a union member for vacation time. Like what? We don't have a union here, and we have vacation time. What did a union member have to do with my vacation time?
Sure.
There was no vacation before a union. Like no one ever went on vacation.
She's saying they invented it.
Okay, so that's ridiculous. But she's also being racist, right? I mean, that's racist when you are using a dialect based on the urbanization of the area you are in, and then literally hours later, do we have the other clip?
We don't, but you're right. She was in Pittsburgh, right?
She's in Pittsburgh saying almost the same identical thing.
And she doesn't have that funny accent.
Yes, she sounds like the way she always sounds the rest of the time. That's super racist, right? If you are changing the way you speak.
Or
like
super tipsy. One or the other. Doesn't matter. Neither's a good look.
Can we play that again, Kev? Can we pull that back up? And,
yeah.
You better thank a union member for the 5-day work week. You better thank a union member for sick leave. You better thank a union member for paid leave. You better thank a union member for vacation time.
Can the pandering get any more extreme? I mean, that's just pathetic.
Can we isolate, Kev? You better thank a union member for vacation time so that whenever one of us goes on vacation, we just play that as our drop.
Yeah.
Like if Casey's like, I'm going to be off Monday, and then we can just boom. Like
throw it in there.
Like, can
you
you
better thank a union member.
Can you cue that up? Don't play it yet, but can you cue it up? I want to practice this with Casey.
Yeah. Oh, I've been saying it all weekend. Since last night.
We're going to role play how I want this to go in my mind. So, Kev, you let me know when you've got that queued up right to that kind of exact point. Okay, you've got it. All right, so Casey, we're going to, and Kev, then I'm going to point at you when you're supposed to play it. You're going to say, let's do a little exercise here.
Okay.
Rob, I'm thinking about taking Thursday off. Are you ready?
Yeah. Rob, I'm thinking about taking Thursday off.
You better thank a union member for vacation time.
Oh, see how that worked? That was great.
All the time. So a new ABC poll came out, and it says that Donald Trump is leading among men by 5 points over...
What man would vote for Kamala Harris? Like, seriously, what man would be like, yeah, you may not like Trump, and maybe you leave it blank, or maybe you're voting for Cornel West or whatever. I mean, but what man, what man is like, hey, Kamala, sign me up. Kev, I'd like to try this out myself. Can you cue that up again? I'd like to try this. I'd like to try this myself, and then I'll point at you when it's time to play it. You let me know when you're ready. All right, are we ready? Casey.
Yeah.
You know, I got those 3 days.
You have to use them by September 30th.
Yeah, so I'm thinking probably mid-September, I'm going to use my 3 summer vacation days.
You better thank a union member for vacation time.
You're going to thank a union member and me? That'd be great if you could do that. It is Kendall and Casey. It's 93 WIBC.
Is your pet a digging enthusiast, an escape artist, or a counter surfer? Invisible Fence brand has you covered. For the wannabe landscaper, we've got a solution to keep them active but not destructive. For the escape artist, our personalized pet fences keep them safe and sound at home. Counter surfer? No problem. We know how to keep cheese thieves at bay. Invisible Fence brand. tailor-made solutions for your pet, your yard, and your needs. Visit invisiblefence.com today.
It's all in the numbers with Window Nation. They installed over 200,000 windows last year. That's 40 times more than the average window company. Over 20,000 online positive reviews. Do you know how hard it is to get a positive review online?
Buy 2 windows, get 2 for free. 0 down, 0 interest for 24 months. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. 866-90-NATION. Tell them Hammer and Nigel sent you.
Hey everybody, this is Pastor Nathan Peternell, and I'm here with Travis Rogers to tell you about the Alpha Course.
That's right, Nathan. The Alpha Course is a chance to explore life's big questions in a relaxed, friendly setting.
It's a free course that starts on Monday, September 9th at 6:30 p.m. at the Life Church Noblesville campus. Each Monday night begins with a delicious meal followed by a short video and discussion time. Alpha is the perfect place for open and honest conversations about life where no question is off limits.
You don't want to miss it. Register today at lifechurchin.com.
Don't stress about plumbing repairs. Call LD Smith for honest advice and a free second opinion on any estimate.
LD Smith Plumbing.
A dirty, stinking honest.
As our loved ones age, ensuring their safety at home becomes a top priority. This is Tina McIntosh, president of Joy's House and co-host of the Caregiver Crossing radio program. I'll be right back with some practical things you can do to reduce the possibility of a fall or injury.
At Cardon Senior Living Communities, you'll find our teams share a commitment to enhancing the lifestyle and well-being of the people we serve every day at every stage of life.
Removing tripping hazards such as rugs and floor clutter is one way to prevent or minimize falls around the home. Another is to position grab bars in the restroom and other common areas where your loved one may need some extra support. Contact your local area agency on aging to inquire about low-cost or free installation services. More tips like this are available anytime at caregivercrossingradio.org. With new weekly content created by Joy's House and distributed in partnership with Network Indiana, we're an on-air and online support group for Hoosier family caregivers. Hear conversations with experts, access a library of online education, and more at caregivercrossingradio.org.
93 WIBC Mobile News. On the level, on the go.
Why he believes this person was lucky. Mostly clear and 56 on Monument Circle, and 76 is your high today. I'm John Herrick. Here's what's trending at 9:30. A driver crashed into a power pole this morning in Speedway at 16th and Polko. Lieutenant Jacob McAtee with the Speedway Police Department says several witnesses saw the crash happen.
But they did save that individual's life, we believe.
That person was taken to a hospital and is expected to survive. The car caught on fire. A ceremony starts at 10 this morning to unveil a statue to honor former Indianapolis Mayor Richard Lugar. It's supposed to happen at Gainbridge Fieldhouse, but then the monument will eventually be moved to a permanent spot on Lugar Plaza outside the city-county building. And the actor James Darren has died. He first became famous for his role as Moondoggie on the 1959 film Gidget. He later took on roles in TV shows such as Time Tunnel, T.J. Hooker, and Star Trek Deep Space Nine. And during the 90s, Darren directed episodes of Beverly Hills 90210 and Melrose Place. Darren was 88. And your opening bell report on 93 WIBC, brought to you by Absolute Wealth Management, LLC. So far, the Dow is down a few points to start the day at 41,378. The S&P 500 also down at 5,614. And the NASDAQ has dropped as well. It's down to 17,577. I'm John Herrick on the level, on the go, and on WIBC.com.
When you have a stuffy nose, life can be a bit unpleasant. Some live every day with a stuffy nose, and that can make life downright miserable. I'm Dr. Madan Kandula with Advent, where we are committed to eliminating your nasal breathing problems with simple in-office procedures like balloon sinuplasty, which requires no surgical cuts, little to no downtime, and can have you breathing better in less than 30 minutes. At Advent, we understand your inability to breathe freely limits your quality of life. And that's why we continue to pioneer the most advanced in-office procedures that have made our practice a global destination for those seeking to live their highest quality of life. Visit AdventKnows.com to see if you're a candidate for the balloon sinuplasty procedure. Because Advent knows when you breathe well, you live better.
Breathe well with simple solutions. Breathe well.
results may vary.
You're listening to the Kendall and Casey Show on 93 WIBC.
So Donald Trump said happy Labor Day to all our American workers who represent the shining example of hard work and integrity. Under Comrade Kamala Harris, all Americans are suffering during this holiday weekend. You've got high gas prices, transportation costs are up, grocery prices are through the roof, and we can't keep living under this weak and failed leadership. So ABC News reporting that costs for Labor Day 2024 are up 30% from 5 years ago. However, they say that prices are only up 5% from last year. Fox News would completely disagree. They say that barbecue prices skyrocketed under the Biden-Harris administration. Check this out.
Since 2021, ground beef, yeah, that's got you ground to a pulp. So sad. 26% it's up. Hot dogs, 25%. Condiments, they're only up 16%. So go eat some ketchup. Actually, beer's up 16%. That's only 16%. Condiments, just forget about it. You're going to have a naked dog. It's very, very sad.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so overall, beef up 26%, hot dogs 25%, chicken 23%, beer 16%, and the condiments that she mentioned up 24%.
Yeah, so like everything is markedly more expensive than it was several years ago. The question that I would ask the voting populace is, what are you going to do about it?
Yeah.
Because when you look at this presidential election, and there's some polling out that seems to show some momentum for Trump. By the way, I love, one of the things I always encourage people to do is to read a variety of sources. Like, read people you disagree with, read publications that you know are going to be trying to fill your mind with mush. It'll make you a better thinker. It'll force you to find the things, but of subjecting yourself to things you disagree with will make you a better debater. It'll make you a more well-rounded person. And on a lot of these websites, these mainstream Washington-based websites, like whether it's The Hill or Politico, the spin that is going on and the cherry picking that's going on, trying to make it look like Kamala is some juggernaut of momentum and she's just launching herself past Donald Trump, as though she is Secretariat, going for the Triple Crown and lapping the field. And it's like the actual polling isn't supporting any of that. If anything, it shows Trump in the lead.
Yep.
But the point is, whether Trump ultimately wins the presidency or not, it's going to be a close election. And my question to the public at large would be, why are you okay with what everything's costing? Why would you possibly vote to support 4 more years of that?
The same thing. So there's an Epic MRA poll that came out. It says that Trump is leading Harris in Michigan. They've got Trump at 47% and Harris at 46%. However, 7% of everybody polled, they were undecided or they declined to say who they support. I think that is the company that called me and was polling me.
That's right. You got polled.
I did. And they still thought that I was living in Michigan. But it was a sweet older woman who was on the phone, and she was asking me if I plan to vote for Harris. And I said, well, I have a couple questions for you.
Oh, no.
And I said, where does she stand on fracking? Well, I think she has softened her position.
Oh, so this was not... then this was probably different, because that is a push poll. That's somebody trying to get you to a result. Like a poll, they'll just ask you. Like if you were to have asked that question to a legitimate pollster, they'll say, please just answer the question. Like they're not going to give you an opinion. If you're talking to somebody who is giving you an answer and it's in one direction or another, that's not a legitimate pollster. That's a push poll. They're trying to get you to a response. Their goal is they want you to vote for someone.
Well, I then went on to ask her about the unrealized capital gains tax, and she was uninformed, but she was going to write a note. They had a section where they could write notes and get back to the campaign and let the campaign know that the constituents were very concerned about this.
I've done this before when I worked for the U.S. Senate campaign. They have that where it's like choose your own adventure. So you call the person, you ask them a base question, and then based on whatever the base question is, then you go to a next set of statements and or questions. So
right.
like
if you answer this way,
right.
we'll go to question A or B. Yeah.
Like if you'd have said, I'm voting for Kamala Harris, they would have said, thank you, have a nice day, and hung up because they've already secured your vote. If they don't get the answer that they're looking for, then based on whatever your answer was to them, then they have a series of things that they're supposed to read or say. So they might be like, if I told you Kamala Harris had saved 9 kittens when she was the Attorney General of California, would that make you more or less likely to vote for, those type of things. So you definitely got a campaign push-pull.
Well, at the end of the day, I told him I don't live in Michigan anymore, so how about you take me off your list?
Oh, that's too bad. Then we could have, if you'd have kept it going, we could have kept getting found out what's going on in the ground in Michigan.
Yeah, well,
you gave it away.
I seriously doubt I'll be off the list, and they'll continue to call me.
How could Indiana and Michigan be that much different? They're right next to each other.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Ohio.
Well, she did ask me. She said, well, where do you, I'm not going to follow you or anything, but where do you live now? And I said, Indiana. And she said, oh, we're not concerned about that. That's not a swing state.
Exactly. Yes, thank you. So there you go. Anyway, my point in all of this is, though, the race is very close. But if you're a person who's on the fence or voting for Kamala Harris, it's voting for Kamala Harris or not voting for Kamala Harris, rather, doesn't bind you to vote for Donald Trump, right? It's not a either or thing. You can leave it blank. Why would you give your consent to be governed by these people for a second longer than what's going on right now?
You mentioned spin. So over the weekend, J.B. Pritzker, he was on CNN, and he was asked about prices and how Kamala's been in office for almost 4 years, and why is she not taking credit or blame for them?
Governor, how does she explain? She's been in the White House almost 4 years as the vice president, and prices are up 20-something%. How does she get around the fact that she's in the administration where all of this happened and where, people started struggling with their finances?
Well, let's be clear. We had worldwide inflation, and actually the United States fared better than every other country in the world. So the Biden-Harris administration did a lot to ride those prices and bring them down.
Except they're not down. They're still way up.
Well, this is the little scam they're trying to run on people, is because inflation didn't go up as much as it did the year before, the year before that. They'll try to tell you inflation is down, when in reality, any inflation is a drive up of a price. If you're doing a victory lap that it's 4% this year versus 9%, I mean, that's a really weird flex. But, I mean, that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to convince you that just because things are not going up as much as they once did, that they're somehow curbing inflation.
Yeah. Okay, so did you see Joey Chestnut over the weekend?
I didn't watch it in real time, but I did see that he broke the hot dog eating record, his own hot dog eating. Now, because the background on this, that Joey Chestnut he lives in Westfield. He is a throwback to the days of the carnival freaks, right? I mean, he's the equivalent of the sword swallower or the fire eater or whatever. He's this guy who has this incredible stomach and can eat a gajillion hot dogs. For some reason, it's hot dogs. He's not super. I mean, he's an impressive eater at other things, but he's not dominant in other things. For some reason, hot dogs is his thing, and that works out great because that's the most lucrative eating competition because of the Nathan's Hot Dogs eating challenge every year. What is it Memorial Day?
4th of July.
4th of July. Yes, thank you. Sorry about that. And so he opted out this year because he has a sponsor that is different than Nathan's. And so he said, or they told him,
yeah, we can't have you participate because you're not promoting our brand.
Right, that's right. So they kicked him out, and like 9 people watched the hot dog eating contest this year. He is the equivalent of Caitlin Clark to the WNBA. He's the equivalent of Wayne Gretzky in the 80s to hockey, Mike Tyson in boxing. He is this super freakish guy, and I'm not saying that as a negative, that has this ability to eat an incredible amount of hot dogs. So since he opted out of Nathan's, he signs this huge deal with Netflix to do this hot dog eating competition with Kobayashi. Well, Kobayashi was the super dominant guy before Chestnut showed up. And so they had this thing on Netflix. And Casey, he was like, look, I'm getting paid all this money to go to Netflix. I get this huge vegan hot dog eating sponsorship. I'm going to go in there and just smash what I've previously done to get all this attention. And I'll be darned, he ate 83 hot dogs, which was like 7 more than his previous record.
He did. He said that he had been trying to hit 80 hot dogs for years, and without Kobayashi, he was never able to do it. It was like he needed that competition from Kobayashi to push him over the finish line, and it worked out. Listen to this.
Under 30 to go. The rematch we have waited 15 years for. Records as well. Chestnut, Kobayashi, both with personal records, but the 16-time champion is going to walk away an apparent winner. There's 10 seconds to go as the fans count it down. 3, 2, 1.
So he's got water dripping down his shirt, all over his face, and he broke his own world record.
I'm not saying this is a negative, but human freaks are amazing. I mean, it's a freakish ability to be able to eat that many hot dogs. I mean, it's an incredible. I'm not saying it's, I'm not saying it's some earth-shattering thing that people's lives are going to be changed because he can do it, but it's amazing that a guy can consume that many hot dogs. And what's so impressive is he's so much better than everyone else. I mean, Kobayashi, by the way, if you've never seen Kobayashi, he's a real little dude. And when he was winning those hot dog eating competitions,
where is he putting it?
In the early 2000s, you were like, how is this guy doing this? Joey Chestnut is the equivalent of Babe Ruth or Wayne Gretzky or Tiger Woods in his prime or Michael Jordan of his thing. He's just so much better than everybody else. And the fact that he was like, yeah, I'm going to try this time. So I'm going to eat 7 more hot dogs than I did before just because I'm getting a lot of money from Netflix.
Well, they definitely elevated each other's performance. They had not been in competition against each other for over 15 years. Now, with that victory, Joey Chestnut earned $100,000 in prize money. He also got that hot dog-shaped trophy and also a World Wrestling Entertainment.
Is it 10 minutes?
Belt.
Is that how long you get to eat?
Is that what it was?
I'm asking. Like,
that was just like the last 30 seconds.
Yeah, but I mean, yes, I know that was not 10 minutes of audio we just played. Is it 10 minutes, Kev?
Yeah, 10 minutes.
Okay. How many hot dogs, Casey? Because you got to eat the bun too, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. How many hot dogs do you think you could eat in 10 minutes?
Maybe 2, maybe 3.
Maybe 2?
We got to have to go in hungry. Yeah.
You're telling me it would take you 5 minutes to eat a hot dog?
Yeah, I'm not gonna. Yeah, that would upset my stomach.
Then you're just not even competing.
You're not even trying. Okay. You're like the kid in Little League who sits in the outfield and picks the grass. You're not even competing.
Right?
You're not even swinging a bat.
Here's my dandelion.
Kev, how many hot dogs do you think you could eat in 10 minutes?
I could probably do at least 10.
With the bun?
I could average 1 a minute.
10? All right, here's
a minute.
Here's what we need to do, and there would have to be money involved in this because you are going to do damage to yourself. Several years ago, when Joey Chestnut came in the radio station, I was filling in. Imagine this, Nigel wasn't at work.
Yeah.
I was filling in on the
Did
Hammer
he
and Nigel
thank
show.
the union member?
And I beat Hammer in a St. Elmo's shrimp eating contest, which it was a huge upset. The fact that I was able to beat Hammer. If we could get a sponsor and there'd be actual money in it, I would have a hot dog eating contest with Hammer. I would love to try to do that and see how many hot dogs you could actually eat in 10 minutes.
Wow, that's an interesting one. Who am I putting my money on for that match? Because you just said you beat him in the shrimp.
Yeah, but that's that hot sauce is involved in it.
He's eating healthy now and working out.
I know, but I mean, I weigh 157 pounds.
Yeah, but Kobayashi's a little guy too.
Right. But so if we could have a sponsor, right, I would have to make actual money to do this because it would do damage to my core. But if
you would push it just so that you could win.
Totally. No, I would go all in on it. I mean, I would not
You'd
eat.
risk it all.
Yeah, no. I bet I could eat. You should be able to eat at least, if you're just stuffing yourself, you should be able to eat at least 3 hot dogs an hour as an untrained person. I'm sorry, a minute.
Yeah, I could see that.
3 hot dogs a minute?
That's 30 hot dogs. You got to dip the water. Because Hammer and his boy had that Oreo eating contest at the state fair, and the problem Chris had was he didn't dip the Oreos in it, or the fried
Soften
Oreos.
It up.
Right. So yeah, totally. I know we got to go to a break, but if somebody wants to sponsor that, and I'm sure Hammer would be down for
open
it too,
to it.
We will have a hot dog eating contest on the air.
Do it for charity. It is Kendall and Casey. It's 93 WIBC.
Coming up on Tony Katz today, 6 hostages murdered by Hamas, and the United States says Israel isn't doing enough. That's after the news at noon on 93 WIBC. Did you know you can now use your own body's healing properties to revitalize your achy joints and get you real lasting pain relief? Tony Katz here. We're talking about QC Kinetics, advanced regenerative medicine. If you're tired of arthritic pain in your knees, your hips, your back, your shoulder, this is something you need to check out. Everybody's talking about regenerative medicine, and the local medical professionals at QC Kinetics are experts in these amazing treatments. You can enhance your joints, improve mobility, and get back to doing the stuff you love without pain and without drugs or surgery or downtime. Under the leadership of Medical Director Dr. Mitchell Scheinkup, QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in this exciting breakthrough using cellular therapies. The consultation is totally free, so call now. Take action to get lasting joint pain relief with help from QC Kinetics. QC Kinetics in Eagle Creek, Greenwood, and Carmel. Call 317-559-PAIN. 317-559-PAIN. QC Kinetics, Eagle Creek, Greenwood, and Carmel. 317-559-PAIN.
Hey guys, it's Rob for Universal Windows Direct, and what an incredible deal going on right now at Universal Windows Direct. At Universal Windows Direct, when you call today, 317-659-7574, 317-659-7574. They've got an incredible deal, and it starts with buy two, get two free. That's right. Buy two, they give you two. Buy two, buy four, buy 20. There is no limit on the buy two, get two free. Also, right now, when you call today, 317-659-7574, 317-659-7574, you're going to get 36 months of 0% financing. That's 3 years. Oh, yes, and on top of the buy two, get two free and 0% financing for 36 months. When you call today, 317-659-7574, and you tell them, hey, Rob Kendall from WIBC told me to call Universal Windows Direct, going to take $250 off your project, just because they like us. Now, some restrictions apply. So to get all the details, call today, 317-659-7574. Tell them Rob sent you.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the third time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. mycomputercareer.edu. Financial aid is available for qualified students, including the GI Bill.
The hot summer and the hot deals are coming at Tom Roush Lincoln. 0% for 60 months is back. Get 0% APR for 60 months on every new 2024 Lincoln Navigator. Plus get an additional $4,000 off MSRP. You can also take $3,000 off every new 2024 Lincoln Corsair 70 available. So get in here for one of those hot summer deals at Tom Roush Lincoln in Fishers.
For well-qualified buyers with approved credit. Not all buyers will qualify. Taxes and dealer fees extra. Stock number L24401. MSRP 107,425. Stock number L24284. MSRP is 43,435. See dealer for complete details.
Guys, if you're middle-aged and wonder why it seems harder to keep up, it may be low T. Testosterone therapy, or TRT, can help you get back to your best. Not just any TRT, not websites offering basic treatments and prices that sound too good to be true. See the provider specialists at Low T Center.
They offer advanced, personalized treatments with over a decade of experience. Start with a simple test and get results in about 25 minutes. LowTCenter.com. Low T Center, reinventing men's healthcare.
David was in big trouble with the IRS.
At first, I didn't owe that much, but after this year, it was out of control.
Then David called Get a Tax Lawyer.
Right away, they were like, oh yeah, looks like you're qualified to save.
Get a Tax Lawyer went to work.
Should have called way sooner.
Get a Tax Lawyer has helped thousands like David fight the IRS and get a fresh start.
Call 800-745-3070. That's 800-745-3070.
You want to listen all day to WIBC, but you don't always have time. Don't worry. There's a podcast for that. The WIBC Mashup. Daily highlights from your favorite hosts. Tony Katz, Kendall and Casey, and Hammer and Nigel. Subscribe wherever you get your podcasts.
So you and I both attended weddings over the weekend, and all I heard the entire way there was, you've had 6 months to get married. You had all of March and June and July and the whole month of August, and you wait until the beginning of college football season to plan your wedding?
Yeah.
Well, the good news was the wedding I attended was over and done by the time Notre Dame started playing.
Oh, so you got home for the Notre Dame game.
Well, we were at the after party, but there was a TV there with the game on. And lo and behold, Notre Dame won.
It did. It was a great day because Notre Dame hit the under, which was my bet on the Degenerates Next Door podcast, which new episode will be out today. 2 episodes now, starting beginning this week. We'll have college football on Tuesdays. We'll have NFL on Thursdays. So I did hit the under on the Degenerates Next Door podcast pick, and Notre Dame won the game.
They did. Now, did you win your Florida State pick as well?
I did not. I stayed off that. Though. Okay, so... no, I did not win or lose. I did not pick the game.
Okay.
Period.
Okay.
Because so what's going on at Florida State is one of the funniest things ever. So the Florida State, everybody said they got screwed last year out of being in the Final Four because a bunch of their players got hurt, even though they won all their games. A bunch of their players got hurt, and the NCAA, the selection committee, just said, "We're not letting you get boat raced once you play a really good team, and we're not subjecting our audience to that." And so this year, Florida State enters as this top 10 team, and everybody's like, this is the year they're going to show everybody. They bring this quarterback in. He was probably best known for, he was most recently at Oregon State, but he was at Clemson before that. And he was this mythical guy who had one great game when Trevor Lawrence was hurt against Notre Dame. And he's been milking it now for like 3 years, and everybody's like, he's not that good. And so the whole internet all offseason was dumping on this guy. And they have now lost their first 2 games, and they got smoked last night by Boston College, who stinks. And now there is a manhunt on the internet because some guy posted on Twitter that he would eat dog crap if Florida State lost that game to Boston College.
Belly up.
So now everybody's trying to find this guy to make him eat dog crap on the internet.
Okay, so they weren't the only ones to lose. LSU, Brian Kelly. I do love this.
Because he was the Notre Dame coach.
Brian Kelly, the former Notre Dame coach, lost another season opener. And now, what? People are saying USC could possibly win the Big Ten. Their first season. Their first season in the conference.
Stop with your ridiculous, nonsensical garbage.
You don't think that's going to happen? Michigan would have something to say about that.
USC has much of a chance of winning the Big Ten as Purdue does, and that is 0. It's going to be Oregon or Ohio State. But, man, college football has been great so far.
Well, how about Brian Kelly getting overheated? Let's take a listen to him pounding on the table really quick.
Disappointing when those guys perform and you don't get a victory.
Hell yes. Hell yes. I mean, and that's what I said to the team. I said, we had some guys played their butts off tonight, and we're sitting here again. We're sitting here again talking about the same things.
Okay,
this is every meeting we have on Wednesdays with Matt and David. That's me. We're sitting here
We're
again.
talking about the same thing. It's the tone, Rob. It's the tone. It's the vocabulary. Okay, so people are worked up about him slamming the desk there. Is this news? Or are people just soft? Is it okay? Or is he just
it's
a losing coach?
It's hilarious because Brian Kelly, and you know this watching him all those years at Notre Dame, Brian Kelly was the best 10-2 coach out there. Like every year, just jot his team down for 10-2 and you'll be in some primetime bowl game. But every game you need to win, the guy's going to pee all over himself. And he did it again. I'm sure it brings you some level of satisfaction. I know it does me.
Oh, he had to go on to bigger and better things at LSU. All right, then. Hey, guess what? You know who did win? Notre Dame won.
That's right. Hey, Casey, coming up at 11 o'clock, we're going to have a fabulous interview. Former Indiana Senator Brent Waltz is going to be with us.
Yep.
He has written a book about going to federal prison, and it is wild beyond belief how he got there, what federal prison was like. That's coming up at 11. 10:15, we got True Crime Tuesday on the way. We got a guy who interviewed BTK. Man, we got a wild couple hours coming up.
It is Kendall and Casey on 93 WIBC.
Are you tired of high cable TV rates? Sign up for Dish today and get a $500 bonus offer while supplies last. Plus, lock in your price for 2 years guaranteed. Call All American Dish, your Dish authorized retailer now.
800-296-1251. 800-296-1251. That's 800-296-1251. Offers require credit qualification, 24-month commitment, early termination fee, and e-auto pay. Restrictions apply. Call for details.
Truck drivers, it's time to drive for a company that values your time. At Midwest Logistics Systems, you'll get home every day and have a predictable Monday through Friday schedule with occasional Saturdays. Plus, you'll enjoy the convenience of driving out and back routes and hauling no-touch, mostly drop-and-hook freight. MLS drivers also earn performance and safety bonuses and have access to a comprehensive benefits package. Explore our selection of local dedicated driving jobs and apply today at MidwestLogisticsSystems.com.
Pat Sullivan here for Hope Plumbing. For 17 years, my friends at Hope Plumbing have treated homes like their very own. With local owners who care deeply about this community, they put your health and safety at the forefront of their business. That's why when I need plumbing help, no matter how big or small, I only call Hope Plumbing. They care about you and your family, which is why I believe they're the very best place to take your plumbing problems. Give them a call at 641-HOPE. That's 641-HOPE or hopeplumbing.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare information guide absolutely free. Call 800-919-3200. 800-919-3200. 800-919-3200.
The best tailgates before the Colts games are back, presented by Real Alternatives. Join us at the tailgate lot at McCarty and Church Street at 10 a.m. before the Colts-Texans game. Admission is free. Ice-cold Bud Light for purchase. Jack Daniels and food trucks. Mingle with the ladies from Twin Peaks and personalities from our station. Sign up to win tickets and upgrades for the game and $100 in Colts cash from Bud Light. No purchase necessary, but you must be present to win. Tailgate with us starting at 10 a.m. at McCarty and Church Street, presented by Real Alternatives.
The financial advisor industry is a flawed system. Find out how to fight back and protect your retirement on Expedition Retirement. Sunday mornings at 7 on WIBC.
Coming up in 2 minutes from the Technology Recyclers Studios. There were lots of cops and fire trucks in Speedway this morning. You'll hear why. What you can expect the weather to do this week, and how one college in Indianapolis says they want to help with childcare. Those stories and much more after Fox News Radio. You're listening to 93 WIBC. WIBC HD1 Indianapolis, and it's 10 o'clock.
It's up to at least 47 deaths in Ukraine. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. After one of Russia's most lethal attacks yet in the war, 2 missiles hit the Poltava region, where President Zelensky says crews are working to pull victims out of the rubble. The number of injured Ukrainians revised up to 206 as Russia's president risks arrest going to Mongolia, which is a member of the International Criminal Court that issued an arrest warrant for Vladimir Putin for war crimes in Ukraine.
Mongolia is duty-bound to arrest their guest, but the Kremlin says it's confident that's not going to happen. This is a country dependent on Russian fuel, energy and patronage. So instead of pulling out the handcuffs, the Mongolians have rolled out the red carpet. An honor guard welcomed President Putin to the capital, Ulaanbaatar.
Fox's Jonathan Savage. It's back to school today at NYU and Columbia University in New York City, which were among the college campuses rocked by pro-Palestinian protests in the spring. And this morning, there are new demonstrations outside the Columbia gates claiming Israel's committing genocide in Gaza. Columbia student Eden Yadiger tells Fox.
These protesters, especially on campuses like mine, have been so empowered in their support for this terrorist organization that you literally have leaders of Hamas and of the Islamic Republic issuing statements of gratitude.
Hamas has warned it could kill more hostages if Israel tries to rescue them days after Hamas murdered 6, including an American. 2 American Marines are back on a Navy ship the day after being attacked in Turkey.
Alarming footage shows one Marine being restrained by a group of men who are shouting, "Yankee, go home," before a bag is put over that U.S. service member's head. Another Marine then runs in to help him. 5 service members intervened. The governor of Izmir says that 15 people have been arrested. They're part of the Youth Union of Turkey. This is a small nationalist anti-American group.
That's Fox's Alex Hogan. America's listening to Fox News.
93 WIBC Mobile News. On the level, on the go.
They took swift action. You've got a clear radar, and it's 63 in the Circle City with highs today in the upper 70s. I'm John Herrick. Here's what's trending at 10:02. A person in Speedway was dealing with a medical emergency this morning.
And that medical emergency caused them to crash the car they were driving. I'm Ryan Hedrick. The crash happened along West 16th and Polko Streets, right by the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Luckily, people were there to help the person get out of the car.
The subject is going to be okay. We want to say thank you to the drivers that witnessed the crash and were able to help save the individual's life.
Lieutenant Jacob McAtee from the Speedway Police. Ryan Hedrick, 93 WIBC Mobile News.
It's been cooling down across Indiana, but it's about to warm back up.
Looking into a little bit of a warming trend as we go towards the middle half of the week, with temperatures getting back into the 80s for tomorrow and Thursday.
Andrew White with the National Weather Service in Indianapolis says high temperatures, though, will struggle to reach the 70s this weekend. The Indiana gas average down 12 cents from this time last week. Gas Buddy says it's now $3.20 a gallon, but it's even less than that at $3.14 in Indianapolis. And Indianapolis College planning to offer a new option for free childcare. Martin University is starting a half-day preschool program next week. It has 2 sessions that are free and open to the public from 8 to noon in one session and 1 to 5 in the other. Registration for the Pre-K Care and Learning Center is open now. And Special Olympics Indiana kicks off its fall competition schedule this weekend in Greenwood with a pair of state championships. Softball is Saturday at Center Grove Lassie League, and golf is Sunday at Hickory Stick Golf Club. I'm John Herrick on the level, on the go, and on WIBC.com. It's 10:04. Kendall and Casey coming back in 1 minute.
Sinus pain. You know it all too well. It's constant. It's frustrating. The pressure, the headaches, the snoring, the constant clogged feeling. You're tired of feeling like this, but you've tried nasal sprays, over-the-counter medicines, even home remedies. No matter what you try, nothing gives you lasting sinus relief. You're tired of missing out and feeling miserable. There is something you can do, something different. Indianapolis Sinus Center. The physicians at Indianapolis Sinus Center have been serving the community with proven treatments for over 50 years. They know what you're going through, and they're standing by ready to offer you the best treatments to provide long-term relief. Breathe better. You don't have to keep suffering from sinus pain. Call Indianapolis Sinus Center today at 317-528-9650 and take the first step toward relief. 317-528-9650. That's 317-528-9650 or go to IndianapolisSinusCenter.com.
You're listening to Rob Kendall.
When we talk about sending money somewhere, we're talking about printing the money because we have no money.
And Casey Daniels.
My government would never lie to me, would they?
On 93 WIBC.
Well, good morning. It is Tuesday, September 3rd. It's 5 minutes after 10 with Kendall and Casey on 93 WIBC. Back after a long holiday weekend, we're playing a little catch up on a few stories. Something that happened over the weekend was Boeing's Starliner craft. Did you hear about that? How they were hearing noises over the weekend? Started making a weird pinging sound. It sounded a little bit like submarine radar.
Who's flying anything or doing anything with Boeing at this point?
Exactly. And especially NASA, right?
Like if I told you, I was talking to a guy over the weekend. I bartended a big private party, and it was awesome and a lot of fun, and tons of great WIBC listeners there, and had a blast. And I was talking to this guy who every year he's retired, and every year he spends a month or 2 months in another country. Like he just goes, flies, he's got money, disposable income, no kids, no wife. So he just goes and literally will fly across the world and take a 2-month long vacation, 1 month long vacation in another country. And I was asking him about flying to Tokyo because he said, he went somewhere off of a flight to Tokyo. And I said, well, what's a flight to Tokyo like? And he details how, I said, man, I'd be super nervous about going over those bodies of water, right? And he goes, no. He goes, they fly up like the coast of Canada and stuff, so they're always near land. So if they got to make some sort of emergency landing, they can. It's not exactly the way you think of it. But I said, well, like, what plane do you fly? And he goes, Boeing. And I was like, you're getting on a Boeing plane and going to Tokyo? I wouldn't get on a Boeing plane to go to Crawfordsville. Like, much less all the way to freaking Tokyo. And he's like, it'd be fine. No big deal. There's no way I'd get on a Boeing airplane.
Well, all the way to Tokyo. How about all the way in space, even farther away? Here's no emergency landings there. So Butch Wilmore, he's one of the astronauts who's stuck on the International Space Station. He recorded this noise, and NASA has now confirmed what the noise is, but let's take a listen.
Hear that? Negative, Butch. We did not hear anything. All right, Butch, that one came through.
Yep.
It was kind of like a pulsing noise, almost
Pause. That's exactly how all the Alien movies start.
Do
right?
you hear the strange noise?
Can you play that again? That's exactly how all the Alien movies with Sigourney Weaver and Bill Paxton and all those guys. That's exactly what the Alien. Can you play that again?
Anything?
Yeah.
First contact.
All right, Butch, that one came through. It was kind of like a pulsing noise, almost like a sonar ping.
Yeah, I'll do it one more time, and I'll let y'all scratch your heads to see if you figure out what's going on. Here we go.
Yeah, can you come get me? Can you come get me now?
So what was it? Did they say?
They said it was feedback from a speaker. So that's the loop, the feedback loop, which I guess if you're in space, that's what it sounds like.
So these poor people are stuck up there till February, maybe?
When Elon Musk is going to go get them, or at least his company.
I had an aneurysm that time I was stuck on the elevator for 20 minutes.
Don't ever become an astronaut then, Rob.
You know, I was this same dude who does this, that was doing this trip to Tokyo, was telling me that his job, he was a geologist. That's the people that study the ground, right? Geologist. Yeah.
Rocks.
Yeah. And then he became a hydrologist. And his job for the federal government is like he went down into caves. And I was asking him, I was like, yeah, I've been in a cave before, like one of those underground boat, whatever things. And I was just about ready to have a full-fledged panic attack. And I said, I can't imagine, that's a highly scripted dugout. Hey, we're doing tours, and that'd be really bad if people ended up dead sort of thing. So your relatively high level of safety. I said, you were, exploring down in these places, or you'd go with explorers? And he's like, yeah. I said, what was that like? He said, well, I watched some people freak out, down there. But, I just kind of laid there and thought, could be worse, and I was fine. I was just laughing because I was thinking it really does tell you how different people are wired and how different we are as human beings, that people can be put in the exact same situation and handle it just
totally differently.
So these astronauts, you and I are like, oh my gosh.
No way.
And they're probably like, well, okay, we'll see you guys in February.
So my brother-in-law works for Boeing. I've tried to get him on the show before, and he's like, nope, I'm good. Can't. Nope. I want to stay employed.
Yeah, why would any
And then I tried to shame him and call him a chicken.
Yeah,
and
that didn't work?
Didn't work either. No.
I mean, the Boeing thing is a train wreck,
Yeah.
but, whatever.
You know what else is a train wreck? How do you like this segue? Your governor has come out and said that he will not pardon Jamie Null.
Okay, so he was in some, as he does best, he was in some foreign country, not serving the people of Indiana.
Correct. He was in Slovakia.
I mean, he lives to leave the country. Have you ever seen somebody claim they want to run a state and then spend as much time not only out of the state but out of the country as Eric Holcomb?
Yeah.
I mean, it's too bad we don't just leave him there. I mean, our state would have been so much better off if, he'd have gotten stuck, say, in Tokyo, or wasn't he in the desert at some point? Wasn't it on a camel or something? I mean, it's just too bad we couldn't have just left him over there. But I don't know. He was on one of these, his favorite thing, which is to get out of. By the way, I saw in my Facebook memories, it was the third, now this was before you got here, but it was the 3rd year anniversary of when we got those exclusive photos of hypocrite health commissioner, Dr. Box, gynecologist,
yes.
Who was not wearing a mask at her kid's wedding
but finger pointing to you, saying that you had to.
So the timeline on this was great. I mean, and I remember people going, "That's not Dr. Box." All these people in the media tried to refute me, and then finally, okay, I guess you're right, because they so desperately wanted her not to be a complete and utter hypocrite, and I was the last person they wanted to have to admit was right, but it was. So if you remember the timeline, and this is the hypocrisy of these people, right? So remember, Lockdown McGee had some big press conference about masking and social distancing, and then jaunts down to his taxpayer-funded cabin and takes that photo with the strangers, the selfie without wearing a mask. And then and this is what set me off. So I had that photo well in advance of publishing it. And I didn't want to push it out there because I thought, well, I don't know, it's kind of, I don't know. She's kind of being a hypocrite because she told every other people, but maybe she changed her mind and maybe she's past masking, and I don't know. But she had been at that wedding not wearing the mask, and then went out on statewide television and started finger wagging at people again about masking. I said, oh, heck no. I've got this photo of you lying sack of you-know-what, and I put it out there, and it's been 3 years ago. So the reminder to everybody, Holcomb, Dr. Box, gynecologist, all these people, they're full of crap. Nothing they did prevented anybody from dying. All he did was wreck your existence. And Holcomb still is wrecking people's existences. And so what? He was somewhere. Where was he?
He was in Slovakia. Isn't that what it's called? Yeah, he was in Slovakia. And he was commenting on Jamie Null, and he said that never once did he utter an unethical word to me during their friendship. But he went on to say that the decision to pardon Jamie Null would be left up to his successor.
Okay, so let's talk about him saying Null didn't utter any unethical words, okay? So everybody knew about Null's illegitimate child. I knew about it. If I knew about it, and I'm certainly not friends with Jamie Null. I probably talked to Jamie Null 2 or 3 times in my entire life, if that. I know one time I did. There's no way Holcomb didn't know about this illegitimate child. Now, when we say illegitimate, we mean a child out of wedlock. Every child is precious, and every baby born is a gift, and blah, 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 before people start in on me. But this child that he had out of wedlock with this woman, if I knew about it, there's no way Holcomb didn't know about it. Is that ethical? Is that ethical behavior? Having a child out of wedlock while you're married, right? Is that ethical? Cut the crap, Eric. Nobody believes that you didn't know something was going on. The man was living close to $3 million above his means.
He said, per Indiana code, there's a process and a pardoning process. It has to unfold and occur, and that includes the sentencing, the duration of the time served, what the crime was, what the conviction actually is. And in this case, from what I've read, that's a quote, from what I've read, this would be way after my term is concluded. So he sidestepped being involved in any way.
So when we had Sean Bostic on, who's covered the Null saga down there in southern Indiana for decades, he laid out in great detail. People have known what a greaseball and dirt scumbag Jamie Null is for years. For years, anybody who remotely pays attention to Indiana politics and government. I met the guy the one time at a McDonald's, Casey, and I remember leaving there and telling the auditor, there's something really off about that guy, and you ought not associate with him ever again. I don't know what it is, but that whole thing was weird, and let's never do that ever again.
Your gut was telling you something.
So if I knew that, you're going to tell me his best friend and close. People act like, Holcomb tries to act like, me know nothing. We just kind of casual friends. We attend some political functions together. He ran your campaign, idiot. Like the idea you didn't know that this guy was living millions of dollars above his means?
Well, it's going to be out of his control. He's not going to have the opportunity to pardon his ex-BFF.
The question to the media now is, will you this guy just lied right to your face. Will you accept the lie that he just told you, which is he didn't know anything was going on? Will you continue to give this guy a free pass being the governor, or will you drill down into this? Because no reasonable person, now, did he know to the full extent? Did he know exactly what? Who knows? But no, he is insulting you And are you just going to shovel the crap this guy's throwing down your throat, or are you going to do something about it and get to the bottom of it?
It is True Crime Tuesday, and we're going to speak about BTK.
So Scott Bond, our friend of the show, he has written a book about serial killers, and he is going to be with us to talk about his correspondence with BTK.
Yep, that's coming up next on 93 WIBC.
Tony Katz.
We assume that you have one of those kind of soaking tubs.
Oh, you're talking about like up at the Coco Motel. The Kokomo there.
The Coco Motel?
Yep.
Please tell me there's a real place called the Coco Motel.
There is, yeah. I don't know if it's still there or not, but it used to be.
How was I not notified?
How have you not stayed there?
The Coco Motel?
Yeah.
Do you ever wonder how we're still on the air?
No.
Tony Katz, mornings 6 to 9 on 93 WIBC and WIBC.com.
Transform your home with Galaxy Concrete Coatings. Say goodbye to cracked, stained floors and hello to durable, stunning surfaces that last. Their cutting-edge technology ensures a beautiful finish every time, and you get to pick out from their many colors. Upgrade your home today like I did. Galaxy Concrete Coatings. They're for garage floors, driveways, pool decks, and patios. They come with a lifetime warranty and one-day professional installation. Call now for a free estimate. 877-417-0635. They're also online at galaxyconcretecoatings.com.
Kendall and Casey present True Crime Tuesday on 93 WIBC.
Casey, it's that time.
It is. It's Tuesday, and you know what we do on Tuesdays? We send chills down your spine.
Oh, man, that's such a great tease. It's True Crime Tuesday, where we explore incredible stories about crime across the fruited plain. And Casey, I got to admit, our guest today is here by request. My request.
Yes, I know, because last time we had him on, it was amazing.
Yeah, his name is Scott Bond, and he is the author of the popular best-selling book, Why We Love Serial Killers, The Curious Appeal of the World's Most Savage Murderers. And in our interview with him last time, he talked about many of the serial killers, or some of them, that he has had. Is it privilege? I don't know if privilege is the distinction. How about that?
There we go.
Of actually interviewing. And I said, oh my gosh, we've got to spend episodes talking about some of the most famous names in crime. And this week, Scott has agreed to join us once again to talk about his interactions with Dennis Rader, better known as BTK.
Yeah, Scott. So you are a producer, a TV commentator. You have a podcast. You speak in public about this. You've written many books. So educate our audience on BTK.
It would be my pleasure, and thank you for having me back again. I'm excited to talk about this. And, where should we start? There's so much to talk about. I guess we should start by describing his incredible narcissism, because he had the audacity to actually give himself his own brand name. And I call it a brand name because, it has been now used in all forms of media to tell his story. And he called himself Bind, Torture, Kill, or BTK for short, because that is what he did to his victims. And he gave himself that name because he wanted notoriety. And actually, after his first few murders in Wichita, Kansas, which is where his hunting ground was, he wasn't satisfied with the level of attention or publicity, if you will, that he was getting in the news. So he wrote a letter to the news media saying, how many people do I have to kill before I get a little attention around here? That's how incredibly narcissistic this guy is.
Now BTK is interesting because he quit for a large period of time, or it's believed he quit. And then he sort of came back and ultimately did himself in by believing the cops when he asked them, if I send you something, will you be able to trace it? They told him, no, of course not. And then, of course, they were able to trace it. It's really an incredible story because of the length of time he went in between murders.
That's right. He went sometimes years, as you said, in between murders, which is almost unheard of in the serial killer world, because if anything, they tend to escalate over time. And that period in between their murders, which, by the way, is known as the cooling off period in between murders, which is where they come down from the psychological and adrenaline high of killing and blend back into what at least outwardly seems like a normal life. Well, it typically is weeks, perhaps months, but in his case, it was actually years, and it's almost unheard of. I mean, even the most well-known killers like Ted Bundy and Jeffrey Dahmer, they escalated over time. They didn't de-escalate; they escalated. So he really is an outlier there. And in fact, I talk about this in my live show, by the way, that he had several techniques that allowed him to have these long cooling off periods. And one of them had to do with the type of jobs that he held. You see, Rader, it's important to understand, he falls into a category of serial killer known as a power and control killer. So for him, it was about the decision and believing that he had the authority to extinguish human life. It wasn't the killing per se that gave him his thrills. It was all of the planning, the thought process, the fantasy, even the abduction and torture of the individual that gave him his thrills in killing, which is incredible to think about, but it's true. And so as a power and control killer, he needed that domination and that authority. Well, he was able to exercise it in his normal life as Dennis Rader through several jobs that he held. For example, incredible as it might seem, he was at one time an inspector for AD home security system.
Wow.
Yeah, that's right. He was a government person too, wasn't he?
Yeah. Oh, that happened later. Yes. He dreamed. He told me that he dreamed of being a homicide detective, which is interesting because he was the opposite. He was the killer, but he also dreamed of being a homicide detective, and he didn't quite make that, but he did carry a badge in Kansas. He became a compliance officer for the city, which meant they would send him out, and he could come to your house and tell you to put your dog on a leash, keep it from barking, trim your trees, cut your lawn, things like that. And see, these jobs gave him that sense of authority that he needed, that he craved. And so by having these jobs, it scratched that itch that he had for authority, and that would delay his killings for extensive periods of time. But the one that really did it, the one that really scratched that itch, and this is really, disgusting to think about, but he engaged in something that's known as autoerotic fantasy. Mm-hmm. And what that involved is this. When he felt that craving coming up inside of him, and he actually gave it a name. He didn't know why he had this inside of him, but when it came over him, he called it Factor X, and it was almost like this hunger that would rise up inside of him. And when he had it, he would then sometimes engage in this autoerotic fantasy process that involved the following. He had a box that he kept hidden in his house that was filled with trophies from his victims, clothing, jewelry, IDs, all kinds of personal items. And he would then dress up dolls, life-size sex dolls, in this paraphernalia, and he would then vividly reenact through fantasy the killings once again. And he would engage in fantasy abduction and torture and bondage and fetishism and strangulation and ultimately masturbation. And this would give him that sense of satisfaction that he craved. And so he was able to delay the killings for long, long periods of time.
Scott Bond is our guest. He's the author of the popular book, Why We Love Serial Killers, The Curious Appeal of the World's Most Savage Murderers. Scott talking with us today about his interactions with Dennis Rader, better known as BTK, one of the world's most famous serial killers. How did you get access to Dennis Rader?
Well, it actually was remarkably easy. And as I was writing this book, I realized that if I wanted to really write an all-encompassing book about serial killers' motivations, why they do what they do, and also the public's fascination with him, I ultimately would have to go to the serial killers themselves. And I went to Dennis Rader first and foremost because he was very aware, or I sensed that he was very aware, that he was acting on a public stage. In other words, he, as I said earlier, he was demanding attention. He knew people were watching him, and he loved it. So I wrote to him, and I asked him why. And I played sort of Clarice Starling to his Hannibal Lecter. Teach me, oh wise one. I'm here to learn from you. And of course, I was a college professor, a tenured professor at the time, so that was, that appealed to his narcissism, that a professor is, interested in him. He wrote back immediately. I mean, if he had gotten on a horse and rode his answer back to me, he couldn't have gotten to me any quicker.
Yeah, so you played to his ego. He definitely wanted to talk and tell you everything he knew, didn't he?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. And I sensed that. I knew that he had tremendous, ego and narcissism, so I appealed to it, and he ate it up like catnip.
Were you on the phone with him, or these interviews in person?
No, these were through the mail, extensive letter correspondence over a period of years. Because you see, he's in even to this day, he is in protective custody. He's in solitary confinement, 23 hours a day, locked down. He sees nobody except the guard that is assigned to him, and that's because he doesn't play nicely with others. And there's also an excellent chance that he would be murdered, just like Jeffrey Dahmer was, if he was in public circulation.
How is he eventually caught?
Well, as Rob was saying earlier, it was through his own incredible egomania and narcissism. He had been corresponding with the police lieutenant who was heading up the manhunt for him for years, and they would go back and forth. And in Rader's mind, they had developed a professional bond. So he, in his wildest dreams, could not imagine that Ken Landwehr, which was his name, sadly he passed away a few years ago, would lie to him. And so BTK is not the most, he's an older guy. He's not very tech savvy. So he asked Ken, he said, if I send you a floppy disk, because this was some years ago, so it was still when we were using floppy disks, he said, now, there's no way you could trace any information that's deleted off of that, is there? And Ken said, no, absolutely not. We could never do something like that. So sure enough, he sends this floppy disk with some information on it that he wanted Ken to see to play his little game. Well, deleted on this floppy disk was Dennis Rader, president of the Lutheran Church congregation, and the address of the church.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, and I don't mean this to be crass or it's going to sound insensitive, but it's sort of just an underwhelming end for a guy that there was so much intrigue all those years about, in the sense of, like, he just did himself in. You would expect some sort of standoff or some great detective work that he did himself in.
Well, but see that, I agree with you, but that gets again to the irony of this and the principles that Rader thought he was playing by. You see, he considered him a professional and in almost like a partnership with the police. And in fact, he said that when he met Ken face to face in their first sit down after he was arrested, he said, Ken, how could you lie to me? We're professionals. We have a relationship. How could you lie to me?
Wow. Thought we had an understanding. Well, you can hear more stories like this with Scott and his live show. Tell us about that. You're going to be in Indianapolis on October 11th.
That is right. I'm going to be at the Schrott Center, and I can't wait to meet the true crime fans there in Indianapolis. And tickets are going very fast, by the way, and a lot of thanks to you folks. I really appreciate your interest in what I'm doing. But to answer your question, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take our audience inside the minds of some of the most diabolical characters of all time. Many of them are well known, like BTK, and so he's a perfect example. And so the first half of my show, or the first act, I should say, involves several case histories where I go in depth into the development of the morbid and pathological thinking of these individuals, how they evolved, how they did what they did, and my actual involvement with them and these cases. So that constitutes act number one, which is riveting. I have so many stories and unique anecdotes that you're not going to hear anywhere else except in my show. And then in act number two, what I do is that is primarily devoted to a question and answer session where I answer the questions from the audience that night that they pose to me and submit at the beginning of the show. And typically I will get hundreds of questions. We can't even get to them all. And so we do our best. And it's unique every night because there's always different questions, and I love it. It's an opportunity to get up close and personal with the audience, and we have a tremendous amount of fun with that. And there's multimedia, there's video, there's a lot of things. So it's I like to think, a pretty exciting show.
ButlerArtsCenter.org is where you can get tickets, ButlerArtsCenter.org. Scott, we'll have you back on before the event, though, because there's so many serial killers that you have talked to that we are fascinated to learn more about. Scott Bond, thank you, my friend.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Yeah, you too. Always a fascinating conversation with him. It is True Crime Tuesday on 93 WIBC.
93 WIBC Mobile News. On the level. On the go.
How a person was saved. You've got a cloudy sky, and it's 63 degrees in downtown Indy. I'm John Herrick. Here's what's trending at 10:32. Someone in a car crashed in Speedway this morning.
There was a crash at the intersection of 16th and Polko that struck the traffic light and power line.
Lieutenant Jacob McAtee with the Speedway Police Department says it appears the driver had some kind of medical emergency, which caused them to crash, and the car caught fire, but other witnesses in the area stepped up to save the driver. A 17-year-old accused of shooting San Francisco 49ers rookie Ricky Pearsall will find out what charges he will face this week. Sergeant Joelle Harrell was in Union Square when she heard the gunfire. She rushed to him, and Pearsall asked her if he was going to die. This was her response.
I said to him, listen, look at me. I know you don't know me, but I want you to trust me. It's not your time.
Pearsall was shot in the chest. He's recovering at home, and he'll miss at least 4 weeks of his first NFL season. Today is National Welsh Rarebit Day. Sounds fancy, but it's not. It's hot cheese sauce poured over toast that dates back to at least 1725. At one point, it was called Welsh Rabbit, but there's no bunny in it. Never has been. It's a staple in taverns because it's unstuffy, cheesy, vegetarian, and oh so good. I'm John Herrick, on the level, on the go, and on WIBC.com.
Honey, is our car still under warranty?
No, not anymore.
My sister just got an extended service plan from Ox Car Care.
Ox Car Care?
Yeah, Ox will cover our repair bills if anything happens to our car, new brakes, a transmission, AC, or engine problems. Plus, Ox Car Care offers free oil changes, tire rotation, and roadside assistance.
Wait a minute, we pay nothing on the repairs? Ox gets it fixed for us? Free oil changes, free tire rotation, and free roadside assistance? What's the number?
800-278-7239. Ox has a 30-day money-back guarantee and an A-plus rating with the Better Business Bureau. They handle their claims from start to finish, unlike other warranty companies. We should call now. 800-278-7239.
The last thing we need is an unexpected car repair bill. I'm calling Ox Car Care now.
Call Ox Car Care for your free quote. 800-278-7239. Ask about senior and military discounts. Don't get stuck with a major car repair bill. Call Ox Car Care, 800-278-7239, or go to oxcarcare.com.
When it's time to renovate, it's time to call Booher, B-O-O-H-E-R, BooherRemodeling.com, because it's about the process. It's about dealing with professionals who are with you every step of the way, communicating how things work. The best craftsmen and professionals who have been doing kitchens and bathrooms in Indianapolis for 2 decades. Talk to Booher Remodeling today about how they work and why it will work for you and your new kitchen. Call 317-852-5546, 852-5546, or online at Booher, B-O-O-H-E-R, BooherRemodeling.com.
Mom, meet Sarah.
From first-time Nana moments.
Welcome to Flight 101.
To annual girls trip moments.
Your can't-miss moments are worth protecting against RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or severe diabetes, you're at higher risk of landing in the hospital from RSV. And there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com.
So where should we go next?
Sponsored by Pfizer.
Go where the pros go. Drexel Interiors. For 1951 cabinetry, visit Drexel's Kitchen and Bath Design Centers at 146th and River Road, North Shadeland, or DrexelIN.com.
Fellas, if you've noticed lack of energy or motivation and drive, it could be low T. Get checked by the experts at Low T Center. They have over a decade of experience helping patients with testosterone therapy or TRT.
For established patients, they offer the convenience of physician-monitored at-home treatments with advanced, personalized plans that include both lab testing and self-inject medication. Low T Center ships directly to your door. LowTCenter.com. Book now. Get that appointment. Low T Center, reinventing men's healthcare.
Kick off fall with Labor Day deals at Lowe's. Right now, buy one, get one free on select interior paint via Lowe's gift card rebate for your next paint project. Plus, My Lowe's Rewards members save more on select 1.5 pint or 1 quart mums. Get 5 for just $10. Shop these can't-miss deals today before they're gone. Lowe's knows home improvement. Valid through 9/4 while supplies last. More terms and restrictions apply. Program subject to terms and conditions. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change. See lowes.com/rebates for details.
As our loved ones age, ensuring their safety at home becomes a top priority. This is Tina McIntosh, president of Joy's House and co-host of the Caregiver Crossing radio program. I'll be right back with some practical things you can do to reduce the possibility of a fall or injury.
At Cardon Senior Living Communities, you'll find our teams share a commitment to enhancing the lifestyle and well-being of the people we serve every day at every stage of life.
Removing tripping hazards such as rugs and floor clutter is one way to prevent or minimize falls around the home. Another is to position grab bars in the restroom and other common areas where your loved one may need some extra support. Contact your local area agency on aging to inquire about low-cost or free installation services. More tips like this are available anytime at caregivercrossingradio.org. With new weekly content created by Joy's House and distributed in partnership with Network Indiana, we're an on-air and online support group for Hoosier family caregivers. Hear conversations with experts, access a library of online education, and more at caregivercrossingradio.org.
It's not too late to get the backyard of your dreams this year. Expand your living space with an Indy Decorative Concrete patio. Indy Decorative Concrete, the patio experts. Big enough to service, small enough to care.
You're listening to the Kendall and Casey Show on 93 WIBC. It's time to hear from you. Kendall and Casey present Voicemails. Brought to you by QC Kinetics for non-surgical regenerative medicine treatment at 317-559-PAIN.
The phone number, 317-684-8444, if you'd like to get involved. So we were talking earlier this morning about how Kamala Harris has raised some eyebrows during her Labor Day rally in Detroit. She unveiled what a lot of people are calling a new accent.
You better thank a union member for vacation time.
You better thank a union member. So our first voicemail is about unions.
Good morning, one all. Hey, the comments that Cruella made about the unions, so funny. Not true. I work for a non-union LTL company here in Indianapolis. I get vacations, PTO time. We have a great culture. We get profit-sharing checks twice a year. They do so many things for us. We got excellent benefits. The list goes on and on. And we did that without a union. I'm sure unions have their place, but I, for one, was a Teamster for 5 years. Teamsters 135 out of Indianapolis, and they suck. I'll be honest with you. You know, look at the hundreds of LTL trucking, union trucking companies that have gone out in the last 3 decades, 4 decades. You can go back, hundreds of them. Where were the unions for their union people that paid dues and everything to be a union member? Not worth it. They lost their jobs and they had to go out and find another job. Most of them went to non-union trucking jobs. So anyway, that's just my take. Have a good one. Bye.
Yeah, they also sometimes tend to enforce a very rigid work environment with rules and demanding higher wages, which of course can often pass that cost on to the consumer. And many times the benefits will exceed the going market rate as well.
What's next?
Okay, we got another phone call about Governor Holcomb's vacation. I'm sorry. Business trip.
Hey, Kendall and Casey. The governor is on his last round of free vacations on the state. Give me a break. He is out there. He'll talk 5 minutes about business, and the rest is his free vacation on us. You know, we all used to do that on business meetings. You go into a restaurant, talk about business for 5 minutes, and write the whole bill off, saying it was a business meeting when you're really there for pleasure. So, you know, he's not fooling anybody. He just does it on a bigger scale than other people do. So have a good vacation on us, Governor. I hope you're having a good time because we're going broke here in Indiana.
Okay, so he said that he's not going to be a lame duck. He's got 136 days left and 3,200 hours. He's going to get something done.
Well, it is interesting how the guy seems to be completely out of touch with regular people. I mean, it really is fascinating. When you get right down to it, you have a guy who is governor who appears to be completely out of step with where regular humans are and what they're experiencing. And he has totally embedded himself with a very elite, top flight, largely business and commerce driven group of individuals. And everything he does and every decision he makes caters to those people. I mean, he has no regard or empathy or anything for what he has done and this state has done and this Republican Party has done to regular people the last 7.5 years that he's been governor. It's fascinating because he was a Mitch Daniels guy. And Mitch Daniels was great at details. Mitch Daniels was a very detail-driven person, and Eric Holcomb likes the idea of being governor. He doesn't like the idea of working as governor other than to benefit a very select group of people.
So we're having another bathroom issue. I know you're surprised to hear about that. Apparently it's flooding again in the hallway. Somebody wanted to call and comment about that.
Yeah, this is a message for Casey. Please stop using the men's bathroom. Goodbye.
There is no way I'm going near the men's bathroom. It wasn't me. I sound like Shaggy. It wasn't me. All right, here's a phone call about college football.
Hi, Rob. It's Dean Niederberger. Last week, you guys actually had a segment on Saturday, October 12th, being the worst day to get married for college football. And I just want you to know that that's actually the day that I am getting married. So you can now say you know someone who's getting married on the worst day to get married in college football.
Well, good luck with that. Hopefully you have a good attendance. So everybody's saying don't get married that weekend because there's a lot of big games. Ohio State versus Oregon, Texas and Oklahoma play, Ole Miss and LSU, and then Penn State and USC are going against each other.
And how about this weekend, Casey? Now, I'm torn on this.
Yeah.
The big game is Michigan and Texas. Texas is a 7.5-point favorite at Michigan, which is a colossal amount of points. Texas is a 7.5-point favorite. It started a week ago at 3.
Yeah.
It's now 7.5. The over is 44.5, which is really, really low, but both of those defenses are pretty good. I don't know. I'm going to have to pick one of these coming up on the Degenerates Next Door podcast, which will come out later today.
So Michigan, they were the Big Ten champs last year. Did they have a lot of seniors that left?
Well, they obviously lost Harbaugh, and then their quarterback was whatever he was, the 9th or 10th pick or whatever he was in the draft. And they've got a new coach, and they didn't look very good a week ago. But it's at Michigan. 7.5 is a lot, but Texas is really good. I don't know. Whatever I pick, I'm sure I'll just take myself in the wrong direction.
It's one of those intangibles that you have to qualify when you're placing your pick.
Speaking of intangibles, you know who has plenty of intangibles?
Jason Hammer.
That's correct.
Yeah, he's next on 93 WIBC. Rob, here's the question of the day. Are you within 5 years of filing for Social Security?
Do I look like it, or am I actually 5 years away? I mean,
Are
it's
you
a big
actually?
question. No. Look, I'm very youthful, Casey, but thank you for asking.
Well, get this, 96% of Americans, 96% forfeit an average of $111,000 in Social Security income, and it's all because they file for their benefits at the wrong time.
Learn how you could avoid this with a free, customized Social Security analysis. It's from Bill Demery, your retirement guy here in Indy.
If you've saved more than $200,000 for retirement and have not filed for Social Security, schedule your free analysis now by calling 317-932-9912.
You know, for some people, filing for Social Security early could result in more net income in retirement.
This free analysis pinpoints exactly how you can get the most income from Social Security. Call today, 317-932-9912. That's Bill Demery at 317-932-9912.
Tuesday on the Tony Kinnacast. Welcome to September. As Brazil bans Twitter X nationwide under its socialist regime, the Harris campaign here at home desperately tries to prepare for the upcoming presidential debate. Tune in at 7 p.m. right here, the live streams on the Daily Signals, X, and YouTube, and the podcast anytime.
According to a 2023 Gallup poll, 71% of non-retired adults are worried about retirement saving. At Howard Bailey Financial, we don't believe retiring with confidence should be guesswork. In fact, our mission is to help you gain clarity and purpose and elevate meaning in your life through personal and practical financial strategies. That's why we provide our Retire with Purpose toolkit at no cost. In it, you'll find valuable information on minimizing taxes, maximizing Social Security, and building a retirement income you won't outlive. To receive your complimentary toolkit, text CLARITY to 866-482-9559. Take a step toward a more confident retirement with Howard Bailey Financial and text CLARITY to 866-482-9559.
This endorsement was not provided by a client of Howard Bailey. This individual was compensated for this endorsement. For more information, visit howardbailey.com/TS1.
When you have a stuffy nose, life can be a bit unpleasant. Some live every day with a stuffy nose, and that can make life downright miserable. I'm Dr. Madan Kandula with Advent, where we are committed to eliminating your nasal breathing problems with simple in-office procedures like balloon sinuplasty, which requires no surgical cuts, little to no downtime, and can have you breathing better in less than 30 minutes. At Advent, we understand your inability to breathe freely limits your quality of life, and that's why we continue to pioneer the most advanced in-office procedures that have made our practice a global destination for those seeking to live their highest quality of life. Visit AdventKnows.com to see if you're a candidate for the balloon sinuplasty procedure. Because Advent knows when you breathe well, you live better.
Breathe well with simple solutions. Breathe well with simple solutions. AdventKnows.com.
Results may vary.
It's Terry Stacy, a customer of Premier Deck Coating, and they've changed our life when it comes to saving us time and money, preparing and protecting our deck year after year. Premier Deck Coating is the ultimate deck protection, sister company of Rhino Shield, locally owned. Right now, we've got black walnuts that fall from the trees that normally used to stain the deck, but no more now that we have Premier Deck Coating. It has completely transformed our deck with their special formulated product, and it's backed by a 10-year warranty. They came in, they sanded all the walking surfaces, they repaired the damaged boards, and then they applied their Protect Deck and Railing coating, and that repels mold and moisture, and it resists scratches, and it keeps our deck looking great for years to come. They can also do fences and pergolas, too. And listen to this. Right now, they're able to offer affordable monthly payments with 0% interest loans and no payments until next year to qualified customers. Premier Deck Coating, the ultimate deck protection. We love what they were able to do for us. For a free quote, visit PremierDeckCoating.com.
Life insurance is one of those things that just about everybody needs, but few people actually have. Hey, if you die unexpectedly without life insurance, guess what? You'll leave your family with even a bigger mess. Life insurance will help replace your family's income. It'll help cover burial expenses. Life insurance can even help pay off debt like credit cards and medical bills. Life insurance can even pay for college. And if you own a business and you die, life insurance can help your business from collapsing. It can even help cover estate taxes. Life insurance has never been more affordable and needed. Plus, you can always shop around even if you have a plan and save some money. So call the Life Insurance Quote Line right now for free pricing information.
800-917-8730. 800-917-8730. 800-917-8730. That's 800-917-8730.
Mommy, want to play a game with me and Dad?
Mommy's not feeling good.
You need to vaporize that cold.
Vaporize?
Yeah, with Dayquil VapoCool. It's Dayquil plus a rush of Vicks vapors.
Whoa.
Come on, honey. Let's let Mommy rest.
You guys are amazing. And so is Dayquil VapoCool.
Dayquil VapoCool, the vaporizing daytime coughing, aching, fever, power through your day medicine. And to vaporize sore throat pain, try Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
There he is from the #1 rated Hammer and Nigel program. Jason Hammer in the studio. Did you have a good holiday weekend?
I did, because I bought an item from the Hammer and Nigel Show merchandise store.
Nice.
Store.hammerandnigel.com. Got the Hammer and Nigel hoodie for the coupon lady. So fall is coming. Get your big, comfortable hoodies.
You're ready.
And get ready to rock and roll.
You were in Brownsburg over the weekend, and you didn't even tell me.
I told the coupon lady we should stop by and visit Rob. And she said, no, you talk to him enough through the week. He takes enough of your time. We're going home.
You're mine right now.
You were at the Premier Arms.
Yes, it was awesome. Had a good time out there. Bought another little something. So now if anybody wants to try to get cute with the coupon lady, she can go full Dirty Harry.
I picture you guys, because you got that bar on your porch there. I picture you guys having the coupon lady having a couple of cocktails and then going all Yosemite Sam, letting everybody know Mama's strapped.
Somebody comes walking up the porch to try to sell something. She just casually puts it on her lap. The house you're looking for is back the way you came.
She's like Clint Eastwood in that movie where he's the old man with the gun on, get off my lawn.
Gran Torino.
Gran Torino. Yes, thank you.
Solid movie. But no, this weekend was a lot of college football stuff. The Degenerates Next Door dropping a new podcast this afternoon. And again, some good games this weekend. But I'm going to have it out with the gambling gods.
Oh, yeah.
It's almost going to be like Lieutenant Dan when he's on that boat, having a conversation with God. It's a showdown, the gambling gods and me, because I got done dirty by a couple games this weekend. From the Minnesota kicker to whatever happened in that TCU final minute and the opening drive, I got a little beef with the gambling gods. So we'll have that. Plus, Rob, still trying to figure out which direction you're going to go, Michigan, Texas.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. I didn't have a great week. Like, I wasn't going to go in the Gambling Hall of Fame, but I beat you. And that's really my goal each week. So after 2 weeks of college football, I have a one bet lead. This Texas thing's really got me screwy because 44.5 sounds really low, but both of these defenses are really good.
Right. And Michigan is a tough place to play. I mean, it's the big house. So if you're looking to take the underdog here, maybe you look at the total and the points.
Ooh, a little part. You want to get nuts?
Maybe. Maybe.
Because Michigan is a 7.5 point underdog at home, which is insane.
Right. But Michigan lost an awful lot of dudes.
Yep.
They lost their coach. And Texas is basically bringing everybody back. They lost some, NFL guys, but they brought a lot of dudes back, including Quinn Ewers.
How about Notre Dame?
Yeah.
How about Notre Dame?
So are they good offensively? That's the question. Because Texas A&M, another hard place to play. College Station, when that place gets rocking, it's an environment. But do they have the offense to get over the hump?
They're not great, but their schedule stinks. I mean, they're pretty much in the clear now.
Right. It's gravy for them now.
Now, we've talked about this every single year. There's always some game
that they should win.
Right. And they lose, and then we're looking at each other like, what what happened.
Right.
It was.
It's hard to tell if Clemson is any good or not because Georgia is really good, and they beat the heck out of them.
Yeah.
But Georgia beats the heck out of a lot of people.
Does Notre Dame play USC at the end this year? Do they play the final game of the year?
I believe they do have USC this year.
So anyway, but here's what I do with Hammer is I just crap on Notre Dame the whole game in our text message thread, and then at the end I'm like, see, I knew they could do it.
Luck of the Irish.
And this week, in addition to the college football show we're dropping this afternoon, we've got the NFL edition.
Yeah.
Starting on Thursday, we've got action coming up this Thursday, so little double play here for the Degenerates Next Door.
So you can go ahead and subscribe. The Degenerates Next Door podcast. We'll have 2 for you this week. And here's the thing, and this is why people like the show, Hammer. We're honest about what we are. We're just dudes who love watching college football. We love watching the NFL. We look into it, but we are not, as you described, the male Kardashians. We are not the chicks with the big cannular area. We are just dudes who like watching sports.
We're the actual gambling community.
Yes.
The kind of people that yell at a college kicker when he misses a 24-yard field goal.
You got done so dirty over there.
Right. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, you easily could have been in the black.
This afternoon, starting at 3:06, the Hammer and Nigel show. Biggest stories in Indy. Guy Relford's in, and our pal Brian Baker recaps the Ronald Reagan movie for us.
All right.
Fantastic.
Hey, Brent Waltz is going to join us next. Former Indiana State Senator. He went to federal prison. What's it like on the inside? He'll tell us.
It's coming up with Kendall and Casey on 93 WIBC.
Sinus pressure, congestion, snoring, being unable to sleep, being unable to breathe. Yep. It's another sinus infection. You've Googled, watched videos, tried over-the-counter sprays, medications, and home remedies, but nothing ever works. There must be some kind of treatment that can help, right? Indianapolis Sinus Center understands how draining it can be when you try treatment after treatment without any relief. That's why they've been serving and treating the community for over 50 years. Indianapolis Sinus Center has performed thousands of procedures and helped thousands of patients find lasting relief they didn't know was possible. Patients like you. If you've had enough of sinus pain, pressure, and congestion, schedule a visit with Indianapolis Sinus Center today. Call 317-528-9650 and take the first step toward breathing easy. 317-528-9650. That's 317-528-9650 or visit IndianapolisSinusCenter.com.
Is your car still under warranty?
No, not anymore.
My mechanic just suggested an extended service plan from Ox Car Care.
Ox Car Care?
Yeah, Ox will cover repair bills if anything happens to the car. New brakes, transmission, AC, or engine problems. Plus, Ox Car Care offers free oil changes, tire rotation, and roadside assistance.
Wait, you pay nothing on repairs? Ox gets it fixed? Free oil changes, free tire rotation, and free roadside assistance?
Yeah, you don't pay. Ox pays. Ox even has a 30-day money-back guarantee and is A+ rated on the BBB. They handle their claims from start to finish, unlike those other warranty companies.
The last thing I need is an unexpected car repair bill. I'm calling Ox Car Care now.
Call Ox Car Care for your free quote, 800-278-7239. Ask about senior and military discounts. Don't get stuck with a major car repair bill. Call Ox Car Care, 800-278-7239. 800-278-7239. Or go to oxcarcare.com.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career and they talked to me about it.
He was done in just months.
I did do it online.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months with zero experience at My Computer Career.
It worked for me and I know it can work for you.
It's not rocket science. It's mycomputercareer.edu.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks vapors in an easy-to-apply stick. And it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And when you need more comfort for yourself, try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks vapors. Use as directed. Vapo Stick for use ages 4 and up. Vapo Shower Max use for adults only.
Inside Indiana Business Radio, the news you need to get ahead. Indiana's business news leader, weekdays at 6:32 a.m. and 5:56 p.m. on WIBC.
The Indy 1500 Gun and Knife Show is this Friday, Saturday, and Sunday at the Indiana State Fairgrounds. For hunting, sporting, and personal protection gear, visit the Indy 1500 Gun and Knife Show.
Go where the pros go. Drexel Interiors for 1951 cabinetry. Visit Drexel's Kitchen and Bath Design Centers at 146th and River Road, North Shadeland, or drexelin.com.
Coming up in 2 minutes from the Technology Recycler Studios, why it's been a busy morning for police and Speedway, and what's being done to honor the life of a former Indianapolis mayor. Those stories and much more are headed your way after Fox News Radio at the top of the hour. It's 93 WIBC, WIBC HD1 Indianapolis, and it's 11 o'clock.
Students are back, and so are the protesters. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. Demonstrating this morning outside Columbia University in New York City against the war in Gaza, just like in the spring at colleges nationwide. Fox's Alexis McAdams is there.
It sure looks a lot similar, right, to what we saw months ago. But it's a new school year, rather, here at Columbia University. Those pro-Palestinian protesters gathering in front of that campus and marching, calling on the school to divest from Israel, saying Columbia has blood on its hands. But it's not just here at this university. I was out there yesterday walking the streets for like 6 or 7 miles with thousands of pro-Palestinian protesters across Manhattan.
There have also been big protests in Israel demanding the prime minister work out a ceasefire in Gaza to free more hostages, days after Hamas murdered 6, including an American.
The group released a statement from their military spokesman, Abu Abaida, saying that militants guarding the hostages in Gaza had been given new instructions about what to do if Israeli forces approach. They insinuated that more hostages would be killed if the IDF tries to rescue them.
Fox's Trey Yingst in Tel Aviv. A big Russian attack in Ukraine has left at least 47 people dead, more than 200 injured.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says 2 ballistic missiles hit the Poltava region. He's repeated his call for allies to supply more air defense systems to help combat Russia's arsenal of missiles and drones, and promised what he calls the Russian scum will be held accountable.
Fox's Jonathan Savage. 15 people in Turkey are in custody, part of an anti-American group that attacked 2 U.S. Marines in the port city of Izmir.
This video, widely shared on social media, appears to show a U.S. Marine being restrained by protesters before a plastic bag is put over his head. Other Marines helped out before they were taken to the hospital.
Well, that's Fox's Ryan Schmelz. They're all back on the ship. America's listening to Fox News.
93 WIBC Mobile News. On the level, on the go.
They weren't messing around, and neither was the crash. Nothing on your radar. Cloudy and 65 on Monument Circle. 77 is your high today. I'm John Herrick. Here's what's trending at 11:02. A life was saved this morning along West 16th Street, not far from the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Ryan Hedrick explains how.
It was a little after 4 when the cops say someone suffered a medical emergency and crashed the car they were driving into a utility pole, which caused a fire.
The fire was pretty intense. The vehicle was fully engulfed in flames. There's damage to the power and the intersection lights.
Lieutenant Jacob McAtee says people helped this person. He says this person is expected to recover. Ryan Hedrick, 93 WIBC Mobile News.
A statue to honor the life of former Indianapolis Mayor and Senator Richard Lugar was unveiled this morning outside Gainbridge Fieldhouse. One of the speakers there is the current Indianapolis Mayor, Joe Hogsett.
Senator Lugar lived a life of exemplary service to others. It is my fervent hope that this statue embolden others to do exactly the same.
And that statue will eventually be moved to a permanent spot on Lugar Plaza outside the City County building along the Indianapolis Cultural Trail. Kids can learn how to fish in Indianapolis starting today. The free fishing classes at Cranert Park begin at 5 o'clock this afternoon, and they're being offered each Tuesday through the end of October. Registration in advance of the class, though, is required through an online form. You might enjoy fishing in this weather. Temperatures are warming up across Indiana for the next couple of days. Then after that...
So we'll have a cold front that's going to come through on Friday that's going to bring showers to most of Indiana, especially the northern half of the state. Then that's going to bring some colder weather in afterwards, even colder than what we've been over the last few days.
Andrew White with the National Weather Service says lows will be in the 40s this weekend. And the Indiana Department of Transportation says they're committing $50 million in Highway Safety Improvement Program money to support safety improvement projects on road networks across Indiana. They say this commitment solidifies their renewed focus on safety and the goal of reducing fatal and serious injury crashes on Indiana roads by 25% over the next 10 years. I'm John Herrick on The Level, on the go, and on WIBC.com. It's 11:04. Kendall and Casey coming back in 1 minute.
Our goal is to provide patients with the strongest, most effective, and safest options in this exciting field of regenerative medicine.
Dr. Mitchell Scheinkup, National Medical Director at QC Kinetics.
The idea that you can avoid a joint replacement is very exciting.
And that's from a surgeon who's done thousands of joint replacements, but who now believes there's a better way.
Regenerative medicine, as we understand it today, gives lasting pain relief, improved function, without surgery, without drugs.
Under Dr. Scheinkup's leadership, QC Kinetics medical professionals treat patients every day with the most advanced protocols in natural biologics. Literally tens of thousands of people all over America.
I've been doing research on regenerative medicine for 2 decades. This is the future of medicine.
Call QC Kinetics for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 317-559-PAIN. That's 317-559-PAIN. In Eagle Creek, Greenwood, and Carmel. 317-559-PAIN.
You're listening to Rob Kendall.
When we talk about sending money somewhere, we're talking about printing the money because we have no money.
And Casey Daniels.
My government would never lie to me, would they?
On 93 WIBC.
Casey, let's buckle up because this next hour's going to be wild.
I know. This is an incredible story I can't wait to get into.
Yeah, it is Kendall and Casey Show. I'm Rob. Casey's here. And our guest this hour, an incredible story. He's a former Indiana state senator who went to federal prison, and now he's here to tell all the juicy details.
Yeah, spill it.
Yeah, Prisoner of Washington is the book. Former Indiana state senator Brent Waltz is the author, again, talking about his time in federal prison. He joins us now. Brent, hello.
Hey, thanks for having me today.
All right, so let's talk about, first of all, the book itself. A lot of people would go to federal prison. They say, I'm going to put that behind me. You said, no. I want to tell the story. Why did you want to write this book?
Well, I did it for a couple of reasons. One, when you're attacked by the federal government, the first thing your attorney tells you is don't talk to the media. Don't talk to anybody. Don't talk to your family, friends. Don't speak at all. And what that means is that the government is the only ones with the microphone. They leak information to the media. They claim they don't, but of course they do. And so it taints the jury pool. It moves public opinion against a person long before they're convicted, long before they're even indicted. And this is an ongoing thing that the federal government has done consistently, probably for decades.
Very few people ever beat the federal government.
98.6% conviction rate.
Right.
So you're about as lucky to win a roulette wheel, I think, 2 or 3 times in a row as beating the federal government in a case, because they have so much, the odds are stacked against you so high.
They got all the money.
They have they have limitless funds. They have limitless lawyers. In my particular case, they submitted 243,000 individual pieces of paper for discovery.
Wow.
Now
243,000.
243,000. And of that, maybe 800 of those had anything to do with me whatsoever.
So like you've got a guy, like you've got a Matlock or somebody that's your attorney, and then they've got everybody.
They've got everybody,
right.
Yeah. You have one lawyer, essentially, and then the other, 100,000 lawyers in the Department of Injustice, as I refer to them, they've got everybody else. And it felt a lot like fighting the Alamo.
Yeah.
It was not a fun experience.
Brent Waltz is our guest. He's a former Indiana state senator. He's got a new book out called Prisoner of Washington, talking about his time in federal prison. So this was sort of your opportunity then to tell your story you couldn't tell before you took your plea deal.
Absolutely.
All right, so let's talk about the plea deal itself and why you went to federal prison, because so many people, they may have read things, it's been in the past. From your perspective, why did the federal government press charges against you, and why did you take a plea deal?
Absolutely. First of all, I had run for Congress. I'd been in the Senate for 12 years.
So you ran in 2016.
Ran for Congress in 2016.
Yeah.
Trey Hollingsworth won that primary. So I lost the primary election, and I had decided that I was either going to become a congressman or retire from politics. I'd been in elected office for 16 years. Since I was 26 years old. I was in my early 40s at that point.
Yeah.
And decided that, I'd done everything that I really wanted to do on the state and local level. And so I lost the election.
This was so people may not know, your district was gerrymandered at its finest, right? It was like it went all the way from Greenwood basically to downtown Indianapolis.
I don't know if I'd use the term gerrymandered, but it was certainly a very inclusive district. We had $1 million homes in southern, in northern Johnson County and White River Township, and Section 8 housing in downtown Indianapolis. And so it was certainly a challenge for me as a senator representing 135,000 people, trying to come up with policies and vote, to support my constituents.
Well, these people had a lot in common, right? I mean,
well, they actually, I think you'd find most Hoosiers have a lot more in common than what necessarily one might think at first blush. They love their families. They love their kids. They're concerned about crime. They're concerned about the future.
Yeah.
How you get to that conclusion, or how you get those people to where they need to go, that was certainly the challenge.
All right,
of
so
representing them.
you're running for Congress, and then these allegations, I guess, what do you call them? Straw donations?
Not even then. Nothing at all for years go by.
So you run for Congress, nobody says a word to you, and then all of a sudden they come back to you.
Not a word, and then someone who I've known for about 30 years, a gaming executive by the name of Rod Radcliffe, becomes Donald Trump's campaign finance chairman in Indiana. All of a sudden, I get a call from the FBI.
Uh-oh.
And they say, Senator Waltz, we'd like to meet with you. We'd like to talk to you. Okay, that's
right.
Seldom a good, that's never a good call you want to have. But I meet with them over at the Starbucks at the Hyatt Regency downtown, and two agents show up. And
so you went by yourself?
I went by myself.
Why did you do that?
Because I'd done nothing wrong. I promise you, if I had even jaywalked in the previous 5 years, I would have lawyered up. I would have had, a bunch of lawyers behind me, or I would have just simply said, no, talk to my lawyer. Here's his name and phone number. Not at all. So I sat down with them, and they had very little interest in anything that I had done. They had all kinds of interest in what was going on in the life and business experience of Rod Radcliffe, specifically Rod's interest in trying to legalize marijuana.
Right.
He had advocated for some legislation around that time. I had voted against the legislation. I'm probably a minority now, and I'm
totally.
But I opposed the legalization of marijuana. I thought it was bad policy then. I voted against the legalization consistently when I was in the Senate. I understand other people might disagree with my view, but I feel very strongly about that. I did then. I still do. And I told the FBI that. And so they were very accusatory to me. They were very interested in anything I might know about anyone or any business dealing involving Rod.
In hindsight, do you say, I definitely should have got an attorney?
Well, not necessarily. First of all, I probably should have just hung up the phone.
Right.
But at the same time, there was nothing, that in any way, shape, or form led me to believe that I was a target or they'd put a red dot on my forehead.
Brent Waltz is our guest. His book, Prisoner of Washington, it's about his time in federal prison. If you're just tuning in, we're leading you up to what led him to federal prison, and then we'll get into your time there. But go ahead.
Yeah,
sorry.
So eventually, a political consultant by the name of Kelly Rogers, who had helped me briefly in my political campaign and had donated some money to my campaign, had a professional service agreement with a company that Rod Radcliffe was I think, chairman of at the time. And so he had done some things he shouldn't have done. No connection to Indiana. He was supporting, I think it was Ken Cuccinelli when he ran unsuccessfully for governor of Virginia. Yes. And apparently Kelly Rogers had siphoned off several $100,000 of campaign contribution and pocketed it in some company. Again, nothing to do with me, nothing to do with Indiana, nothing to do with Rod. When Cuccinelli found this out, he was justifiably annoyed. And at the time, he was working, I think, in the Trump administration. I think as like an assistant secretary of Homeland Security or something like that.
Some cushy job.
An important job.
Right.
And so he was displeased by this, contacts the Department of Justice, and next thing you know, they start knocking on Kelly Rogers' door. He takes a plea deal, spends several years, I think it was 4 or 5 years in federal prison for that. And as part of his plea deal, the government said, we'd like you to share anything you have on anybody. To Kelly Rogers' credit, he was interviewed by the FBI 3 times. And on each occasion, he said, yeah, I funneled some money to Brent Waltz's congressional campaign.
Oh, wow.
But Brent Waltz knew nothing about it. And in fact, I intentionally kept that information from him. I hid it from him.
So I think this is where people get, by the way, Brent Waltz is our guest. He's got a new book out. It's called Prisoner of Washington, talking about his time going to federal prison, former Indiana state lawmaker. So I think this is where people kind of their heads start spinning because you got this money, right? There's not dispute the money came into your campaign.
Absolutely.
And people would say, you don't know when large amounts of money are coming into your campaign. People who have never run for Congress before, they would say, you didn't know that these sizable donations, you weren't like, where did that money come from? How take us through how you wouldn't know that.
I would, if there was a large bag of money that showed up on my doorstep and said, this is for your congressional campaign. Absolutely.
Right.
That would seem very strange and very odd, and I'd probably call the FBI actually if that had happened.
You shouldn't do that. You learned that the hard way.
But apparently you shouldn't. You shouldn't do that, and maybe go to a casino or something.
Right.
I don't know. But,
exactly.
But that's not what happened. In this case, one of the things that Kelly Rogers had said he would do for me is raise money for me. So he sends me a number of checks, 10 to 12 checks of $2,700. And in the federal government, there's a maximum that you can donate to a political campaign.
You're right.
It at the time I think was $2,700. I think it's like $3,000
now.
Yeah,
$3,300. You may have heard there's a guy who ran for Congress in the primary who may be about to learn this the hard way.
I did see that. Yes, I've been paying extra special attention for the last few years about this very topic, sir. And so back in my day, I think it was like $2,600 or $2,700. And so he hands me 10 or 12 checks of that. He said he got them from friends, family members, business associates. Okay. So I deposited those checks in my congressional campaign. Now, keep in mind that I largely funded the congressional campaign myself. I wrote six-figure checks, to fund it. I really don't need, to start committing, and violate campaign finance laws to fund my campaign.
So you were getting this money from this person.
Yes.
And this person was telling you this came from Fred Jones or Selma, whatever.
Absolutely. He says, I'm going to raise you some money. And remember, this is a professional political consultant from Washington, D.C., who does this for a living.
Right.
Okay. It's not like it was my next door neighbor that just magically happened to,
you trust they know what they're doing.
You would think they would. And you would also think that not only would they understand campaign finance law, that they would follow campaign finance law to the best of their understanding.
Right.
In this particular case, he had a professional service contract with the company Centaur that Rod Ratcliffe owned. By the way, Rod Ratcliffe was supporting my opponent, Greg Zeller. This seems to get lost in the shuffle as well.
Because there were like 9 people running. It was you, it was Zeller, it was Hollingsworth, it was
Aaron Houchin.
Professional office hopper Aaron Houchin.
Yes.
This was the first time she ran for Congress.
Yes, exactly right. And so he had I think $80,000, some fairly sizable contract with Centaur, affiliated with the Trump administration or the Trump campaign. He was advising them on Donald Trump. He knew a number of people very close to Trump, actually. And so that was his purpose of that. Now, of course, I didn't know about the contract at the time. I'd have no reason to.
Right.
And Rod very politely had told me, Brent, I love you. You're a good friend, but I'm supporting Greg Zeller. This is the kind of the situation where, I've got to support my own interests. And frankly, I wasn't supporting his interests. Again, think of the legalization of marijuana situation. So Zeller apparently was a little more sympathetic than I was on it. I was no longer going to be in the Senate. Zeller was still going to be the Indiana AG regardless of the outcome. There you go.
So this guy, Squeals, says I was essentially bundling. Is that what it's called?
There's a specific legal term for it.
He was doing something he shouldn't have been doing, and he was helping you, and the FBI says, now we're coming for Waltz.
Oh, yeah, now we're coming for Waltz. Not because Waltz is necessarily a horrible human being, but because maybe Waltz knows something about Rod Ratcliffe.
Oh, their goal. So in your mind, their goal was to get you to flip on Ratcliffe.
Not just in my mind, but in reality, they did the same thing with John Keeler. John Keeler was a longtime state representative, general counsel of Centaur. He spent 6 weeks in federal prison. He was my co-defendant, even though I'd spoken to him maybe 100 words in the previous decade of that. But he was my co-defendant, and he was my co-defendant because he's the one who signed the professional agreement between Centaur and Kelly Rogers for that $80,000. And by the way, the total amount of campaign contribution was, I think, like $27,000.
All right, let's take a quick break. If you're just joining us this hour, our guest is former Indiana State Senator Brent Waltz. He has a new book out. It's called Prisoner of Washington, about his time in federal prison. We got so much more to get to. Kendall Casey Show, 93 WIBC.
Hammer and Nigel.
Kamala Harris is there right now. She's the de facto president because, let's be honest, President Applesauce Brains isn't calling the shots. It's her and the Obamas. And they're talking about how we need to have hope in this country. Donald Trump has not been the president for nearly 4 years now. And 12 of the last 16 years has been Democrat leadership. So why do we need hope? This is your doing. It's ridiculous.
Hammer and Nigel. Weekdays 3 till 7 on 93 WIBC and WIBC.com.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks vapors in an easy-to-apply stick. And it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick. Soothing comfort for the whole family. And when you need more comfort for yourself, try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors. Use as directed. Vapo Stick for use ages 4 and up. Vapo Shower Max use for adults only.
The best tailgates before the Colts games are back, presented by Real Alternatives. Join us at the tailgate lot at McCarty and Church Street at 10 a.m. before the Colts-Texans game. Admission is free. Ice-cold Bud Light for purchase, Jack Daniels and food trucks. Mingle with the ladies from Twin Peaks and personalities from our station. Sign up to win tickets and upgrades for the game and $100 in Colts cash from Bud Light. No purchase necessary, but you must be present to win. Tailgate with us starting at 10 a.m. at McCarty and Church Street, presented by Real Alternatives.
One night in a motel room, I was cast like steel. I drank
93 WIBC, it is the Kendall and Casey show. I'm Rob, Casey's here, and Casey, if people are just joining us, what a story we're telling this hour.
I know, and we still have to get to the part where he goes to jail.
Yeah, if you're just tuning in, you're getting right to the heart of the matter, the meat and potatoes of the issue. Former Indiana State Senator Brent Waltz is our guest. He has a new book out. It's called Prisoner of Washington, talking about going to federal prison. And so, Brent, when we last left it, you'd already talked to the FBI once before, and now they're getting ready to show up on your doorstep once again. Okay, so help me understand this. Does the FBI then...
Yeah.
Hey, you're under arrest?
No. This was in 2018.
Yeah.
So remember, I've been out of office for at least a couple years, and my girlfriend at the time, we were trying to figure out if we wanted to stay as a couple.
Right.
And so she was going to come down to the house in Greenwood and talk about this.
They
right?
were going to have the talk.
We were going to have the talk.
We need to talk.
Right,
Sure.
with the quotation marks.
Right.
We're going to have the talk. And so I jump in the shower. She's going to show up around 10 o'clock in the morning. At 9:45, I get a call from my former campaign treasurer, Mark Collins.
Oh, wow.
And he says, hey, Brent. And I've known him for 20, 25 years at this point, and I can tell when he's under stress. Right?
Yeah.
And he says, the FBI just left my house about 5 minutes ago. What? And he says, they were asking about Kelly Rogers and your congressional campaign. So I said, well, answer any question they have, cooperate fully. I don't think we did anything wrong, but at the same time, I'd love to hear what they were asking about. He said, well, I think they're coming over to see you. Now, I know it's about 15 minutes from Mark's house to my house, right? And so they're going to be there in about 10, 15 minutes probably, right around the time my girlfriend's going to show up.
Right.
So my doorbell rings.
Which one is it?
And I don't know which one it's going to be. And so I opened the door.
Doesn't sound like either one are going to be a pleasant conversation.
One was decidedly better than the other. But I opened the door. It's my girlfriend, and she's kind of got this look of the talk, right?
Right.
And I said, honey, I would love to talk with you right now about our relationship. But in a matter of minutes, federal agents are apparently going to be coming over to the house. And I'm not in the frame of mind right now to really give our relationship the focus I think you'd want me to.
And that's when he heard, see, this is the problem. This is what I'm talking about.
Well, actually, to her credit, she immediately went into crisis mode.
Yeah.
And she said, what do you need? And I said, well, I'd really like a witness. And so to her credit, she came in, sat on the sofa. A few moments later, the FBI pulls in. They sit down. She's taking careful notes of the questions and conversation and all that. And once again, they're asking me questions really about Kelly Rogers, about Rod Radcliffe. We'd heard from John Keeler's lawyer that if Keeler would I think the term was give up Rod Radcliffe, that they just let him go.
Yeah.
And Keeler, basically told him what they could do with that proposal.
Because you believe it's because they wanted to get to Trump. They wanted to make Trump look bad.
Yeah, I think there's several reasons for that. One, if you can restrict a person's campaign finance, you basically can choke off any campaign. So when you've got a number of high net worth individuals, business leaders who are terrified that if they support the political candidate of their choice, that they're going to get a knock on the door, as I did,
right?
As I'm sure Rod has had on several occasions.
Scare him into submission.
At best, you scare him into submission, and at worst, you turn him to the other side on them.
So did you cooperate with them that day? Did you talk to them again?
I spoke to them for about an hour.
So this will be the second time now.
This is the second time.
And at this point, are you like, I should just become Harrison Ford in The Fugitive and just end up in a parade in Chicago?
Maybe, or jump off that large dam, have Tommy Lee Jones chase after me or something.
So it took several years, obviously. 2021, I think this thing.
Yeah, they knocked on my door a third time.
They kept coming back.
And like the Energizer Bunny.
I do that at Casey's house all the time. Just keep coming back.
Yeah. In February of 2020, and once again, the FBI or the Justice Department leaks this information. Now they're investigating, Waltz's former congressional campaign. I get a knock on the door, and at this point, it was like 8 o'clock in the morning. At this point, it's finally dawned upon me that maybe that shark that's coming around eventually, that shark is not wanting to give you hugs. They're wanting to take a piece out.
It's not just for your endearing personality at this point.
I promise you that my personality had nothing to do with it whatsoever, endearing or otherwise. At that point, the FBI agent, there were two of them, but one of them says, we think you know something about Rod Ratcliffe. We think you're the low man on the totem pole.
Oh, yeah.
And again, as a way to try to convince me to say something. And my response was, well, I don't think I should be on the totem pole at all.
Right.
And since you seem to have me on this totem pole, I'm ending our conversation.
Yeah.
I'm going to be contacting my lawyer. And the agent says, well, who's your lawyer? I said, well, I haven't retained one yet. I didn't
Let me get back to you.
I didn't think I needed one until about 7 seconds ago.
Right.
But I promise you, within the hour, I'll have one.
Right.
And he'll be reaching out to you. And so I immediately contacted counsel. They reached out to the Justice Department. Not a word for nearly 6 months.
Oh, wow. So
not a word.
So Brent Waltz is our guest. He has a new book out. It's called Prisoner of Washington. He's a former Indiana state senator talking about his time in federal prison. So 6 months go by. And then is this when the FBI says, all right, we're going to ratchet it up, right? Like now we're coming for blood. We're playing for keeps.
We understood that within 24 hours, when John Keeler told the FBI and Justice Department to go play in traffic.
Yeah.
Within 24 hours is when we got the phone call. In other words, they assumed that John Keeler, as general counsel of this company, knew more and frankly much closer to Rod than I was. Figured he knew more. And so as long as the hope was alive that they could somehow turn him or spin him or whatever, they left me alone.
So what you're saying, and this is maybe relevant to things going on in the city right now with the former congressional candidate, the FBI works kind of slow sometimes. They're they're building whatever they want, and just because there's no action in the moment, they're always churning. They're always working. They're always trying to get something done.
I would not be as charitable as that.
Yeah.
I would say that they pick a target kind of like Babe Ruth, saying I'm going to hit the home run over in right field, and then they will massage things accordingly to get whatever objective they want.
When they knocked on your door that second time you talked to them, would you classify that as a raid? And was it a raid? Were they going through your underwear drawer and your closet? And
no, that and I'm not sure. That would be the fourth time they came to my house.
Okay.
When they actually arrested me. But on that occasion, they handed me a subpoena. It was to appear in federal court, I think in Northern Virginia, involving a grand jury involving Kelly Rogers.
Okay.
And so I said, well, I'm actually, I was actually had a trip to Australia for that period of time. And I said, if you want me to cancel my trip to Australia, obviously I will. I'll comply with the federal subpoena. They had told me, well, we may not need you. It's like, well, I've got my plane tickets already paid for and all my lodging, so I really need to know. And they said, well, don't worry about it. And they never called me for the
So they weren't
jury.
charging you at this point. They were saying, here, you just have to show up and testify about this person.
Exactly right. And so once John Keeler had told them, to play in traffic, and they focused their attention upon me, they kept telling my lawyer, they said, well, we think Brent knows something about Rod. And my lawyer would say, well, what do you think he knows? my natural instinct, as I'd shown the previous X number of times of talking with them, is to be helpful, to be cooperative. That's how I was raised. I have many members of my family that are members of law enforcement, so I probably am a little bit more trusting of law enforcement than maybe I should have been, or other people might be, because of that.
Right.
But nevertheless, if I can help, I'd be happy to. But I don't know of anything that's going to be useful or helpful to them. I don't think so anyway. And so that's when things got very exciting. About 2 weeks before my arrest, the attorney for the Justice Department contacts my lawyer, says, well, we've convened a grand jury, and we can't imagine a scenario where Brent Waltz does not get indicted.
Oh, wow.
And the reason why they couldn't imagine that scenario, and I've read the grand jury transcripts. Remember those 3 interviews of the FBI involving Kelly Rogers? Guess what was not included and what was not shown to the grand jury? Not 1, not 2, none of those 3 statements, sworn statements, by the way, of Kelly Rogers, where if they thought he was lying, they could have indicted him for lying to the FBI 3 times. That was never shared with the grand jury that indicted.
Again, if you're just tuning in, our guest this hour, former Indiana State Senator Brent Waltz, talking about his new book, Prisoner of Washington, his time in federal prison. And when we come back, Casey, we're going to get to what everybody wants to hear about.
Yep.
What's it like in federal prison?
What's it like going to jail?
This is Kendall and Casey Show, 93 WIBC.
93 WIBC Mobile News. On the level, on the go.
It was a team effort. Cloudy and 65 in the Circle City. I'm John Herrick. Here's what's trending at 11:30. A person rescued by several people from a burning car after having a medical emergency in Speedway this morning.
We just appreciate the public and their assistance with helping people when they're in need. It means a lot to us. It means a lot to the community, and it really shows how great the city and the town is.
That's Lieutenant Jacob McAtee. The person is expected to recover from their injuries. At Gainbridge Fieldhouse this morning in downtown Indy.
May God forever bless Richard Lugar.
Indianapolis Mayor Joe Hogsett at a ceremony where a statue of the late former mayor of Indianapolis and Senator Richard Lugar was released. Former Secretary of State Condoleezza Rice was also there to speak on Lugar's behalf. On the level, on the go, and on WIBC.com.
Go where the pros go. Drexel Interiors. For 1951 cabinetry, visit Drexel's Kitchen and Bath Design Centers at 146th and River Road, North Shadeland, or DrexelIN.com.
It's common knowledge that after age 30, our metabolism changes. We have less energy and gain weight easier. There's a way to feel better, not in years or months, but sometimes in just days.
I'm Chuck Norris. I tried everything. Working with a team of health experts, we came up with Morning Kick. Morning Kick is a revolutionary new formula that combines all my favorite supplements into one daily drink.
Morning Kick has probiotics to help you lose weight, prebiotics for digestion, superfoods for muscles and joints, and powerful anti-aging supplements. It'll help you feel youthful, energized, and helps manage stress.
I look and feel better than I have in years.
Go to roundhouseprovisions.com, use code HEALTH, or text HEALTH to 511-511 and claim 40% off. roundhouseprovisions.com, code HEALTH.
Every purchase comes with our 90-day money-back guarantee. You could be feeling these changes within just a couple of days.
Text HEALTH to 511-511.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Tax fees may apply.
Discover cancer care that empowers you at Community Health Network MD Anderson Cancer Center. Our multidisciplinary care team will guide you every step along the way.
It was very overwhelming at first, but I found this whole community of people who are understanding and just very supportive. So I have a lot of thankfulness and gratefulness for who I am through this and after this.
Learn more at ecommunity.com/cancer.
Is your pet a digging enthusiast, an escape artist, or a counter surfer? Invisible Fence brand has you covered. For the wannabe landscaper, we've got a solution to keep them active but not destructive. For the escape artist, our personalized pet fences keep them safe and sound at home. Counter surfer? No problem. We know how to keep cheese thieves at bay. Invisible Fence brand. Tailor-made solutions for your pet, your yard, and your needs. Visit invisiblefence.com today.
Having health insurance is important. So, if you or anyone in your family has Medicaid or CHIP, listen up. Check your mail for a renewal form from your state. Complete the form, and mail it back right away so you don't lose your coverage. If you do lose Medicaid or CHIP, visit healthcare.gov to see if you're eligible to enroll in a low-cost, quality health plan. Keep your family covered. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
It's not too late to get the backyard of your dreams this year. Expand your living space with an Indie Decorative Concrete patio. Indie Decorative Concrete, the patio experts. Big enough to service, small enough to care.
Inside Indiana Business Radio, the news you need to get ahead. Indiana's business news leader, weekdays at 6:32 a.m. and 5:56 p.m. on WIBC.
Back in the summer of 65, I was feeling more dead than alive.
Well, it's so wild, Casey. We're going for a third segment. It's Kendall and Casey Show, 93 WIBC. Special guest this hour, former Indiana State Senator Brent Waltz. He has a new book out. It's called Prisoner of Washington. It's about his time in federal prison. You know, Casey, we almost never, ever give somebody a full hour, but this story is so crazy.
Well, and we need to get to the part where he actually goes to federal prison.
Right. I feel like we just in this huge, giant buildup, and obviously people are enthralled by this. It's a crazy story. All right, so, Brent, you ultimately decide to take a plea deal. Of course, this relates to various donations, contributions that came to your campaign account when you ran for Congress in 2016. Why did you take the plea deal?
I made the decision when I retained my attorney, who was a brilliant criminal defense lawyer, had handled a number of death penalty cases, that I was going to listen to my attorney. You know, I have a background in law. I went to law school for a year. I chose an attorney that had a background in jury trials. If I had been guilty, if I was going to take a plea, I promise you I would not have lingered for a year and a half under indictment.
Right.
It had always been
because this went on for a long time.
This went on for about a year and a half before anything.
Yeah.
And so my attorney says, you know, Brent, it took me 6 months to try to figure out what actually happened. Campaign finance laws are very complicated.
Yes.
I can't guarantee that a jury is going to see it our way, because it's basically an interpretation of what the Federal Election Commission determines to be a contribution.
Right.
Okay. And that is an extremely open, convoluted.
So your defense would have been, this person did this. I didn't know the money was not coming through legal means, and then it would be up to a jury basically to decide.
Exactly right. And if you're wrong in your decision on this, you're going to go to prison for years.
Wait.
Years.
You're telling me if you do something illegal with your campaign finance reports, you could go to prison for years?
Yeah, the sentencing guidelines, somewhere between 3.5 to 5 years.
Oh, wow.
Now, you can have those concurrently. You could have them consecutively, but 5 years of your life, and I'm an only...
Is that like per charge, like per instance?
That would be, some were more than others.
Yeah.
But the maximum one was something like, I think it was like 52 months or something. It was enough to get a person's attention.
Right.
It was a lot longer than 176 days.
Yeah.
And I remember telling my lawyer, it was on a Sunday afternoon, and I said, well, I don't think I did anything wrong. And he says, that doesn't matter.
Wow.
That doesn't matter.
So you're like telling your attorney, hey, man, I don't think I broke the law. And he's like, don't matter. You're going to probably go down anyway.
Yeah, and to my attorney's credit, let me say this, that after all this was over, we filed something called a 2255 motion with the federal judge, Judge James Sweeney.
The old 2255.
the old 2255. And this, basically what it says is that my Sixth Amendment constitutional rights to adequate counsel were faulty. My attorney signed a sworn affidavit, which we submitted with the motion, that on 13 separate occasions he failed the standard. There's an American Bar Association standard of criminal attorney conduct.
Yeah. And he says he failed?
Yes. My attorney says, you know what, I screwed up. I'm sorry. You know, and most lawyers wouldn't do this. And I give him total credit and total props for honesty in doing this. But 13, you just need one. There were 13 of these screw-ups. We submitted the 2255 motion over a year ago, August of 2023. It goes back and forth between the Justice Department. They respond, we reply. We submit the final reply in early December 2023. It is now September 3rd, 2024. All we're asking for is a hearing.
And you
Okay?
and it's taken that long.
And you know, to show you how convoluted our justice system is, Judge Sweeney has not bothered to take this up and even put a date on the hearing on this. That's insane to me.
Okay, so a couple minutes left here with Brent Waltz. He's got a new book out. It's called Prisoner of Washington. It's about his time in federal prison. Of course, he was a former Indiana state senator. So you go to federal prison.
Yeah,
I go to federal prison.
Let's get to the meat of this.
What's that like? What's that like?
The closest thing I'd say, you remember the old TV show Hogan's Heroes?
Yeah.
It was like that. It was like that, but substitute Nazis for Southern guys with long ZZ Top beards chewing tobacco. It was in Ashland, Kentucky.
Oh, yeah.
So right along the West Virginia border. And a lot of people don't know that my mom is from southeastern Kentucky.
Oh, there you go. So you were able to turn on the slang.
So I was able to turn like Hillary Clinton did when she ran for president, right?
And Kamala's doing it now.
And Kamala's doing it now. And so I got along fine. You know,
what is it like? Keep your head down at all times. Don't look at people. What's it like?
Not really. I mean, remember, this is a minimum security facility, so shankings are at a bare minimum.
Yeah. So you don't have like the Hell's Angels.
No. And in fact, if you have any gang affiliation, any act of violence in your record, you're prohibited from going there to begin with. But I was shocked by the contraband. 150 people at the camp. I'd say 50 to 60 cell phones were smuggled at the camp, and they're used nonstop or 24/7.
And the guards know?
Guards don't know.
Oh, they don't know.
Well, they know, but they can't find it. In other words, you know, when guards start to walk into and they're not cells, right? They're basically, it's like a college dormitory.
Oh, so it's not like something that the bars slam behind you.
No. Happily, it was much more like a college dorm.
You're not there with
Attica.
the tin can walls, moving
am
it
not,
back and forth.
No Shawshank. I don't have a picture of Betty Grable where I'm trying to tunnel out through a sewer pipe.
But did you know that before you went in? I mean, were you scared?
I wasn't really scared, no. I had done some research, as you could imagine. Obviously, it's an intimidating situation when you're not really experiencing it. But, you know, I'm an Eagle Scout. You know, you learn how to overcome adversity. And on the 80th day, I was proclaimed the shot caller.
I saw this.
Yes.
What does that mean?
A shot caller.
I mean, that's what we call Casey around here, the shot
but
caller.
But that's for a totally different shot, I'm thinking.
It could be rum or vodka with this one. They had plenty of that, unfortunately, at the camp.
Wait, they got booze in the prison?
They would smuggle in tequila, vodka, Buffalo Wild Wings. I saw
They're
that.
eating better there than we do here.
Right. It's just bizarre. And, you know, just on a keep in mind that of the 150 people, about 50 of them leave the camp on a day-to-day basis. They have jobs outside of the facility. There's a gate.
Like work permits.
Yes. You know, there's a greenhouse. There's a power station. People will mow the warden's lawn.
Yeah.
And oftentimes a friend or girlfriend or wife or whomever will have a bag of whatever. And that person puts the bag, in a pocket or something, walks in, and they're not searched. There's no metal detectors that they'll walk through necessarily. They do have them, but they're either broken or turned off, or they just simply walk around them. And they bring whatever back into the camp. They had two before I was here. They actually, one of my former colleagues at the camp, a doctor, told me that they had brought in 2 prostitutes at the camp about a year and a half ago. The prostitutes stayed there for a lengthy period of time. And half the camp caught an infection.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
And this is in my book, POW, Prisoner of Washington. And when they went to the nurse about this, I said, well, wasn't the nurse kind of suspicious about this? And the doctor said, well, they all said they had chest colds, and they had the same antibiotic for apparently like the flu or a chest cold as the problem that they had. And they had the pills, and they went away. So
if you were there for finance campaign violations, do you know what the other prisoners were there mostly for?
Combination.
Yeah.
Some financial crimes. Somebody had some issue of fraud involving tobacco plants was one of them.
Oh, wow.
They had insured their crop of tobacco, and apparently that some issue happened with that. They either harvested it, said that the dog ate it, or something that had happened along those lines. PPP loan violations.
Yeah.
There were some drug offenses. One guy, early 20s, had been at the camp for a couple years, and he said he was guilty. Because I was the only person that had a legal background, I was asked a lot of questions about various motions they had. This guy, he says, I'm absolutely guilty. He says, I was trafficking in fentanyl. But based on what he was charged with, he was facing a life imprisonment sentence at age, I think, 18. And he had 45 minutes of legal counsel before taking a 14-year plea deal.
Oh, wow.
45 minutes. That is insane to me. And so the other part of the book, in addition to, the camp being run like Hogan's Heroes and my experiences as the shot caller, is talking about some of the stories of my fellow captives and just how horribly the criminal justice system treated them. I'm not saying the guy shouldn't have gone to jail. Absolutely. And maybe 14 years was the right time. My point is he should have had more than 45 minutes of legal counsel facing a life sentence.
So we go ahead.
I'm just imagining him cutting the garlic with the razor blade. Like
you gotta slice it thin.
Yeah, and Goodfellas.
There's your flavor.
Did you make it like lifelong friendships or alliances with these people?
Like, are you friends with them on Facebook now?
Since I am still on probation, I am prohibited of interacting with various individuals. So I certainly do not want to do anything to run afoul of those terms and conditions.
Did it change your perspective at all? Like, are you looking to move your life in a different direction? Any like prison reform or anything like that?
Well, like I said, I had largely, if the hope of some of my detractors, some of the liberal detractors who were dancing around like Ewoks when the Death Star exploded when I was indicted. And some people in the Justice Department who were high-fiving themselves, we took Waltz out. We took him off the chessboard. I think they'd be very, very grumpy to know my perspective.
You seem very
now.
happy.
I am.
I did not picture you being this happy having gone to federal prison.
Well, in my mid-40s, I call it a midlife crisis, call it whatever, but I got lazy. Professionally, I do private equity and venture capital investments. I started my investment banking firm when I was 22.
Yeah. Did you lose all your money and stuff? No. You get to keep all your stuff.
No, I mean, this isn't Vladimir Putin world. Some parts of it feel like it, but no, they don't get to like take all your stuff. I still have my vacation home on Longbow Key and all that stuff. And so, but what they hope is that either you're so embarrassed or so ashamed that you just disappear. And that's what, when that happens, the terrorists win, the legal terrorists win. And so my point is, as Justice Frankfurter always said, sunlight is the best disinfectant. So let's shine a light on what actually happened. Let's tell the truth. Let's see what the government did. And of course they don't want that because they love to cloak what they do in secrecy. They want to hide behind leaked information in the media. They like to hide behind grand juries. They know that 90% of all cases are pled, including mine. And when you realize that things didn't work out, as you had been led to believe, and your attorney made some mistakes, we may never get that hearing for my 30
seconds. Do you regret taking a plea deal?
Yes.
Yeah, would you'd do it differently?
Absolutely.
You'd say, let's spin the chamber, Boris.
And I hope if Judge Sweeney, and if you're listening, Your Honor, please take up this case. I would love to finally have my day in court. I would welcome the opportunity to go before a jury of my peers and sit and have them sit in judgment of me. I would love that.
Well, we don't normally give a whole hour to somebody, but we felt we just had to keep going.
This was incredible.
Right.
And there's so much more.
Right.
Like, what was the worst food?
The worst food would have been, for me, Martin Luther King Day. The guards went to African-American candidates, said Happy James Earl Ray Day on Martin Luther King Day.
Wow.
This is covered in the book. Rampant racism, which shocked me to no end. For a particular meal, like for Christmas, they'd have Cornish game hen, turkey for Thanksgiving. They made the inmates have fried chicken and melon. For Martin Luther King Day. As an inside joke. So I'd say that I felt horrible eating that. I felt very uncomfortable given all those circumstances. That was my worst meal.
The book is POW, Prisoner of Washington. Former Indiana State Senator Brent Waltz. Get it wherever you get your books, Amazon, Barnes & Noble. Man, this has been great. Thanks.
Hey, thanks for having me, guys. I appreciate it.
Yeah, amazing. You're listening to Kendall and Casey on 93 WIBC.
All right, here we go. Coming down 3, 2, 1. Are you within 5 years of filing for Social Security?
I'm not, Rob. I'm getting closer every day.
You don't look anywhere near it.
No.
I thought
Getting closer.
Thought you were 29 until last week. Get this, 96% of Americans, 96% forfeit an average of $111,000 in Social Security income, and it's all because they file for their benefits at the wrong time.
Learn how you could avoid this with a free customized Social Security analysis. It's from Bill Demery. He's your retirement guy right here in Indy.
If you've saved more than $200,000 for retirement and have not filed for Social Security, schedule your free analysis now by calling 317-932-9912.
You know, for some people, filing for Social Security early could result in more net income in retirement. This free analysis pinpoints exactly how you could get the most income from Social Security. Call today, 317-932-9912. That's Bill Demery at 317-932-9912.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the third time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. mycomputercareer.edu. Financial aid is available for qualified students, including the GI Bill.
Mommy, want to play a game with me and Dad?
Mommy's not feeling good.
You need to vaporize that cold.
Vaporize?
Yeah, with Dayquil VapoCool. It's Dayquil plus a rush of Vicks vapors.
Whoa.
Come on, honey. Let's let Mommy rest.
You guys are amazing. And so is Dayquil VapoCool.
Dayquil VapoCool, the vaporizing daytime coughing, aching, fever, power through your day medicine. And to vaporize sore throat pain, try Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Hey guys, it's Rob from my friends and family at Life Church. We love Life Church. They've had such an awesome impact on my life, on my family's life. They're warm, they're welcoming, and this Sunday, if you're looking for a new church home or even a first church home or maybe just feeling called to something different, check out Life Church. Over the years, many WIBC listeners have found a home at Life Church, and I think it's because Life Church has a lot in common with WIBC, telling you what you need to hear, not what you want to hear. You got nothing to lose and everything to gain. Campuses all across central Indiana, Noblesville, Fishers, Eagle Creek, and Pendleton, plus awesome online services. Learn more about everything, lifechurchin.com.
Your home is your sanctuary. Get the peace of mind you deserve with a free estimate on a Generac automatic standby generator for your home from Generator Supercenter, the nation's #1 Generac generator dealer. With expert installation and 24-hour monitoring, Generator Supercenter won't leave you in the dark. Financing is available. Take control of your power today with Generator Supercenter. Call 317-827-0808. Generator Supercenter of Indianapolis, 317-827-0808.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers. So we build specially adapted homes at Homes for Our Troops. And thanks to our donors and supporters, this life-changing gift of freedom is provided mortgage-free to these veterans. But we need you to join us, too, in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
The best tailgates before the Colts games are back, presented by Real Alternatives. Join us at the tailgate lot at McCarty and Church Street at 10 a.m. before the Colts-Texans game. Admission is free. Ice-cold Bud Light for purchase. Jack Daniels and food trucks. Mingle with the ladies from Twin Peaks and personalities from our station. Sign up to win tickets and upgrades for the game and $100 in Colts cash from Bud Light. No purchase necessary, but you must be present to win. Tailgate with us starting at 10 a.m. at McCarty and Church Street, presented by Real Alternatives.
Universal Windows Direct, UWD.com, UWD.com. That's where the action is if you are in need of new windows, because, man, what a deal they've got going on right now. When you call today, 317-659-7574, 317-659-7574, Universal Windows Direct is going to give you 2 windows for every 2 windows you buy. And there's no limit on this. Buy 2, get 2. Buy 4, get 4. Buy 20, get 20. No limit. Plus, 0% financing for 36 months. That's 3 years. Now, some restrictions apply. So to get all the information, you got to call Universal Windows Direct today at 317-659-7574. Oh, yeah, and when you call to get that information, just say, hey, Rob Kendall from WIBC told me to call. Universal Windows Direct going to take $250 off your project just because they can. See everything for yourself on the web, uwd.com, or call today, 317-659-7574. Tell them Rob sent you.
Nobody likes a cold shower. LD Smith has hot deals on water heaters. Save up to $300 on a new water heater install.
LD Smith Plumbing.
A dirty, stinking honest.
Richard Lugar is getting a statue.
Yes, he is. Served as 2 terms as mayor, 36 years as a U.S. senator. He laid in state. He's got a plaza named after him, and now a statue.
Why do we honor these? Like, okay, I guess if you ascend to the level of the presidency, then okay. But like these kind of rank and file politicians, why do we do these things?
Well, he's revered by many people. They say he always listened. He always tried to lift others up.
Oh, he was an elected person who listened. Boy, what a novel concept. I mean, all these politicians really do is just spend other people's money. I mean, whether you're a great whether you're a beloved leader or the worst, I mean, they don't exist without us. Why don't they erect a statue to the taxpayers?
There you go.
How about
that? What would that look like?
I mean, I get that's going to make somebody mad that
Big dollar bill.
Had the audacity to question the statue to Richard Lugar. And I'm sure he was a fine person, and I met him a couple times, and he seemed very nice. But it's like, he was a career politician.
He was.
He was a career politician.
He was in office for a very long time.
He was in office my entire life. I mean, 36 years. So he was elected to the United States Senate long before I was born, because he was ousted in 2012. I mean, the 1970s. And then he was a mayor before that. And it's like, why do we? What did he do? He spent other people's money. I'm not trying to pick on Richard Lugar. I'm just saying in general, we erect these monuments and stuff to these people. What about us? We pay the bills. He didn't. It wasn't like he opened up his wallet and paid for all that stuff himself.
Well, one of the things that he is recognized for is launching the program to dismantle weapons of mass destruction. That's important stuff.
How about Unigov, which is largely seen as a complete disaster now, which was him? How about that?
Okay.
Anybody want to remember that? I mean, my whole thing is these guys, they stay in there forever. They never know when it's time to go. I mean, he was run out of the United States Senate. That's what a bad job he was doing. Remember, he got his ass kicked in a primary by Richard Murdoch, who was a total weirdo.
Well, I think maybe he waited too long to retire, possibly.
He teamed up with Obama. I mean, these guys, statues to politicians just rub me the wrong way, because the statue is for us, because we do all the work to make the money that they spend.
Well, you'd be happy to know that taxpayers did not pay for the statue. It was private donations.
Well, that's fine.
Yeah.
But he would have done, had our money not been backing up, he would have done absolutely nothing. So where's the statue to us?
The statue for him was unveiled this morning, a little while ago, outside of Gamebridge Fieldhouse, and it's going to be moved to a permanent spot outside of his own plaza.
I mean, they treat these
So he's got the plaza, and then there he is.
Yeah, I mean, they treat these guys like he's like Peyton Manning having a statue out in front of, Lucas Oil, which we should have a statue there, too.
Which is more important, having a statue of a politician or having a statue of a sports guy?
Well, I mean, you might be able to, like, let's say Peyton Manning having a statue outside of Lucas Oil Stadium. Now, that was, of course, paid for by us. We should have a statue there, too. But they're literally... He literally changed the sports skyline of Indianapolis. If there's no Peyton Manning, there is no Lucas Oil Stadium. Or like Reggie Miller with the Indiana Pacers, or Bob Knight with the Indiana Hoosiers, or whatever. I mean, there are these figures that are as big or bigger than the program itself, that lifted the program, that took what the city of Indianapolis wouldn't have existed without Richard Lugar. Like what the federal government wouldn't have existed. I mean, you see what I'm saying?
Yeah. I think it's appropriate, though, if it's like this sports athlete who has donated a hospital wing or something like that. Yeah.
I'm sure somebody's going to get very angry that I had the audacity to question the Richard Lugar statue. But
probably, but that's what you do.
All these politicians, you should not do statues to politicians. You should not do statues to politicians, ever.
Thank you, Rob. Thank you, Kevin. And thank you for listening today. We'll catch you back here tomorrow. It is Kendall and Casey on 93 WIBC.
Guys, if you're middle-aged and wonder why it seems harder to keep up, it may be low T. Testosterone therapy, or TRT, can help you get back to your best. Not just any TRT, not websites offering basic treatments and prices that sound too good to be true. See the provider specialists at Low T Center.
They offer advanced, personalized treatments with over a decade of experience. Start with a simple test and get results in about 25 minutes. LowTCenter.com. Low T Center, reinventing men's healthcare.
Tommy! I can't wait for golf this weekend, huh, buddy? Time flies. Love you, man. Oh, don't forget your knee brace again. We aren't in college anymore.
Moments together matter, so help protect yourself from RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or severe diabetes, you're at higher risk of landing in the hospital from RSV, and there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
The Indy 1500 Gun and Knife Show is this Friday, Saturday, and Sunday at the Indiana State Fairgrounds. For hunting, sporting, and personal protection gear, visit the Indy 1500 Gun and Knife Show.
Royal Spa hot tubs are simply better. Come into any of our locations and make the salesperson prove the superiority of the Royal Spa product.
Royal Spa. Go where the pros go. Drexel Interiors for 1951 cabinetry. Visit Drexel's Kitchen and Bath Design Centers at 146th and River Road, North Shadeland, or DrexelIN.com.
On the level, on the go. 93 WIBC Indianapolis.
Coming up.
You were representing your country.
But the latest monthly homicide report from Indy Metro Police.
Looking into a little bit of a warming trend. Is
just any outdoor flames right now could be bad.
This is the WIBC News at noon.
A ceremony and a statue to honor him.
It's cloudy and 68 degrees in the Circle City. More on your forecast in a moment. I'm Ryan Hedrick.
And I'm John Herrick. Here's what's trending at 12 noon. A statue to memorialize the late senator and former mayor of Indianapolis, Richard Lugar, was unveiled this morning outside Gainbridge Fieldhouse. Former Secretary of State Condoleezza Rice was there.
Richard Lugar would become known as one of the national security senators that really did believe that when you were representing the United States of America, you were not representing the Republican Party or the Democratic Party. You were representing your country.
And similar comments as well from the current mayor of Indianapolis, Joe Hogsett.
Senator Lugar lived a life of exemplary service to others. It is my fervent hope that this statue embolden others to do exactly the same.
Both his wife Charlene and his 4 sons were there. The monument will eventually be moved to a permanent spot on Lugar Plaza outside the city-county building.
A medical emergency caused a driver to lose control and crash into a utility pole in Speedway this morning, not far from the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Speedway Police Lieutenant Jacob McAtee says several people saw the crash happen.
They sprung into action and ran up to the vehicle and were able to pull him out. They did save that individual's life, we believe.
The crash happened near West 16th Street and Polko Street and shut down those streets for a couple of hours until everything could get cleaned up.
Also this morning, a man died in a shooting on the south side of Indianapolis. IMPD says it happened at around 12:30 on Independence Drive. That's between Meridian and East Streets. A man was found shot. He was rushed to a hospital, and that is where he died.
Shortly after the shooting, police say they were told about a man who walked into Community South Hospital with a gunshot wound. Now, the cops initially detained the person after he left the hospital, but later released him. They said the 2 shootings may be related, but they're not saying how.
Establishing a motive for a killing can be tougher than you think. Donnie Burgess has the latest homicide report from Indy Metro Police.
When a homicide is committed, police have to find a motive. But the latest monthly homicide report from Indy Metro Police shows the motive in nearly 24 2024 killings is unknown. Arguments make up the other bulk of homicide motives, according to the August report. There's a mix of fights and robberies that make up the other statistics, although those numbers pale in comparison. 92 out of 138 cases as of last month remain unsolved, says IMPD. Donnie Burgess, 93 WIBC Mobile News.
A chase, shots fired, and a cop badly injured Sunday night. That's what police in Illinois say was going on after an armed man with a hostage. That suspect has since been identified as Andrew Roselius. Investigators say he caused a police chase that went from Illinois into Newton County, Indiana, and then back into Illinois when Roselius crashed his car.
They say he started shooting at police and eventually hit Corporal Brandon Schreiber with gunfire. Roselius died in the shooting. Schreiber was eventually taken to a trauma center. They didn't find a hostage or anyone else inside the vehicle. Recalling his time behind bars. That story and more next on 93 WIBC.
Coming up on Tony Katz today, 6 hostages murdered by Hamas, and the United States says Israel isn't doing enough. That's after the news at noon on 93 WIBC.
Well, Tony, Israel says it killed a Hamas leader in a recent airstrike in Gaza. The IDF saying today that the commander was among 8 Hamas members killed in Gaza City. The strike took place outside a hospital, and Israeli forces said they took several steps to avoid harming civilians in the process. The IDF also says the leader was the commander of a company in the October 7th Hamas attack on Israel.
At Columbia University today,
lots of protesters angry over the war in Gaza gathering there. The protesters argue that Columbia University is assisting with the violence in the Gaza Strip.
it's been cooling down across the Hoosier State, but it's about to warm back up.
Looking into a little bit of a warming trend as we go towards the middle half of the week, with temperatures getting back into the 80s for tomorrow and Thursday.
And for what a forecaster at the National Weather Service in Indianapolis says high temperatures will struggle to reach the 70s this weekend.
A fire in Gibson County on Monday spanned about 20 acres. Gibson is one of the counties that's been under a burn ban lately in southern Indiana.
Just any outdoor flames right now would be could be bad in a situation with as dry as it is.
That's why East Gibson Fire Territory Chief Chris Duncan says it's best to limit outdoor burning for the time being. He says several fire departments help them put the fire out.
Former Hoosier lawmaker Brent Waltz chose a plea deal to avoid the risk of a jury trial on complicated campaign finance laws. There it goes. He pled guilty to 2 felonies for illegally funneling campaign contributions.
But the maximum one was something like, I think it was like 52 months or so. It was enough to get a person's attention. I remember telling my lawyer, it was on a Sunday afternoon, and I said, well, I don't think I did anything wrong. And he said, that doesn't matter.
Waltz told WIBC's Kendall and Casey that he's written a new book about his experience with being indicted and serving time in federal prison called Prison of Washington.
Today is National Welsh Rarebit Day. Sounds fancy, but it's not. It's hot cheese sauce poured over toast that dates back to at least 1725. At one point, it was called Welsh Rabbit, but there's no bunny in it. Never has been. It's a staple in taverns because it's unstuffy, cheesy, vegetarian, and oh so good.
I'm Ryan Hedrick.
And I'm John Herrick. On the level, on the go, and on WIBC.com.
Live from the heartland and the crossroads of America, it's Tony Katz Today.
Hola, everybody. Today it is not Tony Katz. Tony Katz is off for the next couple of days. I am Derek Hunter, sitting in for Tony. I hope he's doing something good. Didn't ask, but I hope it is fun. We got an action-packed show for you anyway, because the stupid never stops and the world never stops spinning. Thank God, I guess, but sometimes you kind of do wish it would at least stop spinning in such a stupid way. I'm looking at the Drudge Report right now. By the way, I'm a senior columnist for Town Hall, columnist for The Hill, podcaster, author, whatever. You can search Derek Hunter and you can find out all you need to know about me and probably more. I go to the Drudge Report every once in a while now, kind of the way that anthropologists dig through the dirt in ancient Rome, just to see what life was like then. You try and look into the other side of the world. It used to be Huffington Post, but now it's essentially the Drudge Report. And it is amazing to me, and I recommend this to everybody out there in Tony Katz land. Every once in a while, flip over to MSNBC. Now, I get it. Don't do it after you've just eaten. Treat it like swimming. You wait a half an hour after you've eaten before switching over to MSNBC. But flip over there. See how the other half lives. It is like a portal into Bizarro world. It is a view into a place that you won't recognize. You'll be left wondering what color the sky is over there. And they the same. If they ever flipped over to Fox, they'd go absolutely insane. Whereas, Fox sort of, it doesn't try to corral you. It certainly is preaching to the choir, but it's not trying to corral you. MSNBC wants you to not watch Fox, wants you to actively not consume anything that isn't dogmatic leftist media. It's weird. It is a thought plantation, and they make sure they have wranglers over there that anybody doesn't stray from. They say that we watch Fox News so you don't have to at places like Media Matters. But realistically, they watch Fox News so you won't. They try to discourage you from doing it for outside of 20-second out of context clips. Fox, that's the difference between conservatives and liberals, by the way. Progressives now they call themselves, which is a horrible movement from the turn of the last century that involved eugenics, forced sterilization. Whatever. They still do all the same things. The segregation back then was out of hatred. Now it's out of tolerance, but it's still segregation. Democrats have changed their tactics, not their objectives. The sterilization was forced on people they determined to be undesirable and unworthy of reproducing. Then there was, now there's sterilization in the name of tolerance. They're trans, so we have to give them hormones that will forever prevent them from having children. Then if that doesn't work, we'll take off body parts to make sure it doesn't happen. It's a sickness. They've really, really just changed their tactics, and that's it. But they don't want the left doesn't want you to know what the right thinks. That's why they talk about it without really showing you. And they advocate for silencing us, be it through shutting down of websites, shutting down of Twitter, shutting down of whatever, individuals on Facebook, Instagram, anywhere. Whereas the right wants you to see what the left is saying. The left doesn't want you to see what the left is saying, by and large, what they really say when nobody else is looking. They'll preach to the choir. Your average Rachel Maddow viewer understands the genital mutilation. They understand the preaching to the choir. They're down with it. It doesn't matter. Yes, they're all Nazis. Everybody's Nazis. They all need to be rounded up. They need to be silenced. They need to be there, and they're down with it. It's the only way to explain how a fascistic organization can call itself Antifa. We're anti-fascist. Wait a second. You're basically Nazi Germany circa 1938. And you're anti-fascist. Okay. All right. Well, then you're Soviet then. You're communist. No, I don't know. They are what they decry. The right, they want the right silenced. The right wants you to hear what they have to say in their own words, in as large a context as humanly possible, because we know that 80 to 90% of the public will recoil in horror at the prospect of it. Tim Walz talking in his own words about supporting genital mutilation and taking parents' rights away from parents who do not subject their child to genital mutilation because somebody in the education system, some left-wing union member, has determined that your son or daughter is trapped in the wrong body, is trans or two-spirit, whatever it is. Or some 10-year-old somewhere picked up a Barbie doll and well, that must mean something. Why don't we put some hormone blockers in there, some puberty blockers, so that they have more time to decide what they're going to do? And normal people look at that and go, what the hell? 10-year-old. It's weird. 10-year-olds can't vote. 10-year-olds can't drive. 10-year-olds can't get tattoos. You can't even 18. You have to be 18 to get a tattoo. But we're going to let them make life-altering, permanent, irreversible decisions? Would you? Okay, if your 10-year-old says that you catch them playing in the living room as they're playing outer space, they're playing aliens, Are you suddenly supposed to implode because you're in the vacuum of space? Or are you supposed to pretend that you're in the vacuum of space constantly? Is your kid only allowed to eat freeze-dried food and drink Tang because they have made a declaration that they are an astronaut or they want to be an astronaut? No, you don't indulge people in this way in anything else, and nor should you. That's part of being an adult. Yet the left will insist that you have to play along with whatever it is, a gender pronoun. Well, these are my pronouns. I don't care what your pronouns are. By the way, if you notice, when talking about pronouns, it's not, do you ever refer to anybody you're actually speaking to in the third person? You don't. You're looking at them, so you just say you. You. The quote-unquote pronouns that they insist on are not about when you talk to them. It's a method of control when you talk about them, when they are not around. It creates a Gestapo-type mentality, if you think about it. Since you don't refer to somebody by their pronouns when they're not around, it's not really an issue. But if you're talking to Becky about Jenny, and Jenny now wants to be a Z, they, or they, them, or she, he, whatever, Becky is supposed to correct you. She's talking about, yeah, that Jenny, she's really great. Like, they're really great. Well, she's not there. Becky's not there. What does Jenny care? Jenny cares that because she's afraid, first of all, of getting into trouble. But it is a matter of control, a method of control. You've given people who don't have any power an avenue to get a lot of power. It's a sickness. It's like you've ever dealt with anybody who works security at like a local fair or something. You know, it's a restricted area. Like, I just got to go throw this in that garbage can. I can't let you in. Your name's not on the clipboard. My kids are going to stand right here with my wife. I'm going to go 10 feet in there to throw this in the garbage can. Hey, man, this garbage can's out, so you can't get past here. You give somebody a windbreaker and a clipboard, and suddenly they, for the first time in their lives, get this rush of power. They matter. Now, some people don't let it get to them. Other people, I don't know, they act like it's an audition to be the chief of police or something soon. That's what this does. Most people, quite frankly, particularly young people, in the grand scheme of the world, they don't matter. They're not Kardashians. They're teenagers. They haven't done anything yet. They could matter later on, but that seems an awful lot like work. This empowers them to matter, to get to police other people. Their whole lives they've been told, you can't do this, you have to do that, and now this is a chance to stick it to the man, back to him. And that's why they do it. That's why they embrace it. Part of it, anyway. And so you get to correct somebody on the proper pronoun use. And suddenly everybody becomes that annoying French teacher trying to teach people how to say bonjour. You know, so bonjour. Yeah, bonjour. No, bonjour. Yes, bonjour. No, bonjour. And like, I'm saying it exactly the same way back to you. And they just correct you even though you're not wrong. Because that is the best moment of the semester for that teacher in your interactions with them. The same goes for the pronouns. They must correct you. And then you couple it with consequences, you couple it with a canceling, and you have a whole bunch of people living in concern, if not fear, going, all right, I'm just not going to, I don't know what to do here. I'll play along. I will submit. You should never submit. Never submit. The easiest way to deal with that crap is to look at the people peddling it and make a conscious decision to cut them out of your life. Not interested. You got a coworker who, like, no, I'm a they, them. I don't really care. All right, I will deal with you the absolute minimum I absolutely have to. Otherwise, I want nothing to do with you. That's how you should deal with it. And you should also, if you can, refuse to play the game. Refuse to play along. Because there is no good reason, there is no rational thought to cede your ability to communicate to anybody else. Anyway, that's a long tangent back to the thought that I'm sitting here looking at the Drudge Report and the different worlds that we live in. Flip to MSNBC. Check it out. Don't do it for more than like 20 minutes. If your MSNBC viewing lasts for more than 4 hours, seek a medical professional. Maybe get some saltpeter or something. But I'm looking at Drudge and the headlines, Final Sprint. Final Sprint, we're still 2 months out. Final Sprint. Focus on 7 states. Okay, Harris +4. A poll right now is like leading the Super Bowl at halftime. Doesn't matter. She's still got that new candidate smell. Surge in the South, ridiculous. Republican confidence shaken, absurd. But it is choir preaching. This is what the left believes. Now, I don't mind this because this can lead to complacency. This can lead to a bit of laziness, which I think would be helpful to Republicans, so I'm fine with that. But then you've got this one. The Don claims God directing him to save USA. This stems from an interview that Donald Trump did with Mark Levin. It had, in the headline, it's, what is this? The Express. The Daily Express, a left-wing site. You flip to it, and the first 3 pictures you see are all of boobs. Like, yeah, that's women. Trump making increasingly bizarre God claims while losing grip on Christian voters. Over the weekend, there was a 2-hour almost conversation between Mark Levin and Donald Trump for his Fox TV show, in which they talked about the assassination attempt, which wasn't that long ago, but it seems like it didn't even happen. And in it, he acknowledged he believes, God maybe intervened in that, which, considering it's a matter of millimeters, he'd be dead if he hadn't turned his head and cocked it a little bit. It's a perfectly rational way to think. But if you want to attack Donald Trump as some sort of weird religious guy with a God complex, you take that out of context and you say, Donald Trump is now saying that he is chosen by God to lead the country. Like, that's not what Donald Trump at all said. But as I always say, if Democrats, if the left, if progressives had truth on their side, they wouldn't have to lie so often. And yet they do, which kind of tells you something. Looking at the clock, we're overdue for a break. I'm Derek Hunter, sitting in for Tony Katz. You're listening to Tony Katz Today. Be right back.
This could be one of the most consequential votes of our lifetime.
Who will be our next governor?
U.S. Senator.
Our next president.
Who will represent us in the General Assembly?
You have a voice with your one vote.
Unhappy with the current state of affairs?
You can do something about it.
Voting is one of our most important rights as Americans.
It's how you can stand up for your beliefs,
your values,
and for future generations.
A reminder to make your vote count on November 5th.
November 5th.
November 5th.
From WIBC
and Urban One.
What would happen to your husband or wife if you passed away first? Would they be confused about finances and struggle to make ends meet? There is a solution that could guarantee your spouse receives steady and reliable income for the rest of their life. And it's backed by one of the largest, most trusted insurance companies in the world. Learn more by calling Bill Demery, your retirement guy in Indy. Call now, 317-648-5120. That's 317-648-5120.
If you've saved more than $200,000, schedule your free analysis with Bill Demery. Call 317-648-5120. Your bills won't stop when you pass away. That's why you need a solution that could provide a reliable income for your spouse, for your family, for the rest of their life. Call 317-648-5120. That's 317-648-5120. Bill Demery, your retirement guy.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks vapors in an easy-to-apply stick. And it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks VapoStick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And when you need more comfort for yourself, try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors. Use as directed. VapoStick for use ages 4 and up. Vapo Shower Max use for adults only.
I'm a veteran. We hit a mine in Vietnam. When I came home, I didn't know where to turn.
As America's veterans face challenges, DAV is there.
My victory's been never giving up hope. My wife is always there to remind me we have a life to live.
DAV provides a lifetime of support, helping veterans of every generation get the benefits they've earned.
I am a veteran, but after I got out, I spent 2 years alone and homeless.
Every year, DAV helps more than 1 million veterans so they can reach victories great and small.
My victory was finding the support to get back on my feet. Now I'm getting things right with my family.
I finally admitted, with my PTSD, I wasn't doing well.
But there's more to be done and more victories to be won.
Now I wish I'd found DAV sooner. I am a veteran. My victory is just enjoying each day.
Help support more victories for veterans. Go to DAV.org.
It's just alcohol. Everybody drinks. You may have already heard this statement from your teen. I'm Tammy Silverman with Indiana Youth Institute. Alcohol is the substance most commonly abused by teens. Survey data shows that 2 in 10 Indiana high school students reported drinking in the past month, and more than half of Hoosier teens say it would be easy to get alcohol. How do you talk with your teen about alcohol use, especially if they see peers or adults drinking? First, understand that your child may point out contradictions in our society's views on alcohol. It's okay to acknowledge those facts. Talk with your teen about the many risks of alcohol use. During your conversation, you can both validate their views and uphold your family values. You are the first line of defense against alcohol abuse, so don't be afraid to talk to your teen. What you say has a big influence on their decision to drink or not. This Kids Count Minute is a message from Indiana Youth Institute. For more parent tips, visit IYI.org.
Kids count on you.
I could just listen to this for a while. Welcome back. Tony Katz today. Derek Hunter sitting in. Looking at the internet here, the Twitter machine, about Point Nemo. It is apparently the most remote location on the face of the earth. Point Nemo is located in the South Pacific Ocean, approximately 2,688 kilometers or 1,670 miles away from the nearest land. Situated in the points, and then there's the coordinates. And geographically, this mystery point is located at the intersection of the equator and the international date line. Take 2 weeks to get there, just because you have to basically go around the world, then to New Zealand, and then hop on a freighter to get out there. They're all uninhabited. So if you hate people, and you're looking for a place to go, a place to live, I found it for you. I wish I sold real estate, but I do not. Anyway, welcome back. It is, we've got, by the way, just to preview the rest of the show, because we've got news coming up here. We've got a break we've got to take in a few minutes. We're going to talk about the Israeli hostage situation, the left trying to blame both sides. They're both sidesing this thing. It truly is. It's amazing how the left, Donald Trump said both sides are both very fine people. Never did. Never said that. He unequivocally condemned the neo-Nazis and the white nationalists, whatever the hell that is. But the left is going, well, both sides need to come together over this hostage situation. It's terrible. Like, well, one side murdered hostages, lined them up, got them on their knees, shot them in the back of the head, 6 of them. And the other side was looking for them, hoping for them not to get killed, hoping to free them, and open to various negotiations that would have, prevented that murder. Right? Wouldn't those kind of things just, I don't know, are they a little bit different? They seem a little bit different to me. But to the left, they are no different. And Tim Walz, who I like to describe as like either coked out Muppet, because that's, you see him come out on stage and he's like kicking and flailing around. He's like somebody having a seizure while working a marionette is Tim Walz walking out there. Either that or he's like a Division III college mascot at a sparsely attended game, trying desperately to start the wave in a stadium of about 500 people in a stadium that holds 10,000. Flailing around, looking like a moron. Well, he took a couple of questions over the weekend at the Minnesota State Fair. Took 2 innocuous questions, and then the second somebody got serious, one of the reporters got serious. Now, they weren't expecting a serious answer per se. They're just asking the question. He ran away. It's telling both in the fact that he immediately cut it off, that he has no interest in this hostage situation, the slaughter of innocent people. It's also telling that 2 so-called journalists had bites at the apple first. The chance to ask somebody who's answered questions-ish one time with Dana Bash last week, the chance to ask him, he wants to be vice president. You could ask him anything you want, and they ask him about, is this the best state fair in the country? And some other, how is it being governor and running for president, vice president at the same time? And you go, really? You get one bite at this. This is the best you could come up with. And the answer is yes, because when you live in the tank, you're in the tank. And these people are absolutely fish. They are in the tank. They are part of the school that is swimming around. And what we really need is something big, not a whale because they only eat plankton, but we need some kind of killer whale or orca or maybe some sharks to come in and eat these bastards. Is it clear I hold them in contempt? Because I do. Anyway, this is Tony Katz Today. Derek Hunter sitting in for Tony Katz the next couple of days. We're just getting started. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back.
'93 WIBC Mobile News. On the level. On the go.
How they helped. 70 degrees here on Monument Circle. I'm Sasha Nixon. Here's what's trending at 12:30. A person in Speedway apparently faced a medical emergency Tuesday.
And that medical emergency caused them to crash the car they were driving. I'm Ryan Hedrick. The crash happened along West 16th and Polko Streets, right by the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Luckily, people were there to help the person get out of the car.
The subject is going to be okay. We want to say thank you to the drivers that witnessed the crash and were able to help save the individual's life.
Lieutenant Jacob McAtee from the Speedway Police. Ryan Hedrick, 93 WIBC Mobile News.
The average price for gas across the state is currently $3.20 per gallon, according to GasBuddy.com. I'm Sasha Nixon. On the level, on the go, and on WIBC.com.
I've been playing sports all my life. Little football, basketball, pickleball, cross training, mud events, Spartan races and things like that.
For Dr. Eric Williams, a successful chiropractor, staying active means everything. So when nagging knee pain slowed him down, he didn't want drugs or invasive surgery. He found a natural way to get lasting relief. QC Kinetics Cellular Therapies.
We're using my body's natural abilities to get better. And that's huge. In time, that's going to be the way of the future. Using your own body's ability to heal. Now I can play day to day and not have that severe pain.
Now he's back out there doing what he loves, thanks to QC Kinetics.
Life is good. You're not going to slow me down.
Leave the pain behind and get moving. Book your free consultation today with QC Kinetics.
Call QC Kinetics, 317-559-PAIN. That's 317-559-PAIN. In Eagle Creek, Greenwood, and Carmel. 317-559-PAIN.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Smokey the Bear.
Then you know why Smokey tells you when he sees you passing through. Remember, please be careful, it's the least that you can do.
This is what you desire. Don't play with matches. Don't play with fire.
After 80 years of learning his wildfire prevention tips, Smokey Bear lives within us all. Learn more at SmokeyBear.com. And remember,
only you can prevent wildfires.
Brought to you by the USDA Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
It's not just adults who can feel stressed out. Our children feel stressed too. I'm Tammy Silverman of Indiana Youth Institute. Between school demands, maintaining friendships, and expectations from adults, it's no wonder that children sometimes feel stressed out. But unlike adults, experts say children may not be able to recognize stress or know how to cope. Luckily, you can help your child handle the challenges they're facing. Start by making yourself available to talk and be a good listener. Let your child express their views, and when you respond, focus on your child's feelings rather than your own. You can also ask your child what they need from you, whether it's advice or help solving a problem. But if stress is still overwhelming, experts recommend you reach out to a licensed mental health professional to make sure your child gets the support they need and deserve. This Kids Count Minute is a message from Indiana Youth Institute. For more parent tips, visit IYI.org.
Kids count on you.
Go on and take that free ride with your bad self, okay? I'm Derek Hunter, sitting in for Tony Katz on Tony Katz Today. Just listen, play classic rock the rest of the show. Let's just have a dance party. We can't do that. But I do recommend, as I was saying, you go and check out the other world that is left-wing media. Just don't do it too long. When you get that queasy feeling, if you feel like you're about to throw up, then you change the channel. Have a bucket nearby, because some of us don't know our own limits. So over the weekend, the big story was a terror attack. Not a terror attack, the execution of terrorists who were taken during a terror attack. The execution of hostages over in Egypt, 6 of them, including 1 American. You really want to know what the rest of the world thinks, particularly the enemies of the United States. Look at this incident. We are continually told what by Joseph Robinette Biden and the Democrats? They have restored the faith in America. They have restored America's image around the world. Oh, my goodness, bow down before the one you serve, because it is a miracle. After the devastation of 4 years of Donald Trump, Joe Biden came in and restored our good name. The only thing is, nothing is better in the world stage. Nothing has improved on the world stage. For all of this wonder that we have now engaged in, one would think that there would be some dividends for it if, in fact, we were held in such high esteem by the world. Yet Russia, even after Kamala Harris was dispatched to the European Union to make clear to Vladimir Putin that he should not invade Ukraine, he invaded Ukraine. Kind of weird, isn't it? China is still saber-rattling and gearing up for an invasion of Taiwan. They're really just waiting for an opportunity at this moment. Of course, the entire war in Gaza, the terror attack by Hamas, now Hezbollah going crazy in the north, and Iran funding all of it, whilst moving ever closer to building a nuclear weapon for themselves. And here's Joe Biden saying, oh, things are going great. We have restored the image of the United States around the world. Well, if our image around the world were Gozer the Gozerian, Gozer the Destructor, then yes, our image has been restored to its former glory. But I don't think that's what most people think of our image around the world. I think most people recognize that our image around the world was one of unflappable leadership on the side of freedom and liberty. Yet that's not what the Biden administration is giving us, nowhere near what the Biden administration is giving us. They are giving us fecklessness. They are giving us excuses. They are giving us, well, they're doing a bodily function on us whilst telling us it's raining. That's what they're doing. It is sad, really, that anybody believes this, that anybody falls for it. As you're watching what's going on, say, over in the UK, as they're trampling the free speech rights of their citizens, and recognize that we do not have the problems that they have directly over there, per se, but it's only because of the genius of our founding fathers, the First Amendment. The First Amendment, people say it all the time. The First Amendment grants you the right to free speech. The First Amendment does not grant you the right to free speech. The First Amendment protects the right to freedom of speech with which you were born from government interference. If the government granted you free speech through the First Amendment, then the government would be free to take that away. It's like abortion. The left has it really weird. The government grants you the right to an abortion. You have a right to an abortion. Constitution doesn't. But if you believe that government grants you the right to things, then it's perfectly within the realm of government to take those rights away. They gave them to you, after all. Didn't they? Don't they? They do. That's the genius of our system, is that we don't play that game. We're born with these rights. Government shall not. Congress shall make no law. Shall not be infringed. Those words are in our Constitution. You think, well, the UK is similar. They respect freedom of speech. They do. They don't. They have no guarantee of freedom of speech, no protecting of the freedom of speech. They are what they were 2,000 years ago, 1,000 years ago, serfs still. Now they have more rights, more abilities, what have you, but essentially they are serfs because they don't have the protections from their government in the Constitution the way that we do. So there are people over there being critical of the illegal alien invasion, and they're being labeled as hate mongers and being attacked, being imprisoned. Keir Starmer, there were the riots over there because there were a bunch of Britons who were attacked and killed, young girls killed, by the sweet, sweet, nourishing migrants, the asylum seekers. And people didn't like that. Turns out people don't like that. And they took to the streets. It got out of hand, and the Prime Minister promised swift justice, and so they set up courts. They've already convicted. They convicted people within a week. There's a speedy trial, and then there are show trials done quickly. The Soviet Union, Saddam Hussein, places like this, they do the show trials done quickly. See, the speedy trial is, in our system, is designed to protect the rights of the citizenry from an oppressive government. You can't sit around and give them 6 months while you're waiting while they manufacture evidence or whatever. You get to have a speedy trial while people's memories are fresh and not manipulated over time, whereas in other countries they don't allow the presentation of contrary evidence, of defense witnesses, etc., etc. They just go through the motions, and by the end of the day they've gavelled you guilty and sent you off to the gulag. You wouldn't have thought that the UK would be like that, but the UK is being like that. It's pretty scary. And a lot of people in this country look at that and are envious. A lot of other people in this country don't look at that. Well, they don't look at that at all. They just assume that everything is all well and good, but that's not happening over there. People think that because we broke away from them at the Revolutionary War, we speak the same language, we roughly like the same movies and have a similar culture, that we're all the same. We are not the same. The beauty of our system of government is the Constitution, the Bill of Rights. Now, there's an argument at the time, and to this day, amongst a bunch of libertarians who think that the Bill of Rights was absolutely unnecessary and made things worse because the 9th and 10th, because the Constitution was pretty unambiguous, or they think that the 9th and 10th Amendment to the Bill of Rights would be enough, which basically says that any powers not given to the federal government by the Constitution are reserved for the people and the states. Theoretically, that would be good. If we had honest politicians, if we had good people's politicians, then sure, that would be enough. But we don't. And our founding fathers recognized our problems as a species and built in safeguards, and the Bill of Rights is part of that. We're seeing that chipped away. We'll get to that in a little bit. But our standing in the world, where I started with this, is definitely diminished. There was a time when if you were an American hostage, your hostage takers would never even imagine doing anything. They understood. Ronald Reagan will look at what happened to Muammar Gaddafi. Not the end, the death, but back in the 80s when he bombed Pan Am Flight 103 over Lockerbie, Scotland, because he's an evil man and liked to inflict terror on people. Ronald Reagan nearly killed him. Ronald Reagan not only bombed his military, they launched an attack from London. They not only bombed, or from England, they not only bombed military installations, government installations, they bombed a couple of his houses, trying to kill him. He might have been there. They killed some of his family members. And Muammar Gaddafi realized that, while he hadn't killed anybody related to Ronald Reagan, he killed Americans. And they're going to kill him. Also a bombing of U.S. servicemen in Germany. That there would be consequences for it. It is unacceptable. We will come after you. That lesson is forgotten. You remember George W. Bush when he said that you're with us or you're with the terrorists, talking about Saddam Hussein, saber-rattling toward him and his weapons of mass destruction program. And he said that we're going to come for all of you if you don't. And Muammar Gaddafi did what? He threw his hands up and said, hey, I got some weapons of mass destruction. You're welcome to them. Come on in and get them. Come on and get them. Please take them away. You go, that happened. Why? Because he invaded Iraq. He made it clear that he was serious. Nobody's taking Joe Biden seriously. Sadly, the image around the world that Joe Biden has fixed or changed or switched back is one of acquiescence. It is the Neville Chamberlain model. It is we can lose our way to victory somehow. We can surrender our way to a win. You can't. It's impossible. But that's the world that they're creating. So when you have a situation in the Middle East, when Israel is going tough and the United States is not standing unequivocally by the side of the right, the moral and the correct, which is Israel, doesn't matter if you hate Israel or not, in this situation, there's no ambiguity, there's no gray area. And you're hedging your bets because you hope to carry Dearborn, Michigan, and Hamtramck, Michigan, and therefore the state of Michigan in the Electoral College. People see weakness. People see weakness. People like Vladimir Putin see the withdrawal from Afghanistan and the haphazard way in which it was done. And you sit there and you watch 13 servicemen and women murdered at Abbey Gate. And the response is to blow up a minivan with an aid worker in it. And there's 7 children. And you go, oh, oops. Right after saying, we've got our revenge, we plotted, we bombed the guy who plotted it. And then you go, oh, no, wait a second. Turns out that was a guy who was friendly to us. Sorry about that. And that was really the only action the United States took. We probably sent money over there to him, too. That was it. That was the U.S. response to killing 13 servicemen and women. So why wouldn't you then execute an American hostage if Israel is closing in? And that's what happened. Israel was allegedly closing in on liberating the hostages, and Hamas executed them. And now Hamas has standing orders to execute any hostage if Israel is closing in on it. If we had a president with content in his underpants in the front, rather than just warm, squishy content in his underpants in the back, that president would make it unambiguously clear that this is unacceptable and these people need to be released, not just the Americans. That a line had been crossed a long time ago, but this was another line. We know in which five-star luxury hotel in Doha, Qatar, the leaders of Hamas issuing these orders live. We know where their billions that they've siphoned off of the Palestinian people from foreign, quote, aid, we know where that is parked. We could make it pretty clear, oh, nobody wants to violate the sovereignty of Qatar. Oh, why not? Are they going to go to war with the United States of America because some Hamas terrorists live in a luxury resort? We could make it pretty clear without actually having to go in that we will go in. And let's see if they call our bluff. But the secret to making sure that nobody calls your bluff is you can't be bluffing. A strong president would let these people know, hey, I see you're in penthouse number 2. We'll level the whole freaking hotel if anything happens to another hostage. That would restore the image of the United States in the world. But we don't have a president who's really interested in that. You're listening to Tony Katz today. I'm Derek Hunter sitting in. We'll be right back.
Indianapolis.
Everything's looking up in Indianapolis.
Baltimore.
A sparkling day at Baltimore's Memorial Stadium.
Intertwined through sports history.
The Colts had to sneak out of town at night.
As the Colts prepare for their season opener against Houston, we look back at the journey that brought the Colts west on I-70 in 1984.
Colts are on their way to Indianapolis.
A tale of two cities joined forever by one team. Friday night at 8 on 93 WIBC.
To protect his family from disaster, Steve used his camera phone.
Done.
By taking pictures of his important documents, Steve can always have them stored online. Learn more simple disaster prep tips at ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
It's time to pack up the summer supplies. Beach chairs, pool gear, umbrellas or tents, canoes. Where are you going to store it all? Probably someplace like your basement. If your basement has things like condensation, wet floors and walls, musty smells, mold and rot, Indiana Foundation Service can help. These signs may mean your home is due for basement waterproofing. The experts at Indiana Foundation Service know what works and what doesn't, from wall anchors to vapor barriers and sump pumps and dehumidifiers. They've seen it all and can do it all. Crawl space encapsulation too, making that a safe space for added storage. They'll work with you to find the permanent solution your basement and crawl space needs to stay dry year-round. Visit IndianaFoundation.com for a free inspection and no-pressure quote today. Indiana Foundation Service will find the cause of the problem and fix it once and for all. Indiana Foundation Service. There's a reason they are the trusted local experts.
Indiana Foundation Service. Reliability from the ground up.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Truck drivers, it's time to drive for a company that values your time. At Midwest Logistics Systems, you'll get home every day and have a predictable Monday through Friday schedule with occasional Saturdays. Plus, you'll enjoy the convenience of driving out and back routes and hauling no-touch, mostly drop-and-hook freight. MLS drivers also earn performance and safety bonuses and have access to a comprehensive benefits package. Explore our selection of local dedicated driving jobs and apply today at MidwestLogisticsSystems.com.
Hey, what's up? Hammer and Nigel here. We are both customers of Window Nation. Window Nation came out to the Hammer house. They measured everything multiple times. They got it right the first time. They were in, they were out, and now my house looks amazing, and my heating and air bill has gone down because of my awesome energy-efficient windows.
Yeah, Hammer, I had the same experience. Hey, you could buy 2 windows, get 2 free with 0 down and no interest for 24 months. 866-90Nation or windownation.com.
Our Labor Day savings start now at Lowe's.
Right now, buy one, get one free on Valspar Reserve or HGTV Home by Sherwin-Williams Infinity or Showcase Interior Paint via Lowe's gift card rebate. Whether you're painting one accent wall or want to freshen up a whole room, we've got you covered. Because Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows home improvement. More terms and restrictions apply. See Lowe's.com/rebates for details. Valid through 9/4.
The best tailgates before the Colts games are back, presented by Real Alternatives. Join us at the tailgate lot at McCarty and Church Street at 10 a.m. before the Colts-Texans game. Admission is free. Ice-cold Bud Light for purchase, Jack Daniels, and food trucks. Mingle with the ladies from Twin Peaks and personalities from our station. Sign up to win tickets and upgrades for the game and $100 in Colts cash from Bud Light. No purchase necessary, but you must be present to win. Tailgate with us starting at 10 a.m. at McCarty and Church Street, presented by Real Alternatives.
Our patient's most common regret statement? I just wish I would have done this sooner.
Find out more at adventknows.com because breathing well will help you live better.
If you can plan barbecues and weddings, you can plan to protect yourself from a natural disaster. Sign up for local alerts, prepare an emergency kit, and make a family communications plan. Get started at ready.gov/plan.
Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
Tailgate this Sunday from 10 to 1 at the parking lot at McCarty and Church Street before the Colts-Texans game. Presented by Real Alternatives, Jack Daniels, and Twin Peaks. Register to win a ticket upgrade or tickets to the game and $100 in Colts cash from Bud Light. No purchase necessary.
Oh, man. Good bump music, Tony. Tony's got a good, I don't know who picks it. Probably not Tony. Tony's not at all about smoking cigars, but that's just how it is. I'm Derek Hunter, sitting in for Tony Katz today, tomorrow, and Thursday as we bring you the news. It is when we get back. We didn't get a chance to get to the audio of the coked-out Muppet Tim Walz running away from a question about the morally unambiguous. It's amazing to me when people can't take, they don't even have the nerve, the guts to take the principled, obvious, easy stand. It's like sitting over the hole. You got 2 inches to the cup. It's a tap and putt, and you go, give me the driver. Give me the wedge. Give me something. Like, what are you doing? This is easy. Why don't you just do the right thing? Problem solved. Some people don't have the right thing in them. They're called Democrats. So we'll get to all of that and more. We've got lovely Kamala Harris talking. We've got a whole bunch of stuff. We're just getting started. Don't go anywhere. You listen to Tony Katz Today.
What would happen to your husband or wife if you passed away first? Would they be confused about finances and struggle to make ends meet? You know, there is a solution that could guarantee your spouse receives steady and reliable income for the rest of their life. And it's backed by one of the largest, most trusted insurance companies in the world. Learn more by calling Bill Demery, your retirement guy in Indy. Call now, 317-648-5120. That's 317-648-5120.
If you've saved more than $200,000, schedule your free analysis with Bill Demery. Call 317-648-5120. Your bills won't stop when you pass away. That's why you need a solution that could provide a reliable income for your spouse, for your family, for the rest of their life. Call 317-648-5120. That's 317-648-5120. Bill Demery, your retirement guy.
Mom, meet Sarah.
From first-time Nana moments.
Welcome to Flight 101.
To annual girls trip moments. Your can't-miss moments are worth protecting against RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or severe diabetes, you're at higher risk of landing in the hospital from RSV. And there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com.
So where should we go next?
Sponsored by Pfizer.
Were you born from 1945 to 1965? People born during these years are 5 times more likely to have hepatitis C, but most people don't know they are infected. So even if you try to eat right, exercise, and take care of yourself, you can still have hepatitis C, a serious liver disease that often has no symptoms. In fact, People can live with hepatitis C for decades without feeling or looking sick. But over time, hepatitis C can cause serious health problems, including liver damage, liver failure, or even liver cancer. Getting tested is the only way to know if you're infected with hepatitis C. That's why the CDC recommends everyone born from 1945 to 1965 get a blood test for hepatitis C. Treatments are available that can cure this disease. So talk to your doctor about getting tested. It could save your life. A message from the CDC.
Why? Why take a chance? Why risk a mistake? Why say something? We all have reasons why we choose to ignore the things that give us pause, that seem out of place, that don't feel right. The word why can either paralyze us or empower us to stand up and protect what we love. So if you see something, why do you say something?
I see safe for my family.
I see safe for my friends.
I see say for my students.
We see say for each other.
I see say because all of this matters.
We all have something worth protecting, a why that unifies this community we're all a part of. So protect your everyday. Report suspicious activity to local authorities. If you see something, say something.
It's not too late to get the backyard of your dreams this year. Expand your living space with an Indy Decorative Concrete patio. Indy Decorative Concrete, the patio experts. Big enough to service, small enough to care.
If you want a great-looking lawn next spring, now is the perfect time to get started, and nobody makes it easier than True Green. Get 50% off one application with an annual plan. Visit TrueGreen.com today. Restrictions apply.
Go where the pros go. Drexel Interiors for 1951 cabinetry. Visit Drexel's Kitchen and Bath Design Centers at 146th and River Road, North Shadeland, or DrexelIN.com.
Broadcasting from the Technology Recycler Studios, this is Indy's Mobile News, 93 WIBC. WIBC HD1 Indianapolis. The news starts now.
A lawsuit over voter registration. Lisa Brady, Fox News, as Republicans accuse a critical swing state of accepting incomplete forms.
The Republican National Committee and North Carolina Republican Party are suing the North Carolina State Board of Elections. They accuse the board of accepting more than 200,000 voter registration forms that don't have driver license or social security data on them. So they say the state isn't making sure that only citizens are voting. This would be a violation of the more than 20-year-old Help America Vote Act. But the director of policy at Common Cause NC told the Daily Tar Heel that throwing away those votes would violate federal law, that you can't enact new list maintenance policies this close to an election, and that there's no evidence these forms have actually resulted in non-citizens signing up to vote.
Fox's Jessica Rosenthal's similar lawsuits have been filed in Michigan and Nevada. A former aide to New York's governor is accused of acting as an undisclosed agent of the Chinese government. Linda's son and her husband expected to make an initial court appearance today after being arrested at their Long Island home this morning. Federal prosecutors say Son altered state government messaging on issues related to the Chinese government and blocked representatives of Taiwan's government from having access to high-level officials in New York State. Governor Kathy Hochul's office says Son was fired last year after evidence of misconduct and that they reported her actions to law enforcement. An arrest just made at Columbia University in New York, where some pro-Palestinian protesters were pushing against barricades.
It's a new school year at Columbia University, but still a similar scene with those pro-Palestinian protesters gathering in front of that campus and marching, calling on the school to divest from Israel, saying Columbia has blood on its hands.
Fox's Alexis McAdams. The White House says Hamas is responsible for the deaths of 6 hostages over the weekend and that the killings underscore the sense of urgency to get a Gaza ceasefire and hostage deal done. America is listening to Fox News.
'93 WIBC Mobile News. On the level, on the go.
What to expect. 72 degrees here on Monument Circle. I'm Sasha Nixon. Here's what's trending at 102. The weather in Indiana appears to be going through a transition. John Herrick explains.
Temperatures will warm up over the next couple of days. After that, though...
So we'll have a cold front that's going to come through on Friday that's going to bring showers to most of Indiana, especially the northern half of the state. then that's going to bring some colder weather in afterwards, even colder than what we've been over the last few days.
Andrew White with the National Weather Service in Indianapolis says some places in southern Indiana have been under burn bans lately because of how dry it's been there. Emergency managers in those areas are concerned about fires. John Herrick, 93 WIBC Mobile News.
The average price for gas across the state is currently $3.20 per gallon, according to GasBuddy.com. That's below the national average of $3.28. You've got traffic and weather coming up in 2 minutes. It's 1:03.
When it's time to renovate, it's time to call Booher, B-O-O-H-E-R, BooherRemodeling.com, because it's about the process. It's about dealing with professionals who are with you every step of the way, communicating how things work. The best craftsmen and professionals who have been doing kitchens and bathrooms in Indianapolis for 2 decades. Talk to Booher Remodeling today about how they work and why it will work for you and your new kitchen. Call 317-852-5546, 852-5546, or online at Booher, B-O-O-H-E-R, BooherRemodeling.com.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues? Who are you? Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Inside Indiana Business Radio, the news you need to get ahead. Indiana's business news leader, weekdays at 6:32 a.m. and 5:56 p.m. on WIBC.
We all have someone we love, like the favorite lyric in our favorite song. You can't imagine life without them. Cancer screening tests can help keep the person you love around longer by detecting changes before cancer develops, or catch it early when it may be easier to treat. And many tests are available for free or are covered by insurance. It's time to sound like a broken record. Tell all your friends and family, I love you. Get screened. Visit cancer.org/getscreened to learn more.
1 in 6 seniors faces the threat of hunger, and millions more live in isolation. Drop off a hot meal and say a quick hello. Volunteer for Meals on Wheels by donating your lunch break at americaletsdolunch.org. This message brought to you by Meals on Wheels America and the Ad Council.
Indy Humane. Find your new best friend today. Visit indyhumane.org.
And now for your WIBC traffic update. It looks like someone has been walking on southbound I-69 after Brooks School Road. Reports around 1 o'clock say that the person was walking southbound against northbound traffic, and that is creating a bit of a traffic delay worth about 15 minutes right now. So if you're out there and you see that person, please watch out for that. And now here's your forecast from the American Standard Cooling Weather Center.
Mostly sunny skies today. It'll be a beautiful afternoon. Low humidity, highs near 78. Partly cloudy and comfortably cool tonight with lows falling into the middle 50s. I'm Wish TV Storm Track 8 meteorologist Tara Hastings for 93 WIBC.
And I'm Sasha Nixon, on the level, on the go, and on WIBC.com.
Live from the heartland and the crossroads of America, it's Tony Katz Today.
Hola and welcome back. And today the role of it was like the very, as you go to Broadway and you're like, ooh, I get to see Tom Hanks and Bryan Cranston in a play, and then right before the curtain goes up, today the role of Sandra, normally played by Tom Hanks and Bryan Cranston, will be played by their understudies, 2 people you never heard of. That would suck. I'd be pissed. But anyway, I'm Derek Hunter. I am the understudy. Tony Katz is off today. I am author, columnist, podcaster, all that stuff. If you search my name, you can find out how to find out all more about me, although you can also find out all the horrible things about me, too, I'm sure. If you just search Twitter for the lovely threats and all of that stuff, that's the life of a conservative, isn't it? It would be, isn't it? Anyway, we've got a lot of ground to get to, a bunch of things to talk about. I was talking before the break about the situation over in the Middle East and the summary execution of 6 Israeli hostages, including 1 American, because the world has no respect for Joe Biden. They don't fear the United States. And, you sit there and you go, well, respect and fear are 2 different things. Yes, in most places. This is where the American mindset gets. We are spoiled with riches when it comes to the world. We are the envy of the world. The rest of the world, most of the rest of the world, wishes to come here. And our own citizenry has no interest in it. Our own citizenry hates it. It's weird. Not all of it. It doesn't take much. But you never underestimate the ability of a small but dedicated and committed group of people to be able to wreak unbelievable havoc on the mass majority. The communist was not the majority in Russia, in the Soviet Union. Look what they did. They could have easily been overwhelmed if everybody just said, to hell with this. They could have taken care of that problem in a day and saved 50, 60, 80 million lives. They didn't. China, same thing. The Maoists, they weren't the majority. They weren't. They never were. The Nazis were nowhere near a majority. They just get power, and then they make sure that everybody understands that to challenge that power is death. You're free to challenge the power all you want, as long as you want to live in exile, have a food taster for the rest of your life, or have the rest of your short life lived out in a prison cell while they wait your execution. It's not about respect on the world stage. It doesn't matter. Vladimir Putin doesn't have to respect you. The Ayatollah doesn't have to respect the United States. The Ayatollah has to live in fear that the United States is going to blow him up. That'll keep him in line. Nobody goes, well, I would love to kill the Jews, but I might lose the respect of Joseph Biden. I can't do that. I can't afford that. He's a nice guy. Nobody's worried about that. Nobody gives a crap about that. You want these people to be afraid to sleep in the same house 2 nights in a row, right? If it comes down to it. Not all the time. Not all the time. But if they're going to mess with the United States, they have to know that you go ahead. You can blow up somebody, you can blow a tax, but for the rest of your natural-born existence, your family members, your friends, your inner circle, everybody's going to be hunted down. Doesn't matter how long it is. The longer it takes, the more you're going to have to live in fear. And then eventually we're going to kill you. All right? There's your choice. That keeps more people in line. There's nobody going, well, I would love to kill the Americans, but I very much want to be able to visit Disneyland and have their respect. More importantly, their respect than anything. Nobody cares about respect. I think Vladimir Putin's crying in his borscht, or I don't respect me. I don't get it. I try, but no matter what I do, it's never good enough for them. We're not their distant, cold, uncaring father. We are their adversaries, and we should probably treat them as such. But since they don't fear us, they kill an American, because why not? What's the consequence for it? The consequence for killing that American hostage and killing 5 other hostages is that Joe Biden tisks them on his way out to, or way back from, a second week of vacation. Oh, they shouldn't have done that. And then gets a question about, hey, do you think Netanyahu is doing enough to bring about peace? And the answer, no. Like, oh, okay, well, there you go. It's on Netanyahu. Boy, if he just surrendered harder, if he just gave terrorists more, we could really stop terrorism. Because, yes, every child you see throwing a temper tantrum in a toy aisle, when the parent caves and goes, fine, you can have the toy, you know that from that moment on, that child will never throw another temper tantrum, because they will be so contented that it had worked the first time. They would never dare dream of it again. Of course, that's asinine. Got to live in fear to do the Gaddafi model. All right, well, you either give us what you got or we'll kill you. Hey, here it is. You come in anytime, inspect whatever you want. I'm not a fan of regime change for the sake of regime change. That's where I think that Obama and Hillary Clinton really dropped the ball. And Muammar Gaddafi had given up his weapons of mass destruction program and was no longer anywhere close to a threat to the United States. Our interest should have ended right there. Yes, he was still a jerk to his own citizens. He was killing and torturing and blah, blah, all of that. It's up to the Libyan people to rise up and overthrow him. But instead, when the so-called Arab Spring, I don't know why I'm giving you this history lesson, you lived through it too, but when the Arab Spring came about and the people were standing in the streets going against, what is it? Was it Mubarak? I forget who it was. And it wasn't Mubarak. Yeah, it was Mubarak in Egypt, Hosni Mubarak. The United States spoke out in favor of the people in the streets there, which were the Muslim Brotherhood. It was orchestrated by the Muslim Brotherhood. We turned on somebody who was an ally. Not a great person, not somebody you'd want to date your daughter, but an ally of the United States, certainly not a threat to the United States, because they had to say something about somebody. They chose to remain relatively silent about Bashar al-Assad in Syria and the Ayatollahs in Iran, because Barack Obama was scrambling desperately to come up with his Iran deal. So as the Ayatollahs ordered the execution of a whole bunch of Iranians in the street, the United States remained silent. Instead, they said, Muammar Gaddafi is the real problem here, not a threat to the United States, but he might use his Air Force against his own people. Remember that? That was the justification. We imposed a no-fly zone because of that. Because he might use his Air Force against his own people. And so we had to take him out. And they took him out. They tortured him. We're like, okay, great. Now Libya's a failed state. There's open-air slave markets. It's a terrorist haven. And you're thinking, well, that didn't work out very well. But that's the world we have now. That's the world that Joe Biden created. So as you look at what's happening in the Middle East and happening with these terrorists, there's 101 terrorists left, I think. Don't expect anything to change because the West, led by Joe Biden, has basically set the standard that you acquiesce. Acquiesce. He's mad at Netanyahu for trying to free hostages. He's madder than he is at the takers of those hostages. Now, Tim Walz, Fraudy Murphy, as I like to say, for his stolen valor, Fraudy Murphy, was asked about this over the weekend. He went state fair time. It's county fair time. It's fair time everywhere. If you really want to get on a rickety-ass ride and go around and go, see, I'm sure the guy that makes $10 an hour, who's chain-smoking generic cigarettes, trying to hit on high school students, I'm sure that he took great care when he put this. I'm just kidding. I'm not. I mean, I am. But you want to risk riding those things, knock yourself out. But Tim Walz went there, and he's walking around with some sort of, I think he calls it a frozen pork chopper. It looks like an ice cream. It might be pork flavored. They have really weird stuff at these fairs. And he ventured near reporters. Now, there's a couple things to listen to in this clip because Tim Walz is asked two questions before he screams like a teenage girl saw a spider and ran away. The first question, when the press pool has a chance to ask him the question, is about how wonderful the state fair is. And you go, that seems a little bit weak. What do you think the governor is going to say? Yeah, our state fair sucks. I really hate it here. The people smell. It's not a good place. Is he going to say that? No, of course not. The second question is equally as worthless, but at least it's semi-tangentially involved in the presidential race, considering he doesn't answer questions. It is, how are you finding being governor and a candidate for vice president at the same time? It's a dumb question. The governor, Congress isn't in set. Nobody's doing anything, nothing legislatively, whatever. There's nothing going on. But whatever. That's the third question they ask about. What do you think about the situation with the executed hostages? And upon hearing that question, Tim Walz goes, "Yep, gotta go. See you later." Now, what's weird is he doesn't, and what's telling really is he doesn't say anything about it while the question is being asked. It's pretty clear what the question is. He could have at any point said, you know what, I got to go, interrupted in the middle of it before he got there. He heard the whole question, and then he goes, yeah, no, I'm not allowed to talk about that, and walks away. Runs away, really. He's got time for pointless questions, things that American voters might be interested in. He ain't got no time for that. Here's Tim Walz from over the weekend. Cut 2, go.
For those not from Minnesota, just to be clear, there's a lot of great state fairs in the country. This is the best one. And I say that having tried pork chops in Iowa and been at other ones, but great state fair, great tradition with Princess Kay of the Milky Way. Agriculture is still king in Minnesota. You see that many of these folks are going to participate in agribusiness over their lifetimes that we need here in Minnesota. So great state fair. Glad to have you all out here enjoying every bit of it, and started the day with pork chop and vanilla shake. So it's great. So thanks, everybody. The question was how much has changed from the last state fair. I don't get 12 days, which I normally get. A little bit more of a disruption, and I'm more concerned, obviously, disruption to the other folks. But it's exciting. I think people are seeing that we're getting to talk about Minnesota across the country, talk about the economy here, talk about things like the state fair, talk about agriculture. That's been really exciting.
How are you balancing managing the state of Minnesota and running for president?
Yeah, I got a good team on the being able to manage my schedule. We appointed 3 great judges last week in Ramsey County, as you saw. Every night we go through all of the decision memos and meeting with the commissioners. I stay updated throughout the day, and I'm in and out. Most of my time is day out and then back in.
Governor, how are you feeling?
What's your reaction to the 6 hostages being found dead in Gaza?
All right. Thanks, everybody.
What's your feeling about, you gotta look at the time. Is that the time? I gotta go. Yeah, you're not campaigning for president. You're back home in the state at a state event being governor. You could have easily answered that question. You keep your own schedule. But no. Democrats are, I hear a lot of people say, well, Democrats are really stupid. No. Democrats are evil. They're not stupid. There's a difference. Now, there are a lot of the grunts or look at it, see the writing on the wall and go, that's not writing on the wall. So in that sense, there are some people who are stupid, but the leadership, they know exactly what they're doing. They know exactly why they're doing it. They started talking about things. If you took, say, a principled stand and said what happened with Israel, what happened to these hostages is horrible, and I fully condemn Hamas for it, well, then you might not do as well in Dearborn. It could cost you votes in Dearborn. That could cost you votes in Hamtramck. I lived in Dearborn for 5 or 6 years. It costs you votes there. Michigan's in play. They're not going to take, if that's their principle. Or maybe their principle is they fall in line with the campus goons and they think death to Israel from the river to the sea and all of that. Can't give that because you'll lose votes the other way. So you've got to avoid the question. You've got to run away, skipping and screaming with your fingers in your ears, going, la, 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 I can't hear you, la, 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 la. How sad is it that these people are essentially in a virtual tie with Donald Trump for the election at this point? Hopefully people wake up. We've got 2 more months to make that happen, to be the alarm clock for the world. You're listening to Tony Katz today. I'm Derek Hunter, sitting in for Tony. We got to take a quick break. Be right back.
Kendall and Casey.
Hours upon hours of them telling you how great Joe Biden is, then telling you in the same speeches how screwed up things are in the country. How can both of these things be true?
Yes, we love you, Joe. Thank you, Joe. You've done so much for the country. Now get out.
Kendall and Casey. Weekdays 9 till noon on 93 WIBC and WIBC.com.
Are you nearly maxed out on your credit cards? It doesn't matter if you're using your credit cards for fun or to survive. At the end of the month, your statements come in, and you can either pay them or you can't. If you can't, late fees and interest rates get tacked on. And now you're struggling just to make the minimum payment due. Do you feel trapped? Am I talking to you? Good, because I personally researched some companies that can help you. They may be able to reduce your credit card balances by 50% and stop the late fees. If you qualify, please call our special debt hotline number right now for a complimentary free 5-minute consultation. Deal with your credit card problem now before it gets much worse and put more money back in your pocket. Trust me, I've been there too. Call right now.
800-948-1659. 800-948-1659. 800-948-1659. That's 800-948-1659.
Sinus pain. You know it all too well. It's constant. It's frustrating. The pressure, the headaches, the snoring, the constant clogged feeling. You're tired of feeling like this, but you've tried nasal sprays, over-the-counter medicines, even home remedies. No matter what you try, nothing gives you lasting sinus relief. You're tired of missing out and feeling miserable. There is something you can do, something different. Indianapolis Sinus Center. The physicians at Indianapolis Sinus Center have been serving the community with proven treatments for over 50 years. They know what you're going through, and they're standing by ready to offer you the best treatments to provide long-term relief. Breathe better. You don't have to keep suffering from sinus pain. Call Indianapolis Sinus Center today at 317-528-9650 and take the first step toward relief. 317-528-9650. That's 317-528-9650 or go to IndianapolisSinusCenter.com. If your leaky chimney is at it again, there's only one place to call. That's Chimney Solutions. Chimney Solutions has over 20 years of experience inspecting, sweeping, and troubleshooting chimney systems. From repairing your masonry to waterproofing to chimney caps, they handle it all with craftsmanship guarantees. The Chimney Solutions team is Chimney Safety Institute of America certified and members of the National Chimney Sweep Guild. Call Chimney Solutions today at 317-757-6979. Online at chimneyindy.com. That's Chimney Solutions.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy-to-apply stick. And it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick. Soothing comfort for the whole family. And when you need more comfort for yourself, try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors.
Use as directed. Vapo Stick for use ages 4 and up. Vapo Shower Max use for adults only.
Yeah, buddy. Oh, you know, I enjoy the music, but I always find ways to alienate people because I have to be honest. If you listen, I don't play guitar. Let me just put that out there. I do not play guitar, but a lot of people who do play guitar will sit there and tell you Jimi Hendrix is the greatest guitarist. Everybody has their own opinions about who's the greatest guitar player and why and whatever, and that's fine. You're allowed to, and I encourage everybody to have their own opinions. That being said, my opinion is based off of theirs. So it's not just that I think Jimi Hendrix sucks. I think Jimi Hendrix is the most overrated guitarist ever. And there's a couple now before you spit out. Well, it's probably too late if you spit out your coffee. But before you get angry, before you fire off a letter to whom it may concern, dear sir, listen to me. I play guitar, and I'll tell you. Before you do that, let me hear it. It is relative to how people hype him. See, overrated is you have to take the rated, and he is beloved by people who play guitar and other people who don't play guitar. Oh, he's the best. He's the best. But it's also that it's not relative to other people. It's not as though I think somebody else is better. I think he's overrated because of two things. Anybody who really is good at guitar, really great at guitar, there's a lot of people who play guitar great at it, I believe could have done or could do the same thing. I've had guitarists tell me, no, there's a feel and there's a sound and blah, 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 and I never heard it. I don't have dog ears when it comes to music. But if you sit there and you believe that, then you go, okay, but if you played the Hendrix, then you had Eric Clapton play it at the height of its powers, not old Eric Clapton, or Eddie Van Halen or whatever. They could probably pretty much do the same. If the instruction was replicate it, not play your own version of it, but replicate it, I'm pretty sure they could probably replicate it. And the second point is, Jimi Hendrix didn't live long enough to suck. What I mean by that is he only put out a couple of records. And then, like an idiot, he overdosed and died. So, like many people, the Rolling Stones are great. I love the Rolling Stones. But if somebody said, man, there's going to be a small venue concert of the Rolling Stones, they're going to play rarities, B-sides, they're going to play album tracks. No, I'm not interested. I'm not interested. The Rolling Stones have a lot of great songs. They've been around forever. They've recorded, 40 albums or whatever. And each album has one or two good songs on it. The rest, the gap between their good songs and the rest of their songs is the Grand Canyon. They suck. Jimi Hendrix was only around a little bit to make the hits we know. He didn't get a chance to grow old and start sucking. So he benefits from that. His legend does. Probably not being dead is not too big of a benefit, but you get where I'm going with this. And I reckon you can go ahead and send me all the hate email you want. DerekAllenHunter@gmail.com. You can make your case, but I don't think you'll ever convince me that I'm wrong, because I'm not. It's Tony Katz today. I'm Derek Hunter, sitting in for Tony. We're at the halfway point. We'll be back.
'93 WIBC Mobile News. On the level, on the go.
Honoring his legacy. 72 degrees here on Monument Circle. I'm Sasha Nixon. Here's what's trending at 1:30. A new statue to honor one of Indiana's longtime public servants was unveiled today in downtown Indianapolis. Wes Woodward has the story.
Richard Lugar was Indianapolis's mayor from 1968 to 1976 before serving 6 terms in the U.S. Senate. Tuesday morning, a new statue was dedicated in his honor. Former U.S. Secretary of State Condoleezza Rice spoke at the ceremony.
Richard Lugar really did believe that when you were representing the United States of America, you were not representing the Republican Party or the Democratic Party. You were representing your country.
Lugar served in the Senate until 2013. Wes Woodward, 93 WIBC Mobile News.
I'm Sasha Nixon. On the level, on the go, and on WIBC.com.
Truck drivers, it's time to drive for a company that values your time. At Midwest Logistics Systems, you'll get home every day and have a predictable Monday through Friday schedule with occasional Saturdays. Plus, you'll enjoy the convenience of driving out and back routes and hauling no-touch, mostly drop-and-hook freight. MLS drivers also earn performance and safety bonuses and have access to a comprehensive benefits package. Explore our selection of local dedicated driving jobs and apply today at MidwestLogisticsSystems.com.
Mommy, want to play a game with me and Dad?
Mommy's not feeling good.
You need to vaporize that cold.
Vaporize?
Yeah, with Dayquil VapoCool. It's Dayquil plus a rush of Vicks vapors.
Whoa.
Come on, honey. Let's let Mommy rest.
You guys are amazing. And so is Dayquil VapoCool.
Dayquil VapoCool, the vaporizing daytime coughing, aching, fever, power through your day medicine. And to vaporize sore throat pain, try Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
The best tailgates before the Colts games are back, presented by Real Alternatives. Join us at the tailgate lot at McCarty and Church Street at 10 a.m. before the Colts-Texans game. Admission is free. Ice-cold Bud Light for purchase, Jack Daniels and food trucks. Mingle with the ladies from Twin Peaks and personalities from our station. Sign up to win tickets and upgrades for the game And $100 in Colts cash from Bud Light. No purchase necessary, but you must be present to win. Tailgate with us starting at 10 a.m. at McCarty and Church Street, presented by Real Alternatives.
As a caring adult of a 7th or 8th grader, you may see their college plans as a distant process, but in reality, it'll be here in no time. Think about it. Your child could be heading to college by the time you pay off your next car. There's a good reason for middle schoolers and you to start planning their path to college today. This message is brought to you by the Indiana Youth Institute. Indiana's 21st Century Scholarship provides eligible students with up to 4 years of paid college tuition. So here's what you need to know. It is key that we make sure every eligible child is enrolled in the program. Requirements vary dependent upon age, and early sign-up is available for 7th grade students. For more information on the 21st Century Scholarship, visit learnmoreindiana.org/scholars. This Kids Count Minute is a message from the Indiana Youth Institute. For more parent tips, visit IYI.org.
Kids count on you.
Hey y'all, I'm Blake Shelton. Being from Oklahoma, I know a thing or two about natural disasters. Tornadoes are common where I'm from and have affected my life and the lives of people I care about. No matter where you live, be aware of the dangers in your area and have a plan. You can create an emergency kit, come up with an evacuation plan, and know where to seek shelter. You never know when a disaster may hit. These simple steps can help save a life. This message is brought to you by the U.S. Air Force.
Please allow me to introduce myself. I'm a man of wealth and taste. I've been around for
Great stuff. I'm not lying about Stones. I love the Stones, but you get deep into like it's just. I mean, maybe if you were there at the time. I was not, but you're there when like Exile on Main Street comes out, and you go, "Oh man, 2 albums! Oh, it's just great." Listen to the whole. No way. No way. By the way, we have some breaking news here. New York Post reporting. Kathy Hochul, the governor of New York. Why is it always the Democrats? Democrats are sleeping with spies from China, being driven around by spies from China. All this stuff. Ex-Hochul and Cuomo aide and husband worked as foreign agents for China, splurged millions on mansion, Hawaii condo, and a Ferrari, according to the feds. Another close advisor to high-power Democrats. It's weird. But, you know, Tim Walz, now these are... They're people you never heard of. I'll read you the story. The former high-ranking aide to Governor Kathy Hochul, who was arrested along with her husband Tuesday, acted as a foreign agent for China in exchange for millions of dollars in kickbacks and fancy perks such as salted duck. Is that expensive? I don't know. According to a bombshell indictment. The damning 64-page indictment accuses Linda's son, 41, and her husband, Christopher Hu, 40, of spending their shady gains on a gaudy $4 million house in Manhasset, not Manhattan, Manhasset, a $2 million second home in Honolulu, on a Honolulu high-rise, and luxury cars such as the 2024 Ferrari. These people are all the idiots who were in on the Lufthansa heist in Goodfellas. Everybody's showing up. I got a new Oldsmobile. I got the wife a new fur coat. He's like, what the hell are you doing? I told you not to do anything. De Niro was probably going to kill him anyway, but, you know. Son shadily used her position under Hochul and former Governor Andrew Cuomo, who are unnamed but clearly referenced in the court documents, to turn the governor's office into a virtual mouthpiece for the People's Republic of China and Chinese Communist Party, the indictment contends. At several points, Son bragged about effectively blocking Cuomo and Hochul from making statements that arguably recognize Taiwan, including when the disputed island sent 200,000 much-needed masks to New York during the early days of COVID-19. She also blocked representatives from Taiwan's government from visiting the New York governor's office, according to the documents. Isn't that lovely? Doing the bidding of the Chinese... You know what's amazing is you got Eric Swalwell sleeping with Fang Fang. You got Dianne Feinstein, dearly departed, having a driver for 20 years who was an agent China. You got Bill Clinton and Al Gore. This is the one that's forgotten because everybody left town. Everybody left the country. But Bill Clinton and Al Gore raised a ton of money from China in their 1996 reelection bid. Why isn't that more of a scandal? Well, because of Glenn, what's his face? It was John Glenn. I'm trying to remember his name. John Glenn. Now, you remember in 96, this broke probably around 97, 98. It was after the election, long after it could have done any damage to the Clintons. The Buddhist temple fundraiser that Al Gore attended. You sit there and you go, Buddhist temple fundraiser. Those words don't necessarily go together very often. You don't hear them very often. In fact, you don't hear them at all, except in the context of the corrupt Democratic Party in 1996. Al Gore was sent to a Buddhist temple out in California, the Los Angeles area, for a fundraiser with monks, Buddhist monks who had taken a vow of poverty. Somehow, Buddhist monks who had taken a vow of poverty managed to cobble together $200,000 for Clinton Gore's reelection campaign. Now, that's the kind of poverty I can get behind. If you're that poor and you're looking to unburden yourself of a fortune, hook a brother up. I'll take it. But he came out with $200,000. Now, he contended that he had no idea that what was going on. He was just sent out there to speak to them. Al Gore was. And he was sent out there to speak because, I don't know if you know this or not, but the California election in 1996 for president, it hinged on non-citizens. There's no good. It was funny. Al Gore's like, I just thought I was sent out there to blah, blah. You did a campaign event, dude. You did a campaign event with a whole bunch of people who are not American citizens who've taken a vow of poverty, and you came out with $200,000. You're going, I don't know how that happened. That was when, Al Gore famously went on in his testimony, and he was questioned about it. It wasn't testimony. It was just questioned by the reporters. Back then, Democrats would take questions from reporters. And he kept saying there's no controlling legal authority that says, and what I did was, well, there's no controlling legal authority. There's no controlling legal. I mean, there's the law, but there's no controlling legal authority. Yeah, there's no controlling legal authority, and that implicit in that is that there's nobody who's ever been. There's no precedent. You're right. There's no controlling legal authority. Because nobody ever thought that somebody would go and raise $200,000 from the Chinese communists because the money came from China and then pretend that they got it from a whole bunch of monks who took a vow of poverty. So, yeah, there was no being unprecedented doesn't make it legal. But all these Democrats, by the way, everybody involved in that, because it was more than just that one fundraiser. They raised millions of dollars from China. And the guy who did Johnny Chang or something, I can't remember the guy's name, but he was a big muckety-muck in Democratic Party politics. And then he's like, oh, wait, he's a Chinese citizen. And he ran back to China. And China is going to extradite him. He's doing the bidding of the Chinese Communist Party. He was their agent here. So they brought him back and probably dispatched Fang Fang to sleep with Eric Swalwell. And you go, well, driving Dianne Feinstein and sleeping with Eric, that's like a prison sentence right there. Eric Swalwell, yeah, I agree with you. Except that they're very dedicated to communism over there. They're very dedicated to their country over there. And now working as a mid-level advisor to the governors of New York. And you go, well, what kind of influence are you going to get? What are you doing? Well, you got to remember a couple of things. China is on the world. There's foreign policy is the diplomatic kabuki theater is foreign to most adult human beings because it is stupid and childish. And just be honest about it. It's a lot about saving face. Saving face. You go, what the hell does that mean? Well, you don't want to be embarrassed. You don't want to look silly. You don't want to. That's how Joe Biden can go around and say, I've restored the image of America in the world, and why that matters to some people. Like, that doesn't. The image is that you're weak. Like, isn't that not the image you want? But they think it matters, and that's why you can't say Taiwan is a country, because everybody in China goes, no, we have to pretend that Taiwan is a part of China. So the government of Taiwan, originally, really real quick history lesson, Chiang Kai-shek was an American ally during World War II, and beforehand, the Imperial Japan invaded with a lot of help from the U.S. He was able to fend off some of the. It was just a mess. He was a really bad leader. And in there, he was fighting the communists before under Mao. World War II, he fought Japan. The Maoists fought Japan. Eventually, Japan lost, thankfully. And Chiang Kai-shek was installed as the leader of China. And eventually he lost control of China to Mao. He didn't take the threat seriously enough, he didn't act swiftly enough, and he just made really bad decisions as well. And he ended up being chased off the mainland by a very small group of people. That's what I mean when I say never underestimate the power of a very small group of people to do horrible things if they're committed enough. Chiang Kai-shek was more committed to his wealth and his power than he was in maintaining it and saving his country. So he ended up getting chased to Taiwan. The Chinese communists didn't have the ability to chase him to Taiwan, and so they set up their own governments. The Taiwanese government pretended that they controlled all of China, and the Chinese government pretended that they controlled all of China. For a long time in the UN, up until Richard Nixon, when you see China in the United Nations, they were meaning Taiwan. They both called themselves China. Then Nixon changed that. And ever since then, you're not allowed to admit that Taiwan is its own country, its own separate entity, because you don't want to upset China. And you sit there and you go, why would China care? Why would China be upset? There's no rational reason for it. It's to save face domestically. And you go, domestically? How is anybody going to find out about it? They have complete and total media control. And they do. And there is no good answer for it. It's just stupid. It's kabuki theater. So we have to pretend that Taiwan is a part of China, even though it has its own government. We have our own relations with it. It's no longer represented in the United Nations Security Council. Like, that's China. And we dance around in that way. When Donald Trump gets sworn in, he gets a phone call from the president of Taiwan and takes it because somebody's calling the president, and why not take it? They're just well wishes. And China gets pissed off, and then everybody has to pretend that he didn't mean it. And, oh, geez, sorry. All this stuff. China is a mess, and they constantly meddle in the United States. They constantly meddle in our political affairs. They constantly meddle in our societal affairs. They are the controllers of TikTok. If you have TikTok on your phone, you have the Chinese Communist Party in everything that's on your phone. Congratulations. You have a new business partner, a new banking buddy, and all that stuff. All your contacts, all your pictures, all of it. But we just sit there and pretend that it's okay, that it's normal. Eric Swalwell sleeping with a spy. That's perfectly normal. And you go, well, why would anybody want to sleep with Eric Swalwell? He was a low-level Democrat at the time. Yes, he was. That's how you run an effective spy racket. You get in early. You get in on the ground floor. You get in with people on the way up. You can't ingratiate yourself to a congressman without raising a few eyebrows. But if you've been friends or sleeping or whatever with that congressman for 5 years before, when they're just in the city council, then you can. If you are, say, a Chinese billionaire and you're looking to ingratiate yourself to a possible future president, you find their idiot, crack-addled, prostitute-loving son, and you throw a bunch of money at him for a hedge fund that he's never run before. And you say, go ahead and manage this, and your fee will be like $3 million. Like, well, I don't know what I'm doing. It doesn't matter. And you go, they're throwing around millions and tens of millions and giving billions to be invested, so the commissions are millions. And you go, yeah, that's a lot of money to normal people. But if you could buy access to a president, buy influence to a president, possibly 5 years down the road, and you have an economy with a couple $1 trillion, wouldn't you throw a few $1 million at it? If it doesn't pan out, it's a few $1 million. That few million. Our government spends $15 billion every day. China's spending money hand over fist too. A few $1 million doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. It's like somebody really rich sitting there at roulette and putting money all over the board. Sometimes they hit, sometimes they don't. Okay, I hit on 22 red. Great, awesome. The other 15 bets I made lost, but I made up for it in 22 red, and they just sweep the board. That's how this stuff works. That's why you ingratiate yourself to so many people. So far down as the governor of New York. When she got in there, the governor of New York had national aspirations. He also got a little handsy, became a bit of a problem. But they try the next governor because they've already got somebody there. That's how this stuff works. They throw money at it. Gross, obscene amounts of money to normal people, but we're dealing with countries, not with people, not even with businesses. We're dealing with countries. The second largest economy on the face of the earth. They can afford it. We can't. We can't afford to let it happen. That it always happens with Democrats is a little bit telling, don't you think? It's Tony Katz today. Derek Hunter sitting in for you today. We'll take a break. Be right back.
Hammer and Nigel.
Kamala Harris is there right now. She's the de facto president because, let's be honest, President Applesauce Brains isn't calling the shots. Nope. It's her and the Obamas. And they're talking about how we need to have hope in this country. Donald Trump has not been the president for nearly 4 years now. And 12 of the last 16 years has been Democrat leadership. So why do we need hope? This is your doing. It's ridiculous.
Hammer and Nigel. Weekdays 3 till 7 on 93 WIBC and WIBC.com.
You let him try violin because you love him. And if you love him that much, love him enough to make sure he's buckled up and in the back seat. Find out more at nhtsa.gov/the right seat. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
Mow, dig, haul, lift. The versatile Kubota BX Series subcompact tractor does it all. Switching attachments is simple, and a smooth hydrostatic transmission makes for easy operation. The Kubota BX Series, rated #1 in durability and owner experience. Talk to your local Kubota dealer today to schedule a demo. Go to KubotaUSA.com for full disclaimer.
Stop by McAllister Machinery in Fishers and Indianapolis to see their full line of Kubota, or visit them online at McAllisterKubota.com.
Mommy, want to play a game with me and Dad?
Mommy's not feeling good.
You need to vaporize that cold.
Vaporize?
Yeah, with Dayquil VapoCool. It's Dayquil plus a rush of Vicks vapors.
Whoa.
Come on, honey. Let's let Mommy rest.
You guys are amazing. And so is Dayquil VapoCool.
Dayquil VapoCool, the vaporizing daytime coughing, aching, fever, power through your day medicine. And to vaporize sore throat pain, try Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Everyone knows that soaking in Epsom salts can make you feel better. Now imagine soaking in Epsom salts in a Royal Spa hot tub.
Ah, Royal Spa.
We see it every day online, tragedy of some sort, and our kids see it too. This message is brought to you by the Indiana Youth Institute. Now more than ever, our youth need our support, even if they don't experience an event firsthand. Talking about what is going on can help them understand and feel safe. When talking to our youth about tragedy, use gentle words, offer comfort, and encourage them to share their worries. And remember, our youth could be experiencing fear, shock, anger, anxiety, and grief.
These reactions are all normal, and their age will likely affect how they handle the stress. Be patient with support as your child grieves. However, if the child continues to display strong reaction for more than 2 to 4 weeks, they might need more help coping. This Kids Count Minute is a message from the Indiana Youth Institute. For more parent tips, go to iyy.org/kids.
Kids count on you.
After I got out of the Marine Corps, coming back home, it was just a mental breakdown for me. I was on the verge of giving up. That chapter, that season in my life was over. Now what? Who was I? That's what I kept asking myself. The pressure to have it all together, to heal, to quiet down the monsters inside, it was too much. I lost it. I had heard about the Wounded Warrior Project. I had seen the logo and that visual of a warrior carrying another warrior. The programs that the Wounded Warrior Project offers, it's not just the veteran themselves, it's their whole family. It brings it all together. We have scars that we carry, and just because the scars are there doesn't mean that we're any less than what we were. Right now, I'm the best version that I ever have been of myself. I can embrace the brokenness.
You wouldn't go into battle alone. You don't have to fight this alone. Visit woundedwarriorproject.org/notalone.
We need each other because every someone needs someone else.
We need each other because when we work together, we can do so much more.
We connect more children with what they need to grow up healthy, educated, and safe. And that's what Child Fund is all about.
Because when you make someone's world better, you make everyone's world better.
Child Fund, because we need each other.
Learn more at childfund.org. That's childfund.org.
Uh-oh, Brad's buzzed.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, he's starting with the woots. Good thing is, he knows when he's buzzed.
Know your buzzed warning signs? Call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Through their service, veterans have our backs. Now we should have theirs. Learn more at gotyoursix.org.
Time is just flying. Time is just flying, man. What are you going to do? Anyway, I'm Derek Hunter sitting in for Tony Katz on Tony Katz today. We've got 1 more hour together to get through a whole bunch of stuff. I cut up a bunch of audio for my show, so I already had it cut up. But it is, there's some damn good stuff in there. We'll try to get to it on the other side, as well as all the breaking news. I just find it very interesting that the Chinese, there's no doubt that the Chinese would target anybody. They don't have party loyalty. But they are evil, too. They're not stupid. They take the path of least resistance to try and get into wherever they can get into. What's telling is that the path of least resistance sure as hell seems to lead right through the Democratic Party. Why would that be? Why would that be? Maybe it's because they don't kiss very many girls and getting Eric Swalwell was easy. Maybe it's because it's just gullible. Maybe it's because they're simpatico on so many issues that you can't really tell the difference. I don't know. It's worth exploring. I hope somebody does. Anyway, you're listening to Tony Katz today. I'm Derek Hunter sitting in. We'll be back after this.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi. My daughter invited her entire class to her birthday party. Can my Wi-Fi handle it?
Oh, well, at Xfinity, our latest gateways have tri-band Wi-Fi technology, letting you connect hundreds of devices at once.
No way. So if all the kids are watching stuff on their phones, well, their parents are sharing videos online.
Yep, go ahead and watch videos. They can all do their thing and party their way. No problem.
Oh, we are gonna need a bigger cake.
Now through September 22nd, get fast, reliable, 150 megabit Xfinity internet for just $30 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. And get Wi-Fi equipment included. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Xfinity, bring on the good stuff. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless bill and an auto-pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Currently $71 a month. Actual speeds vary.
This September, Diamonds Direct's ultimate offer is back, stronger than ever. Diamonds Direct helps you get the perfect jewelry gift with 0% interest. That's right, enjoy 5 years of 0% financing on any Diamonds Direct purchase. It's your chance to get her the perfect ring with 0 interest and comfortable monthly payments that fit your budget. But act fast. This offer ends September 30th. For details and more, visit diamondsdirect.com. Spread your payments over 5 years with 0 interest on approved credit. Only at Diamonds Direct. Your love, our passion.
Tommy! I can't wait for golf this weekend, huh, buddy? Time flies. Love you, man. Oh, don't forget your knee brace again. We aren't in college anymore.
Moments together matter, so help protect yourself from RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or severe diabetes, you're at higher risk of landing in the hospital from RSV, and there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
The Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council present the story of Tom and Levi.
Tom is the smartest man I know. He's been a professor at 2 major universities, been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, he told me that he was having problems in his classes. I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. And he was telling them that he was doing it as a favor to them, but I think in reality, he just wanted to get out of there. I was really starting to worry because I saw something was wrong.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me, and my love for him was just immense.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
We may be thousands of miles apart, but we can still connect. And when we do, we make things better. At Child Fund, we connect children all around the world with what they need to grow up healthy, educated, and safe. Together, we co-create connections that help millions of children who live in poverty worldwide, and their families, and their communities, and you. Join us. Together, we can make the world a better place. 2 small worlds at a time. Visit childfund.org to learn more.
It's not too late to get the backyard of your dreams this year. Expand your living space with an Indy Decorative Concrete patio. Indy Decorative Concrete, the patio experts. Big enough to service, small enough to care.
It's Mattress Firm's best sale of the year. Labor Day sale. Get a Sleepy's Queen mattress at the lowest price ever. Just $89.99. Offer ends Tuesday. In-store pickup only.
Go where the pros go. Drexel Interiors. For 1951 cabinetry, visit Drexel's Kitchen and Bath Design Centers at 146th and River Road, North Shadeland, or drexelin.com.
Broadcasting from the Technology Recycler Studios, this is Indy's Mobile News, 93 WIBC. WIBC HD1 Indianapolis. The news starts now.
Mass protests for another night in Israel. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News. After the killing of 6 hostages found dead over the weekend in Gaza. Fox's Jeff Paul in Tel Aviv.
Both protesters and the families of the remaining 101 hostages try to get together to apply as much pressure as they can to both the Israeli government and on Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to make a deal to bring home the rest of the hostages.
Pro-Palestinian protesters returning to college campuses in New York City as students return to class.
Things did escalate pretty quickly. It started with a few dozen protesters, climbed to a couple hundred.
Fox's Alexis McAdams at Columbia University, where at least 2 protesters were arrested. Red paint thrown on one statue.
That red paint, according to the protesters, symbolizing the blood they say is on President Joe Biden's hands, Vice President Kamala Harris's hands, and they say the entire University of Columbia, who has not divested from Israel, according to this group.
That crowd dispersing for now. State Department spokesman Matthew Miller says there was progress in Gaza ceasefire talks last week.
But ultimately, finalizing an agreement will require both sides to show flexibility. It will require that both sides look for reasons to get to yes, rather than reasons to say no.
Well, the White House says President Biden is personally involved in trying to secure a deal. 3 gun shops are being sued by Maryland and Washington, D.C., accused of ignoring red flags of straw purchases when the same man bought 34 guns in about 6 months. Maryland Attorney General Anthony Brown.
This case sends a clear message to those who disregard the law. We'll go wherever necessary to hold you accountable for putting our communities at risk.
The man who bought the guns has already been convicted, and after trafficking the weapons to others, some of those weapons turning up at crime scenes. The lawsuit was filed along with a gun safety group. America is listening to Fox News.
93 WIBC Mobile News. On the level, on the go.
How much it could cost. 74 degrees here on Monument Circle. I'm Sasha Nixon. Here's what's trending at 2:02. The Federal Bridge Access Program is running out of money, so if you're not covered by Medicare, Medicaid, or private insurance, you could end up paying $200 to get vaccinated. That's a big concern among health experts who worry that low-income Americans won't have the money to get protected against the latest COVID variants, among others. But cooler weather in Indiana looks like it's sticking around. John Herrick reports.
Temperatures will warm up across Indiana Wednesday and Thursday, but then Andrew White with the National Weather Service in Indianapolis says some places will have lows in the 40s by Saturday morning.
You know, really, that will be cool through the weekend into early next week, and even the pattern going into towards the middle of next week still favors fairly cool temperatures for this time of the year.
He says a cold front passes through this Friday and could bring some rain with it. John Herrick, 93 WIBC Mobile News.
You've got traffic and weather coming up in 2 minutes. It's 2:03.
Do you have an idea for a book, fiction, nonfiction, or a children's book? We can help you put it together and bring it to market at Dorrance Publishing. We have thousands of testimonials from people just like you that we've helped get their books sold in stores and online. We've even got a service called The Writer's Coach. It's perfect for people that have a book idea in their head and they just need someone to help them put it on paper. Dorrance Book Publishing has been helping people just like you who have a book idea, written or not, for over 100 years. Imagine being counted among the most famous authors in the world with your very own book. Call right now and let us help you turn a book idea into reality. It's easier than you think. You just need a little help. Call us now.
800-879-4098. 800-879-4098. 800-879-4098. That's 800-879-4098.
Hammer and Nigel here, inviting you to join us as we kick off the weekend every Friday around 5:45 with Beer Sample Friday, brought to you by our friends at Thompson Furniture and Mattress in Columbus.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues? Who are you? Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
To protect his family from disaster, Steve used his camera phone.
Done.
By taking pictures of his important documents, Steve can always have them stored online. Learn more simple disaster prep tips at ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
Find the path to recovery that works for you. Learn more at cdc.gov/stopoverdose.
Now for your WIBC traffic update, it looks like there has been a crash that is blocking 2 right lanes on eastbound I-465 before Emerson Avenue or exit 52. That's currently only creating about a 5-minute delay, but if you're in the area, the stop and go traffic is from about I-65 or exit 53, so it is going on for quite a while. And now here's your forecast from the American Standard Cooling Weather Center.
Mostly sunny skies today. It'll be a beautiful afternoon. Low humidity, highs near 78. Partly cloudy and comfortably cool tonight with lows falling into the middle 50s. I'm Wish TV Storm Track 8 meteorologist Tara Hastings for 93 WIBC.
On the level, on the go, and on WIBC.com.
Live from the heartland and the crossroads of America, it's Tony Katz Today.
Yes, it is Tony Katz Today. I can vouch for that much anyway. But I can't vouch for Tony. I don't know where Tony is. I hope he's doing something good. But I am Derek Hunter, sitting in for Tony Katz, senior columnist, Town Hall, regular old columnist for The Hill, author of the book Outrage Incorporated, How the Liberal Mob Ruins Science Journalism in Hollywood, podcaster, all that stuff. Whatever you gotta do, I'm your man, and father of 2 and husband to 1. So at least I got my numbers right on that side. Anyway, welcome back to the program. We got 1 hour left for you. Since we spent a lot of time talking about the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, I did have this audio. It's about 3 minutes, a little more than 3 minutes long, but it's of Douglas Murray. There are very few people who speak with moral certainty on this issue. Now, Douglas Murray is moral certainty and knowledge. There's a whole lot of people who don't know jack about any of this, but will talk. It's amazing to me. You sit there and you go, this person is dumb. What could they do for it? And it's oftentimes sales. Nothing against salespeople. But you just have to be able to be incredibly confident despite any evidence, anything at all expected of you. You don't know what you're talking about, but you just sit there and you tell, like, this car handles like it's on rails. It is absolutely amazing. I have 2 of these at home myself. I mean, I drove the Civic to work today, but normally it's all about the Ferrari, right? Am I right? But, there's a chance of rain today, so I didn't do that. But I tell you, when I'm out there, I have to just the cops, I give them the finger. That blow them away. They don't know it. You'll never pay for another meal. People will come up and offer you foot rubs. You drive this car. You just have to be able to say ridiculous things or say anything with a level of confidence heretofore unheard of in human history. And you can be a pundit on television. I mean, that's really where it comes in handy. Forget sales. It is here to discuss, or for a reaction we go to. And I'm like, yeah, I know that guy. He knows nothing about this subject, but there he is opining about what's going on in North Korea. Why? Because, well, he was booked a week ago. A friend of his booked him, and that's just how it is. Well, in a sea of BSers, there are very few islands of sanity and knowledge. Douglas Murray is one of them. He was on with Piers Morgan. I don't know. Piers Morgan has it's on in England, but you can get it online here. I like Piers Morgan. I think his question here is BS. I don't agree with Piers Morgan on most things, but he's usually interesting. He sure is. He's a hell of a lot more interesting than most everybody else on television. I don't think he's right all the time. I think he's wrong quite a bit of the time. But he has conversations with people he disagrees with, which is interesting, which makes for interesting television. And he makes sure that people bring their receipts, show proof, show their work. And in that sense, I like that about Piers Morgan. I think he's wrong in this clip you're about to hear, but I didn't see the whole thing, so maybe he's playing devil's advocate. But he talks to Doug Murray about the situation in Gaza. And Douglas Murray, after the assassination, he lays it out unambiguously in a way that you can't really refute. You can only do what the left seems to do more and more often these days when they hear something they don't like, and that is ignore. They don't engage. If you notice, you watch CNN, MSNBC, the Sunday shows. I watched, what show was it? I watched Meet the Press. And there was the Kristen Welker, who's a leftist. There was somebody from Voto Latino, which is a leftist organization advocating actively for Kamala Harris. There were 2 left-wing journalists, I think they were Democrats, essentially, with press passes. And there was Lan He-chen from the Hoover Institution. Now, I can't say I know Lan He anymore, but I worked with Lan He and knew him well because we worked together both in health policy at the Heritage Foundation in probably 2004, 2005, somewhere in there. Probably closer to 2004. Nice guy, smart guy. Not somebody I'd say is the most conservative. Certainly not a bomb thrower. If you have to have somebody from the right on your panel, you want Lon He. He's very nice. He won't say anything rude. He won't interrupt anybody. He's got the education credentials you couldn't believe. When I met him, he was going for, I think he was going for his MD, PhD at Harvard or something like that. It's a wildly smart guy. Way smarter than me. But I'll push back. I'll interrupt you. You start throwing verbal punches at me, I'm going to try to knock you out. I'll try to knock you out anyway. I'm not in this to make friends. I'm in this to make a difference. And so it's that simple. My friends are not all of them are involved in politics. Some of them are. So it is it's important to have somebody like Doug Murray out there. Now, in a just world, Douglas Murray would be all over the Sunday shows. He is, too, an educated and learned man. But he's not on the Sunday shows because he is an educated and learned man and a principled man on top of it who does not suffer fools on the left lightly. As you'll see in this clip, where he just lays it out bare that I don't know what a left-wing response to this would be other than to ignore him. So this is Douglas Murray on with Piers Morgan from the other day. Cut one, go.
Do you not feel that something has to give here, that this has to get resolved somehow, and that the only way to do that is, as with all these situations, you have to eventually compromise in some way? And the problem for Netanyahu is that people think he is completely incapable of offering Hamas any compromise, and therefore there is no deal. So the families of the hostages still there, and hundreds of thousands of protesters in Israel on the street to Tel Aviv right now, they are of the firm belief that it's his own intractable position on this, which is not going to allow any kind of ceasefire to be achievable.
But there again, if I can say so, Piers, it's the same thing, which is the presumption that it's Netanyahu who is uncompromising. We end up with this, again, because Netanyahu is a democratically elected leader, and so it's assumed that some pressure can be brought to bear on him. In my view, it is not Netanyahu who's uncompromising. It's Hamas that's uncompromising. They could have handed back the hostages last October. They could have not done this. I mean, they could have tried to build a state since 2005 when Israel withdrew from the Gaza and handed the place over to them. Hamas could have used the billions of dollars and pounds and euros that British and European and American taxpayers gave them since 2006. They could have used those billions of dollars to build up Gaza. They could have made a booming, in the good sense of the term, Mediterranean paradise. They could have created wealth for their people. But you know what they did? They built down instead of upwards. They built a tunnel network bigger than the London Underground for all of those years, and they squirreled away the money, just like Yasser Arafat did before them, and they made themselves rich. Why was Ismail Haniyeh worth billions of dollars? Why does Khaled Mashal, why is he worth billions of dollars? Why are their children like princelings who live in apartment complexes in Doha? Because they took the money of Americans and Brits and Europeans and they took it for themselves and kept the people of Gaza in immiseration and poverty. There has been since 2005 a complete counterfactual of what could have happened. But the Hamas leadership didn't want that. They have said themselves they want to use Palestinian children and their lives in order to pressurize the world. These are fanatics. They want the death of their own citizens, in order to get world opinion turned against Israel. Again, how do you negotiate with that? The assumption always is in the West today, because we're so sort of fat and lazy in our expectation that peace is the norm, and that historically it's the norm. We're so full of our own expectations and presumptions that we always think that wars end by some kind of compromise and coming around the table, to use the cliche. They don't. Historically, most wars end because one side wins and one side loses. And one of the reasons, in my view, why there is this endless rounds of war in this region is because the Israelis are never allowed to win, and Hamas, in this case, are always allowed to draw. And I think that that is simply to set up the precursor for the next conflict. If Hamas come out of this with a fighting capability, then there will be another round of this war in a couple of years. So when David Lammy and others say what we need to have is a peace deal, I'd say on what terms? Everybody wants peace except for Hamas and the fanatics. Everybody else wants peace. All of these people in the south, these kibbutzniks and the party-goers and others who were murdered on the 7th, all dreamed of peace with their Palestinian neighbors and brothers and sisters. Who stopped that peace being possible? Hamas, from 2005 and again to this very day.
He is not wrong. He is 100% right. There is really no moral ambiguity. You can not care. You're free to not care. And not caring doesn't make you an anti-Semite, but you're not free to just pretend that what is isn't because you find what is to be an inconvenience. There's really no moral ambiguity about what's going on in this situation. When you've got these people who are worth billions, these leaders, these so-called leaders, oh, they're so heroic, they're so wonderful, they're so this. No, they are sitting thousands of miles away in another country, living the life of Riley, while the people they profess to care most about are being killed because they don't really care. Yasser Arafat's daughter is a multi-billionaire living in Europe, not by accident. And not because, well, she founded an app that really just caught the imagination of the kids. No, she's sitting there on a huge pile of money that her father stole. From us in part. And what's weird is the West in general, the West is cool with it. That's the most bizarre thing of it all is, yeah, these people are billionaires. Yeah, these people, we gave a lot of money in humanitarian aid, and it was stolen. It was stolen by these people so they could live like kings. And not one single politician out there is going, we're not going to give you another penny. You people have ripped it off. You're going to go, you need to have justice brought.